1.
Hello, everybody, and a good morning. Welcome to Sync with Phillips Hue. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And today is not so fabulous of a day, but honestly, it's not that big of a deal. Hopefully, Jack, right?
I think today's really a fabulous day because we have a very special birthday here in the Alienware training facility, and I think it's really important to recognize them on a day as fabulous as this one. So please, everyone in the morning show, thank you for being here. I would like all of you to wish a warm and happy birthday to one of our Raiders, Smack. Smack's birthday today, and it is so important to wish him a happy birthday. One of our healers on the roster, without which we would not be able to be present.
Oh, that is so funny. Yeah, it is Smack's birthday. You know, he's got a raid on his birthday, but he's doing what he loves best, and he's playing World of Warcraft.
He is.
Yeah, I hear Leos are really cool people.
Yeah.
Really nice people that work really hard.
Yeah, and we also have another birthday here at the Alienware training facility. Please wish happy birthday to Kai's mom.
Oh my God.
Kai, our audio guy, has his mother's birthday today. The one who raised him, the one who was setting up all of our wires. It is so important to appreciate your mothers on a day such as this. Give her a nice happy birthday. Nice happy birthday out of that one. You doing okay?
Yeah.
You don't like Kai?
I love Kai. Love Kai's mother.
Okay.
Probably a very nice lady.
Well, let's not forget, because we have also another birthday today.
I'm not falling for this again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Andy Sandberg's birthday. Happy birthday to Andy Sandberg.
All right. Happy birthday, Andy. I didn't know I shared so many birthdays with people.
There are. It's a big day. Let me tell you. It's a big day for birthdays.
Yeah.
Going out onto it.
For sure. He's really funny. I'm a big fan of that guy.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. It's great. All right. You want to talk about the menu a little bit?
Yeah, let's talk about the menu.
Oh, actually, first, I completely forgot. Happy birthday, Aya. It's Aya's birthday today.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ethan got her some roses and everything. She
Yeah.
did a cartwheel.
I got some roses. Okay, This picture was never supposed to see the light of day. I was drinking my boba when I was off camera. Oh no, get it off. That's so ugly. I've never been trolled so hard on my birthday before.
Well,
I've been.
thankfully, mine is not going to be, well, hopefully not going to be during race.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, Jack's birthday's coming up as well, so it's going to be revenge.
I got 12 days for this race to end.
Oh, hopefully they slow things down a little bit, because your time is coming, Jack, and production.
Hopefully I'll be safe in Texas by then.
I just got a happy birthday in my ear. I owe you nothing, production. Your days are limited. All right, let's talk about the menu. Of course, Chef Josephine is in the building bright and early, whipping up some delicious food for the day. Breakfast is overnight French toast, bacon, and scrambled eggs. Now, I was asked what overnight French toast means, Jack.
Okay.
It's just French toast you make overnight, in case there's any confusion there.
That checks out.
Yeah.
I'm glad you were able to find that for us.
Yeah.
Hey, for lunch, we got Italian sausage with peppers and onions, fresh rolls, cold pasta salad and fresh salad.
And for dinner, we've got gingered ribs, fried rice, broccoli with roasted garlic, and chili. Ooh.
Better get a lot of chili for Mr. Kalamazoo.
Oh, does he enjoy? Is he a chili enjoyer?
I mean, the way that he eats very sloppy food, I think that he would enjoy chili.
No, that's a good way. He's growing peppers too. Did you know that?
Yeah, my brother would do that too. He'd grow like peppers and cucumbers and then make his own pickles.
Ooh, that sounds pretty delicious.
He'd bank.
Yeah, I'm sure Kalamazoo will be excited about that. Something else I'm very excited about, of course, is today's Zenni THD of the day, Jack.
That's right. This is where we honor one of our MVPs of the day and also somebody who embodies the vibes of THD, and
Yes,
that is
the
doing
aura.
big damn, and that's what Dranako is here for. Our Zenni THD of the day. Huge damage out on the Soul Hunters fight.
Yeah, big damn from Dranako. Here it is as well, topping the damage meters on the Soul Hunters.
Ooh. See, the very end of the Soul Hunters fight is having multiple simultaneous intermissions going off all at once while players are all tethered together, and you could see the absurd amount of stars and lines and damage going out onto the entire raid as they are finishing off the boss and getting that world first kill.
Yeah, well done to him, and yeah, definitely has the je ne sais quoi of THD, so well deserved.
They both speak French.
I think only Shaq.
Today I learned about a lot of birthdays and a lot of lore knowledge and everything today. And we don't even have Guess the Guildie until a little bit later.
Oh, so true. Yeah, stick around for that. We're going to be testing our skills there once again. But it is time, Jack, for the RaiderIO recap. Are you ready for some information?
So ready.
Yes, this is courtesy of RaiderIO. They've been cooking us up with some facts every day, multiple times a day, for the state of the rest of the raid. World firsts on 3 mythic bosses. Liquid take world first on Forge Weaver Araz. Liquid take world first on the Soul Hunters, and Echo take world first on Fractillus just about like 2 hours ago, Jack.
That's right. It was a huge kill for Echo, and that is going to be putting them in the lead at the moment. And since we're, of course, entering on to Monday, it's going to be really interesting to see how this weekly reset is going to be going. Here, we can see that last couple percent on Fractillus as the last bit of walls are stacking up, enraging the boss as he's about to have that enraged shatter, wiping out the entirety of the raid. And you can see the bubbles going down. Ryson and there was Miras as well. That's right, playing the Brewmaster. Staying alive and getting that world first kill. You can see him on site.
I never understand how they raid like this. It looks like you've got to like squeak by people behind them. Like, excuse me.
Especially
clearly, yeah. Like if somebody backs up at the wrong time, it could be a disaster. Yeah, for them and their little step and repeat thing they've got going on there. Yeah, and those guys are aggressive. You saw them pop off when they got that kill.
I mean, it's understandable.
Definitely.
This is around the point in time where, guilds are kind of leapfrogging over one another, and there's the slingshot that's in effect as well. This is a really interesting time for the race where you start seeing how close it actually gets.
Yeah. I saw a couple people dooming this morning in chat about how Liquid's so behind, but honestly, this is just kind of par for the course. We've seen it before. Echo has been ahead, Liquid has been ahead, and then, it doesn't really matter until the end.
Exactly. And since there's one more day for reset for the EU, they'll probably get a lot of time pulled on Nexus King Saladar, and then that might be an opportunity for Liquid to watch those strats as they're sort of trailblazing ahead tomorrow and also part of today. Understand, what kind of progress they're making, what kind of mistakes and the strategies might be going on, how they can take that information after they're done with their splits on Tuesday and bring it right back into some like Wednesday, late Wednesday, early Thursday type progress on Nexus King.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. This is when we really get into the real race to world first, when these guilds start to get so close. And as we can see here is the widget for RaiderIO as well for the roster change for Liquid specifically, Jack, on the Soul Hunters. Yeah,
there was a lot of experimentation with different comps and what they would be working on to optimize for their kill. They started by dropping that Windwalker Monk, adding the Fire Mage. Then they started retooling their composition, having some of those Warlocks switch from Affliction to Destruction, dropping the Resto Shaman for the Holy Pally, so that they were running one Holy Pally and one Resto Shaman together, dropping the Prop Pally, which they were using for spell warding, going back to the Brewmaster, and multiple rounds of swapping specs for the Rogues, even having Dazer come in for a few polls and then Exile come back. playing that assassination for the eventual kill.
Yeah, really cool to be able to see a breakdown of all of the roster changes for all of these guilds. You can go to RaiderIO and check out that widget, handy dandy widget, along with a lot of other really cool tools on the RaiderIO website, as well as just a nice overview of the Race World First. It's your one-stop shop. You can check out all of the regions, all of the guilds that are on there.
That's right, and it's a lot of different cool storylines, not only for the World First teams, but also those who are pursuing that like top 5, top 10 region. You got Fat Shark, yes, Instant Dollars, our very own Pop-Tart Corn Dog with Dratnos, and many of the Asian guilds all around that top 5 region in close competition just outside of World First.
Yeah, so definitely head over to RaiderIO. Thank you so much for that recap. Speaking of recaps, let's continue talking about our own progress. We got Forge Weaver Araz down last night, as well as Soul Hunters, as well as Fractillus. Not quite, but we had some very close wipes, Jack.
We did, and I expect it to be going down in pretty short order today. Fractillus had like a 5 or so minute enrage, so it's not going to be a long encounter, and they're always using those weak auras to evenly spread out the amount of walls that are getting put out in the raid. And so, big point to celebrate the Forge Weaver and Soul Hunters World First kills that we had, and I expect Fractillus to go down soon after.
Yeah, excited for that, but in the meantime, let's take a look at that Forge Weaver Araz kill.
This is that intermission phase where they got to kill off those Arcane Collector pylons. The damage from those is incredibly high, and it keeps stacking. One of the big issues they had here in early progression was killing all those Arcane Collectors at the exact same time. Keep in mind, they have 3 healers, so they have 1 healer on each side. They're basically just solo healing their 6 or 7 players each, and it can be extremely difficult as that raid damage stacks up higher.
Popping all 3 and 3. 2,
I love it. You can see on the right
go.
side that 3.4 million damage taken per second dot in the middle right of Dryny's screen. It's insane how much damage gets stacked up at the very, very end. And he's been doing that without wings. He's just setting up his awakening so that he can get wings at a time that he really needs it, and just trying to muscle heal on his own throughout it. He's not even assigning the wings there. There you can see the damage vulnerability, just how low Forge Weaver Araz gets when he takes that extra damage after each intermission.
I think this is one of my favorite bosses I've seen so far.
It uses the entire set of skills for a class. It's insane how difficult this encounter is and how much coordination is required, because you have to use a lot of movement abilities against this suck that is pulling all these raiders in, but you can also see the wealth of crowd control being utilized to keep those void manifestations from reaching the black hole at the edge of the room. If they hit, they're basically just going to wipe out the entire raid, and it's so important to be mixing in the Ursul's Vortex, the Ring of Peace, multiple rounds of stuns, binding shots, just to keep all of them in melee together and make sure that they can get maximum amounts of cleave, because they just keep on traveling and they move ridiculously fast.
Yeah, this was an interesting prog to watch here. So these are the final moments of Forge Weaver Araz, getting it down with 1 battle reservation too, so that was a solid kill. Who was that? What noise did that?
That was insanely clean. Yeah. Well, they had like a few 1% wipes throughout their progress, and things got a little sloppy. Things got a little falling apart here and there. And now having one of those boss kills that's so insanely clean, they just executed that strategy to perfection, is always a good feeling. And then that also brings us to Soul Hunters.
Yeah, I think it was interesting, the adjustment that we saw they made from how we kind of expected it to go down, killing all 3 of these demon hunters at once, but they were actually killing, I think it was Adderus first, right? Or at least that's how they started their strategy. I don't know if they adjusted it in the end because I was asleep.
Yeah, so they started by trying to kill off the Void Demon Hunter first, and that's spawning those stars that need to be soaked during their metamorphosis phase. And they did that because they wanted to not have to soak any stars whatsoever while they dealt with the other 2 intermission phases, which included blaze lines, which you'd have to aim away from your allies, and the Twilight Devastation from the Vengeance Demon Hunter that you would have to dodge. They ended up just evening out everything, and they did end up killing the Void Demon Hunter fairly quickly, but I think it was actually the second of the Demon Hunters they killed. I want to say that they ended up killing everything almost at the same time, but they ended up killing the Vengeance Demon Hunter just a little bit faster so that they wouldn't have to worry about dodging those frontals. Here you can see the frontals coming out by the Vengeance Demon Hunter for that intermission phase, and this is the final, I guess you could call it regular intermission phase right here. After this is when all of the bosses together are doing their intermission phase mechanics.
Very nicely done. Here is Nick's POV of those final moments here. 8% right now on the board. Of course, their best pull before that being 3.95%. 26 pulls that they got it done in. What was your prediction for this?
That was like 90 something.
Yeah.
But it ended up having really long conversations about how they would map out pretty much every inch of the fight. And as a result, I think the progress time was something around like 6 or 7 hours. And they spent a huge amount of time just talking through everything, working through each of the mechanics in turn, and repeating really a lot of the phases. Because you would have phase 1 and then intermission 1 featuring one of the demon hunters, and then you go back to phase 1 again, and then intermission 2. And so you had a lot of the a lot of the parts of the fight which were really well mapped out and predictable, and that made it a lot easier for them to talk through each part of the fight, and as you see, get that world first kill.
Yeah. Nicely done. Exciting to see. That was the optional boss as well. Optional.
Yeah.
But obviously they did end up killing that. Unfortunately not getting a lot of good gear from what I've heard. But here is our best pull on Fractillus. Of course, this is the Tetris boss. I think the interesting thing about this one, Jack, is like, even though you could see like most of the mechanics that you're going to see within like the first 10% of this kill, this is kind of something that they struggled on early on in their progression.
Yeah, the void zones are insane on this encounter. You really need to lean on everybody helping out with some positioning, because you can't really just jump super far back into the room. You got to get back into that safe spot very quickly, and the amount of walls stacking up on this fight is incredibly fast. And if you have too many walls in each section, I believe it's 6 in a section, it enrages the boss and he just wipes you out.
Yeah. Also, it sounds like there was a bit of a bug with the tank walls specifically. It wasn't spawning enough.
Yeah.
So they couldn't quite make it to the end, because you kind of have to balance between the walls with the boss and the crystal, and you know, finding that nice sweet spot to make it through the end, because the damage check was at about 515.
And you can even see them just trying to make sure they maximize their space, as all those players that are getting knocked back, breaking new walls, are also getting a lot of void zones by breaking some of the mythic walls, and it makes it incredibly challenging to have enough space to kind of keep everyone around. And hey, this is the first time Holy Priest has been featured in the race to World First this season, and it's great to be able to see Timbermaw there. They even swapped Timber to Holy Priest and then Sevi off of the Resto Shaman so that he could play Preservation.
How do you feel about that?
I was kind of surprised to see double Prez in the race, but we had it as well in Nerevar Palace. I was still kind of thinking we would have just one of them on hand, but they're super powerful, and especially on this fight, when the entire raid can spend long periods of time stacked up, all of this is perfect for a Preservation Evoker. And you can see right there, Nick just blasting a ton of output onto his allies. With the stacked healing profile that Flameshaper Evoker gives you, they're really strong right now, especially with that 4-set bonus.
You over rest now?
Get Zevi, fuck it. Give him up. No.
Mark personal.
Yeah, look at all these additional walls that are about to be broken. There's so many void circles that are spawning right at this point. You can see how they have to first dodge those circles, then they have to spread out, make sure that they're not nuking other people, and you can't really go further back into the room. There's all these crystals in the back that are sort of gating how far that the room is allowing you to spread out and like just taking up a lot of the space. So it's very easy for these circles to start cleaving off onto other players. And of course you can see on the middle right of Shaq's screen, those are the weak auras that they're using to spawn the walls and coordinate their positions. There, all of the walls started connecting to the boss, and that is that Enrage. He's pounding into the ground and wiping out the raid.
Yeah, there was a funny moment when they first started pulling on this boss where Max was like, "Why am I even here? Why do you guys need me?"
Yeah, well, sometimes a boss is that way, unfortunately. But then on the other hand, you have a fight like Forge Weaver Araz, which takes every bit of his attention to coordinate multiple rounds of crowd control chain, multiple rounds of time spirals, movement abilities, and making sure everybody is getting coordinated exactly how they should. So we've seen kind of the full range of raid leader requirements and even like cognitive load added to a lot of these boss fights in World First.
Well, it's time to eat more cucumbers the long way.
There you That is true.
Yeah. Give it a little bit of a break. Some, you know, don't want to make things too easy.
We all need it, that's for sure.
Yeah. How do you feel about that boss? I feel like
Fractillus?
Yeah, I feel like in general people don't really like this boss as much as Soul Hunters.
Yeah.
Forge Weaver.
There's always one every race.
It's a boss. It's a boss of all time.
It's one of the bosses of all time.
It's one of those
certainly.
bosses of all time. Absolutely. Speaking of all time, Philips Hue, awesome morning show sponsor. One of the best lights of all time, if you ask me.
That's certainly right. We have them in all the rooms for our raiders and for our casters as well. And it's been fantastic to have all the customization that you want. They have a huge breadth of products at your disposal, whether you're looking for some strip lights to add to maybe your TV or to your stream setup. Some of the lamps. Oh, I love those lamps.
I love lamp.
Of course, all the different colors for the lamps.
Ooh,
and how
yours
you
has a
can
button.
Customize it as well. Nice little button. You can connect everything to your phone, and you can have schedule set up. They have like 30 or 40 different pre-made sort of gradient colors that you can have as well. There's a ton of different options for you, whether you're looking for something for like some theater lighting or just to replace some light bulbs at home, be a little bit more efficient. Philips Hue has you.
I shouldn't have put this here. This lighting is very unflattering. I can see myself in the TV. You want to hold it?
Sure.
Okay.
I think it's going to be it will not reach.
Ah, okay.
But I still just
There we
enjoy
go.
holding it.
Yeah? No? That is a Philips Hue light. Of course, if you'd like to check out their range of products, you can go to teal.gg/Hue. Also, they're doing a giveaway for a Philips Hue starter kit. You can get 2 E26 60-watt light bulbs plus a dimmer. 10 lucky winners will be eligible to receive that if you head on over to teal.gg/Hue. And also, huge shout out and a warm welcome as well to Philips Hue for being a part of the morning show and the Race to World First as a whole.
That's right. Big love to Philips Hue. Check them out, tl.gg/Hue for those incoming giveaways. And they also have some discount codes for Race to World First.
Yeah, you can use that code Race World First, RWF RWF15 for 15% off a Philips Hue product if you'd like to check that out. Also, teal.gg/Hue. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Does that bring us to our fancy shirt time?
Yeah, you're wearing one of those fancy shirts today, Jack.
That's right. That's right. We got our derp shirt on as well.
Derpensius.
Derpensius.
Yeah, looking good this tier. Teal.gg/RWF if you'd like to have your own Derpensius shirt or any of the other awesome apparel pieces that the Team Liquid apparel team has designed for this tier. There is the official jersey. There's that derp shirt that Jack is wearing, or you can get a hoodie version of it, some t-shirts, and also that Void hoodie, which I'm excited for that one in particular. I want that one. Very exciting stuff and awesome, talented apparel team as well. Always making us some great apparel for every single tier.
That they are. Couldn't be doing it without them. We wouldn't be a Race to World First without some new shirts.
Yeah, teal.gg/RWF if you'd like your own jersey or any of the other amazing apparel pieces for the tier. Now, let's talk about the charity.
Oh, here we go. We've been hitting some crazy incentives, haven't we?
Gosh, yes. We're well over 10,000, 10.5 almost. So that means that another less than $50, we will have another Jenga move. Wait, are we done? Because it got knocked over.
I don't know if we start a new game of Jenga. I would be down. I would be down for round 2. But Cams has destroyed the Jenga tower.
Yeah.
But I think that we should rebuild.
I agree. Yeah, I heard it went down last night. And here it is. Here's a clip of that very moment. Oh, you can see how
he
curved
pulled
it is.
One way higher.
Oh,
Got a little bit.
Oh, no! Wow, that went down. Oh, look, the dogs even come over to check it out. Oh, that is so awful. Mm.
Whoever had set up those first ones, you could see like 5 or 6 up. There's just like traps laid.
I think that was Kalamazoo that laid those
Probably.
traps.
He set up like, it made it so much harder to play off the very beginning.
Yeah.
Plus, I think he shifted it naturally.
Oh, there it is.
And made it even harder afterwards. So
This is in its current state this morning, so
Yep.
it's still there.
Cam
the remnants.
stepped on the time bomb.
Yes, he certainly did. But that is not the only fun donation incentive goal that we have reached. Of course, we did have some art happening in the building yesterday. We did our Bob Ross paintings, Tettle being Bob Ross, and then we had Kalamazoo and Dratnos doing some lovely art. Here's one of those moments right here. We're a clumsy bunch.
We are, yeah. Just the painting falls right over onto the floor. I mean, they're like fragile easels.
They are, yeah. He was getting into the art.
The rug. Who does the rug belong to? Well, it might belong to the streets. Okay, so the Alienware for training facility.
Man, unfortunate. And it had to land face down. Here it is this morning. This is Dratnos's. You can't see it from this view, but it does. There is a little quest giver in this one.
Yeah.
If this is the correct one.
Is that his house next to a snail?
It's his house next to the Holofall crystal.
Oh.
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
Yeah, and this is Kalamazi's. There's the little blimp.
Ah, I see the blimp. Yeah.
Yeah, which one do you think is better?
Why are they dark?
I mean, they're dark, kind of.
Well, like, I thought the Halifal crystal was supposed to be light. Or shiny.
It's kind of a darkish
But now it's like red?
glow. Yeah, it's kind of a maroon color. Well, they had to do it from memory, also.
I kind of like
the.
Kalamazi's a little bit more.
I kind of do too. I mean,
But yeah, if
both,
it's in the dark phase, guys, then why is it red in the inside and then only purple on the edges?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shouldn't the entire thing be like a purple and then like a darker purple
I mean,
or
let's be
something?
real. They're both pretty bad.
What? Why would you say that?
I'm an honest woman.
So mean. On your birthday, too.
Yeah.
You'd be full of gratitude and goodness.
Those are your rules, not mine, Jack.
Ah, okay, that's fair.
All right, well, if you'd like to see more of those charity updates happen, also, we're going to the animal shelter today.
Yeah, we're sending you to the shelter.
Yeah, they're sending me to the shelter. We're going to be live
Happy
streaming that
birthday.
on my stream. I don't know if I'm allowed to make this plug, probably, right? Because it's a charity incentive.
Yeah,
So
you know,
definitely
it's
check
your
that out,
birthday.
twitch.tv/Aya. We're going to be doing that at like probably around 2 p.m. PST local time here in California, when that will probably actually go live if you want to see that live. But we'll also be providing a VOD later on in the broadcast if you don't want to follow me for some reason.
Yeah, we'll be checking out the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, our charity partner. And of course, if you would like to donate, we have some great incentives, not only for some of the Jenga pieces, but also getting your transmog rating on stream, getting your pet on stream.
Yes.
$35 will get either of them. And make sure, of course, you're following those instructions so that we can pull them up properly for you.
Yeah, we saw some really cute pets yesterday from our community. So if you'd like yours to be featured in this compilation that we're about to see, definitely head on over to teal.gg/donate along with a link. Here they are. Look at how cute they are, Jack. Oh, look at these little guys.
A lot of young'uns in this.
Oh, I didn't see those little small pup. But why do they look wet on the top right?
They
What
probably wanted to
happened?
play in the snow.
Oh my gosh, they look cold.
Yeah, they probably wanted to play in the snow. You gotta, like, you know, let the young'uns figure it out. You say, oh, you want to play in the snow? Okay. And then they just kind of come back freezing.
So cute.
And then they're going to love inside way more.
Oh, they're so sweet. We've got some rats as well. Oh, little puppies, some kittens. We got a void kitty. Teal.gg/donate if you'd like to send in a link to your transmog or your pets.
Or rodents.
Rodents, yeah, rodents are welcome. Lizards,
Salamanders.
any kind of amphibian. We've gotten
Snakes.
horses. I don't know if we've gotten any horses this time
Oh,
around,
yeah.
have we?
Send in horses.
Yeah, I love horses.
Yeah.
Yeah, some birds. Got any birds? Maybe a
Multiple
bird
birds.
of prey. I think we've had somebody that worked at like a
He was like a falconer.
yeah, we got
Yeah.
a falconer one year. That was really cool. So yeah, I love the exotic pets.
Absolutely.
Definitely send those in. Teal.gg/donate. And also, of course, we are raising money for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. They are a local shelter. They need help as well. But most of all, the animals that are living there need their forever homes. So we are featuring an adoptable pet of the day every single morning, and today is no different. Teal.gg/adopt if you'd like to check out all of the adoptable animals at the animal shelter. And today is Mr. Reed. He looks sad.
Aww.
This is a neutered male brown brindle mastiff mix. Beautiful dog, 1 year and 1 month old, at the shelter since July 9th, 2025. His name is Mr. Ree. SpongeBob. Is that a quote from SpongeBob?
I don't. Maybe this is like a later SpongeBob?
Yeah, you're a Mr. Ree SpongeBob. Squidward, probably. Mr. Ree.
Oh,
the
Mr. Ree. Ah.
Oh, okay, so chat knows. We don't know, though.
Ah.
What a
We
cutie.
snaw.
He's so cute. Look at his little ears. He looks like he needs a hug. Very pretty eyes.
I think it was her name is Mystery.
Her.
Yeah.
Her.
That's what threw
From the-
me off.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's fair.
But then I think they found out at the end that it was a guy, if I remember correctly.
The seahorse?
Yeah, the seahorse was a guy.
Oh,
but they
okay.
thought it was a girl.
SpongeBob got
You
some
know.
lore that I'm not aware of anymore.
Yeah, you know, that's what this memory is for. Just useless knowledge.
Yeah, for sure. Teal.gg/adopt, like all that healer knowledge, right? Hey,
true.
Teal.gg/adopt if you'd like to check out all the animals that need their forever homes at the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Very important cause, but thank you for helping us support them either way. Now, Jack.
Now, Aya.
It is time for Guess the Guildie.
Oh, here we go.
Are you ready?
Oh, as long as it's a healer, I'm ready.
Ooh, yeah, you do have that mind melding with the healers. All right, it's time for Guess the Guildie. We'll be guessing who the guildie is based on some limited information. Here we go. See if we can get the first one. Weirdest dream. Oh, this is long. Pack of hyper-intelligent apes, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes style, invaded my middle school with advanced weaponry and automatic rifles and began dismembering and killing all my closest friends in an incredibly violent and traumatic ways, and I fought them off one by one while watching all my friends die. I die at the end.
It's horrifying.
Okay.
This is horrifying.
That sounds like Atlas. That sounds like an...
Maybe this is an Atlas dream.
Yeah, we're gonna go with
Yeah.
Atlas.
Oh, let's go.
Oh my gosh. What would you wish for? Purpose. Oh, no. Had we gotten to that one, I could have also probably guessed Atlas. Star sign, Sagittarius. Who would you bring to a deserted island? Nick would be very nutritious and filling to eat, cannibal style. Isn't this
That's
the
true.
second one we've gotten where they want to eat each other?
Well, they've got a lot of meat on their bones,
Oh
you know?
my God.
Is the muscle. Isn't it true that like the muscle is like the meat or something like that?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. Dream job, orthodontist, or dentist. And Atlas says, good morning, love you both. Oh, we love you too, Atlas.
Well, I mean, a big requirement for those is good teeth, and he certainly has those.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That was a disturbing one. That man has a dark mind.
Let's go and do it again.
Yeah, we gotta cleanse our palate here. Let's get another Guess the Guildie going and see if we can do just as well
On
as that one.
the lighter side.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Weirdest dream. I seem to be looking out of a high window over a dark sea of tangled trees.
Wow, the visual. Down below, among the roots, there was the sound of creatures crawling and snuffling. Are we reading a poem?
Yeah, I felt sure they would smell me out sooner or later.
Okay. Then I heard a noise in the distance. What kind of noise? Is that it? Is that the end of the dream?
End?
Oh,
at first I thought it was a great wind coming over the leaves of the forest.
What is this? Who's a poet? Then I knew that it was not leaves, but the sound of the sea far off, a sound I had never heard in waking life, though it had often troubled my dreams.
Suddenly, I found myself out in the open.
Okay, there were no trees after all.
I was on a dark heath, and there was a strange salt smell in the air. All right, they're British,
Wow.
for sure.
Looking up, I saw before me a tall white tower standing alone on a high ridge. The Mage Tower?
A great desire came over me to climb the tower and see the sea.
I started to struggle up the ridge towards the tower, but suddenly a light came in the sky, and there was a noise of thunder.
Finn.
Finn. Oh, we're fancy. Okay, this is a European, I think.
One guess is all we get. I'm going to say Scott.
I'll go with Scott. I'll go with Scott as well. No
Oh, let's go 2
way.
times.
Dude, ow.
So,
I don't know
2
how to
times.
do that.
Go
What are we doing?
Hit, and then,
Okay.
2 times.
Oh, and then do we...
we can do anything else.
Oh, okay. I don't know how to
just,
dab people up.
give you-
I'm not...
Just one high five.
Yeah.
There we go.
Woo! Okay. That was
The
incredible.
heat gave it away.
Wow, who knows Scott was such a poet, a wordsmith. My God.
I can see it.
Yeah.
You know, he has the troubled intellectual look to him.
Wow. That was great.
His thoughts weigh heavy. His thoughts weigh heavy upon him.
They certainly do. Yeah, I think our Raiders are maybe a little bit more deeper
Some of them.
than we think. Yeah, Atlas and Scott
Some of them.
certainly. Just kidding. I'm just.
You know, I can stand up straighter.
God, this is so embarrassing. Hold on. This is the height and the chair. Well, thank you everyone so much for hanging out with us. This has been a great morning, of course, with Phillips Hue. This is the
Always.
Sync Morning Show. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
We'll see you in just a bit. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh, we're playing the whole song.
Hey, Hopeful. Want to look at an idea I have for Nexus King?
Awesome. I'm almost done here. Just give me a couple more minutes.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Ever since humans first walked the Earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm
Seeing the future?
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
There's someone I'd like for you to meet.
Don't be a third wheel. Enter the sweepstakes and meet your perfect match.
Race to World First. Shout out to our partners, of course, Coinbase, Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs, and they are heading into a poll for Mythic Fractillus very soon here, Tuttles.
Yeah, good morning. This is going to be kind of an interesting series of events. Fractillus, a boss that was hotfix changed around midnight last night, where Paladin Bubble, for some reason, wasn't spawning the tank buster walls, and so Blizzard was like, that's not going to be a thing. And then they tried to stop the one tank, unsuccessfully. So one tanking is the primary strategy that Echo deployed to kill Fractillus. They also did it. They broke far fewer of the tank buster walls, which puts that really stupid 4 million damage a second dot on the entire raid. So Echo was killing far fewer of those. And now I'm really interested in seeing if Liquid's going to be able to match that and how quickly is Fractillus going to go down, because Echo is currently in the lead and pulling Nexus King, which is kind of going to be very interesting. I think we're going to have guilds simultaneously pulling, which is going to be really cool.
Here's a look at the leaderboard top 10 standings. Of course, we know Echo just got down Soul Hunters a couple hours ago. Method and Liquid both 5 out of 8 currently as well. So things are definitely getting tough here in this competition. Seeing a lot of people dooming this morning, Jack, though, about Liquid, about how behind they are. But this is mostly par for the course for the Race World First.
It is, and we also have the weekly reset approaching with Nexus King Saladar looking to be an enormously difficult encounter. I don't think it's some like massive disadvantage to have Echo pulling ahead. Weekly reset comes around. Liquid will be doing a lot of splits while Echo is having their last day before reset, pulling Nexus King, kind of blazing the path, and then once Liquid is done with their splits, they'll be able to jump right into it.
Yeah, so like generally speaking in the Race World First, there's like there's a slingshot effect. So Liquid starts 13 hours ahead, minus maintenance time, just generally whenever the Race to World First starts. And then as the weeks go on, Echo is able to get information as to what Liquid is doing, and they basically have to catch up. And then, by Friday, by Saturday, by Sunday, historically speaking, Echo will be ahead whenever Liquid wakes up, and then Liquid will be ahead whenever Echo wakes up. And they kind of do this thing where they alternate, and they slingshot back and forth. That's roughly what normally happens during the Race World First. That also happened last year.
Yeah.
I mean, Echo killed Sprockenmonger Lockenstock first. They killed One-Armed Bandit first. And then Liquid was able to down Muggsy and then down Gallywix first. And that really propelled them to be able to win. And so I think that it's one of those things that, yeah, sure, some people might be like, oh, yeah, it's over for Liquid. This is incredibly normal in the context of a Race to World First. And frankly, if Echo was never ahead, that just means that like the writing is on the wall for Echo to just never be able to potentially win the Race to World First. And so I think that this is pretty normal. I do think that Liquid is going to be downing Fractillus relatively soon, though, and start on Saladar.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're having the additional conversation. We can see that they're about to log in, or they're actually just right in front of the boss, and they're just kind of talking and walking through their strategy adjustments and any changes that they might be making. But I would not be shocked to see the boss go down very quickly, and then we have a lot of time for Nexus King, kind of just see what that's going to unfold for us. What I think is most interesting with this race so far is how we're also seeing Method getting more in with, I guess, the rest of the pack. We kind of saw them steadily behind in like the last race, and now that they're also really close to a Fractillus kill, they got a couple hours left for their day. It'll be kind of interesting to see. I don't know about you.
I don't
see how it goes.
I don't think that I'm convinced that Method is on a similar level to Echo and Liquid, but I guess we'll wait and see until after this year. To me, it's felt like Method has more or less maintained the exact same differential between those two guilds that we've seen, for a while now, even as far back as like the beginning of Dragonflight.
Are you surprised by that at all?
No, I think it's really hard to win the Race World First, and I think it comes down to leadership. And I think that Liquid and Echo tend to push the envelope pretty hard. And, just to be able to maintain that similar position, I think is actually a testament to how well Method is doing. It's just unfortunate that the other two guilds are also continuing to push the envelope very hard.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of also what you have to do at this point.
Yeah.
Is there's an ever-growing like arms race with World First, and we kind of also saw it come into effect with Fractillus specifically. Like the weak auras just tell you what to do for the entire fight and just map out everything.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's one of the situations we've never seen Method play from ahead.
Safe spot.
Yeah,
diamond.
that's very true.
Oh, boss fight starting.
Poll number 1 of the morning. Let's go over, some of these mechanics that we're going to be seeing here on Fractillus.
Yeah, Fractillus is very similar on Mythic to where it is on Heroic. The basic premise of this fight is you're going to be dropping walls over and over and over again, and you can see those arrows that kind of come out. The weak aura largely plays the game for you in the sense of where are you going to be placing these walls? So it's never really a decision point. You see on the screen right here, Dryny is getting targeted with this wall piece. He's going to be going and dropping it in that quadrant that is dedicated to him. And then the safe spot for the rest of the raid is going to be on that diamond marker like you're seeing right here. There is one of the additional mechanics on this fight is a mythic wall that gets put on the tank every so often. And you can also see Yips is on a Brewmaster Monk, and he is the solo person who is tanking this fight. Scott is not in, and what is going to happen here is at some point Yips is going to get a second stack of this Tank Buster dot. And you can actually see that Tank Buster dot, it's like next to his stagger bar, it's like some purple crystal debuff. He's going to get a second stack of that, and then around the 230-ish mark, Dryny is going to have to like taunt and bubble the Tank Buster wall to allow Yips to have a solo reset. That's roughly what the strategy looks like. It's pretty infrequent that we see solo tank fights. Like historically, the last solo tank fight that I think we saw was Nexus Princess Kaiveza, kind of something similar where on that fight, you were APT stacking people to drop the Tank Buster debuff. On this, it's a Paladin is going to be bubble taunting at some point.
Yeah, we've seen only just rare moments where that's come into play. Also in Kaiveza, they were using like Ankh Totems to just res the tank because they just couldn't drop stacks properly over time. And it just would sit for such a long period of time. I'm kind of curious what you think if there's going to be a lot of changes with the weekly reset coming up for potentially killing off this sort of strategy, maybe even like making some adjustments to like Forge Weaver or Raz.
Forge Weaver has to get changed on the reset. I mean, I don't know what your guild is thinking. My guild is like, this boss is unkillable. Like this boss is like you need, for some reason, you need at least 2 Evokers. We don't have 2 Evokers. You need a bunch of knockbacks, and we don't have the CC for that fight. Like you have to have a very specific comp to kill that boss. So I think that boss has to get changed. This cannot be intended, right? The strategy that's happened on Fractillus cannot be intended. They kept the Kaiveza solo tank strat alive for a really long time.
I think it waited until the weekly reset hit.
They didn't kill it off on the weekly reset.
Right, but after the first kill. I mean, they kept that strategy until the next reset after the first kill.
Yeah, Liquid ended up having to kill its solo tank twice. I think that's why Echo lost that tier, didn't they? Because they spent 4 hours on their Kaiveza rekill.
Well, they made those changes after the first kill, and then they decided to follow the same strat afterwards, I think. Because at that point, it wasn't like mandatory, but they were just used to that strategy.
Yeah, I don't know. But talk about Fractillus.
I remember right, but you're right that they did take a much longer time on the rekill.
Yeah, talking about Fractillus a little bit. The only 2 players that honestly matter on this fight are Dryny and Yips. Those are by far the 2 most impactful players on this boss. Beyond that, it's largely just the healing core, making sure that whenever you get the dot from breaking that mythic wall with the wall shatter ability, that the healers are able to keep people healthy. Those are by far the most important parts of this fight. It's gonna be Dryny and Yips, and then it's going to be making sure your healers are able to keep people alive. Because whenever the group is stacked, the Preservation Evoker, Nicholas Pres Evoker, is able to just like, basically heal everybody by himself. But it's like whenever people are dropping those wall pieces off on Star and on Moon Marker, then those people aren't stacked. And so those are the people that are very susceptible to dying.
And it makes it a lot harder with the crystals that you see on the edges of the room right there, because it starts enclosing a lot more of the space. And so every time players are getting those large circles on them, and there's a huge amount of raid ticking damage going out, you have insane amounts of healing required when the mythic walls break, and you have to dodge puddles, and you have to dodge other people's puddles at the same time.
What specifically are we using to keep them alive, Jack, when those moments happen?
So we've had double Evoker into the raid initially, and we saw like Sevi, for example, playing Preservation yesterday. Now he swapped back to Resto Shaman, but it's a really good time for like Rewind because it's just mobile, instantly starts blasting a ton of healing onto everybody. They had the Holy Priest before, and they were able to do quite a lot of healing on the move. That's gotten replaced once again. So for them, they're going to be leaning on like probably Spatial Paradox onto like Smacked so that he can have a good amount of mobile healing. Sevi has his Spirit Walker's Grace, so he can be healing on the move as well. I think last time I checked, Sevi was also playing Totemic, but I'll have to check back in and see, because it's really, really good when players are stacked for that extra healing rain duration.
It's so funny because you were talking about the Holy Priest. I was talking to Goop a little bit this morning at breakfast. He goes, bro, whenever we're playing double Pres Evoker, safest thing ever. Then we swapped to this useless Holy Priest. Because I'm on death's door this entire fight.
I mean, that's how it goes. I mean, double Pres is really, really powerful in a fight where the entire raid is stacked. And we saw that in Nerebar Palace. So like almost every fight was double Preservation Evoker. Major damage mechanics, you would just stack up in Flame Shapers, consume flame engulfs, and go to town and you'd be just chilling, you know? But the other problem is they don't quite have as much gear onto those other characters, and they wanted to bring, I guess they wanted to bring Tobo back into the mix. I think Sevi does a really good job with like Resto Shamans for some of the split healing they have to do. Like I said, I'm not sure if he's going to play Totemic or Farseer, but Totemic's tier set bonus will trigger a like 150% bonus on their next chain heal after they activate their Downpour, which is in their healing rain. It's an extra healing effect. And you can also trigger bonus downpour effects.
That's the thing that gives me the HP.
Yeah, that's right. So you can trigger bonus HP onto your allies, and you can juice up your next chain heal along the way. It's really, really powerful if people can be stacked.
All right, you see the pull in 21 seconds here? The reason that we're doing this, Havoc Demon Hunter. Havoc Demon Hunter is very, 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 very cringe. And they're like, I have to stack up my I-beam 12 times. And so, yeah, for some reason, Havoc Demon Hunter needs 20-second pull timers this season.
Safe spot diamond.
Here we go into pull number 42, second of the morning. We were talking with THD a little bit this morning. He said, see you in a couple hours, insinuating that this is going to be down in a couple of hours. Given that, tell us how many pulls do you think it'll take this morning for them to get it down? Prediction.
That is a good question. I would give it an hour and a half. I think it does. I think it does within an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
I think that this fight has changed very little from what we were seeing last night.
Yep.
If anything, I think they got a lot more information as to what the boss is supposed to look like structurally from Echo being able to actually down this fight. And I think that that's why they spent probably 20 minutes at the very beginning of the day talking about some of the minor strategy changes that needed to be made to make sure that this fight is going to be as easy as possible. And I mean, we see Dryny on screen here. He is going to be one of the main contributors just in terms of like what the strategy of this boss looks like. Yips is going to be taking 2 stacks of that wall from that tank buster. For some reason on the PTR, it was like a 5,000% increase, and then Blizzard changed it, I believe, to be a 500% increase.
Safe spot triangle.
A very different number. Now the Brewmaster Monk is able to actually tank multiple stacks of the wall, but you can only tank 2 of the stacks of that wall. I was watching Mera's earlier this morning on my phone before I even showed up in the studio, and he was like messing around with his trinkets for a while, trying to be as safe as possible in this boss, because being able to take the second tank of that tank wall, the second stack of that tank wall is like a huge deal. So this is about to be what happens. So Dryny's about to taunt the boss, and you can see him running at the very top of the screen right there. He's in bubble. He's got the tank wall. Actually, he's in bop even. He's not even in bubble. Wow. He's in bop. He takes the stack of the tank wall.
You bark on him.
And then he gets life gripped back into the pack.
Wow.
Yeah, so the rescue comes in, and he's got Iron Bark on him to deal with some of that additional dot damage, and he was just spamming himself at that point.
This is, it's interesting. He actually bopped for the tank buster, and then I think he's got the bark on him for the wall.
Yeah, so Bop also gives you an Echoing Blessings effect. So after Blessing and Protection fades, it persists another damage reduction. I think it's like 10%. And then you have, I think it's like 20% out of Iron Bark. So he's able to have a lot of mitigation on him for that after effect dot, and then just uses the Bop to mitigate any of that physical damage from the attacks. Then once his Forbearance falls, he can just bubble again and do the same thing.
I don't think he has to do it again. I think we're good. But Yips got a stack reset on the tank wall. There's no need to actually go ahead and do it again, because he's only going to be getting 2 more stacks of that for the remainder of the fight.
Jack, what about you? How many pulls?
I think an hour and a half is going to make a lot of sense. I think that
time?
Yeah.
Time-based?
Time-based, because they just spend a lot of time talking about the fight, to be honest.
Fair. They've been doing that a lot this tier.
Yeah, but we even saw it on Soul Hunters as well.
I don't want to be that guy. It could actually kind of die this pull. There's nothing that's necessarily stopping them here. I know the boss is at 45% HP. We still have some of the tank buster walls to break, which puts a very nasty dot on people, and that's why you're seeing like 1 or 2 people die off occasionally, just because of the amount of raid-wide AoE. But at the same time, I mean, this is looking like it's a great pull. They already got through the part which they needed to more or less progress today. That new part where Dryny is bopping himself, he's taking that tank wall, he's giving Yips that reset. There's going to be a lot of damage that's onto Yips, and so that's going to be a potential point of failure. But assuming that players are going to be, or the healers are going to be able to keep the entire rest of the raid alive, I think that this is looking like a great pull. Anarchy and Malarcus are dropping incredibly low, but everything is stabilized here as the entire raid gets topped back up.
Yeah, this is such a difficult part of the fight, especially when the room starts filling up with those walls, because it also makes it a lot harder for you to position all of the circles from when you're breaking any pieces of those walls. There's so much less space to maneuver around here.
So there's a hard enrage on this boss at like 5 minutes and 14 seconds. So that is the timer that we're looking for. In the next minute and 15 seconds or so, the walls are going to create this. You see those beams that are at the bottom of your screen? They're going to, the walls are going to be placed so far forward that the beams are going to contact the boss. Then the boss is going to be doing insane raid-wide AoE. Dryny's going to have to go into a bubble. Yips is going to be able to live for a couple of seconds. You're maybe able to drag it out for like 5 seconds or something like that. But it's only going to be like dots ticking, and like your tank is the only person that's even still alive.
Whole raid got hit there.
We got our entire raid gets hit. Sang has gone down. He does have a battle res on him. Fractillus is dropping pretty low here. 20% HP. Our previous best was 14.5. I think we might be looking to improve on that here. Never mind. Somebody's wall has, I fear, contacted the boss. So this is what the enrage looks like. See, this is, Liquid was just doing a good job of demonstrating what the enrage would look like hypothetically at 5 minutes and 14 seconds, but they were just showing it a little bit early.
I mean, still, though, that's pull number 3 of the morning, and they're getting down to 16.10%. Definitely a good sign starting off here on their Fractillus progression.
The boss needs to be probably, definitely sub 10 by 5 minutes. Sub 10%. Yeah, it probably needs to be around, I would say like 7%, something like that. So.
Yeah, that was kind of the thing that I think we were wondering early on. We were seeing early progression on this when I was with Zyronic. He immediately, I mean, you were there. As soon as we were done with his shift, he immediately went back there and started doing math because the question was like, is that damage check going to be possible?
And that's what a lot of this raid ends up turning into, is like the math equation of how much damage do you need, or what are the resources that you need at this point to be able to get over the top of it. And a lot of it gets done behind the scenes. It doesn't get talked about too much with like the analysts of figuring out which spec are we bringing, which class are we bringing, our tank setup, how can we meet this damage check?
A lot of questions in the air for sure. So, I mean, do you feel like there are still ways that we can see that damage optimized?
Always.
Damage, yeah.
Yeah, always. And I think that's one thing you see even more in like end boss fights. We saw it so much with like Anzarek, for example, and try how they could get a little bit of extra damage in like the first phase, and then try to optimize it a little bit better for when they're picking up any of those orbs or the bombs basically in the final phase as well.
I think there's a really easy way of optimizing this fight, and I mean we saw it a little bit last night when in terms of like weak ore optimization. So a lot of times, you know, people are like, oh yeah, weak ores are playing the game for you. But what they don't recognize is that with this weak ore and it's telling you where to drop your crystals, it's based off a priority list, and where the players are placed on the priority list determines roughly where they're going to be looking to go. So a specialization like a Shadow Priest, if they get sent to Star or Square, that is like the worst case scenario. Meanwhile, if you send your Demon...
The widest ones,
meanwhile,
for
if you
reference.
send any of your melee to those widest out points, it doesn't really matter because they're not losing any damage. They're going to continue to hit Fractillus the entire time.
Yeah.
But any of the casters, the Ellie Shaman, if they don't have Spirit Walker's Grace, for example, the Shadow Priest, those are probably the two people that are the most susceptible. Obviously, the Warlock, the Destro Warlocks. Those people are going to have harder times just making it there, which is why you see some of these gates set up. That way people, whenever they get the crystals and they have to move to a specific point, they're able to just like Warlock port or gate, and they're able to min-max their casting. And that's what, you know, those are some of the very small differences from like a strategy level of ways that you can optimize damage. Obviously as well, they've also slammed Vantis runes on their entire raid.
Yep.
That
I like that.
I think that's the correct play. Even if Nexus King Saladar is killable this reset, it doesn't matter if you can't make it to him. Like that's
I think it's a stretch that it could be possible.
Also, how much time? Like if you end up having to spend more hours on Fractillus because you didn't Vantis rune, then you get less time on Saladar. Like there's this weird.
I would not be shocked if a lot of pulls into Saladar are going to be focused on some of like the first phase. Now, I'm not sure if...
I go with 33%.
Well, that's what I wanted to say, though.
With that.
Well, you have to keep in mind that the boss heals. So I don't know if that's like before the King's Hunger, you know, they got to 33% or something like that. I don't think that's an accurate description of the entire length of the fight.
That is probably before the boss heals.
Yeah. So like that fight's going to be pretty long. So I don't think they're like 2/3 of the way through the fight or anything like that. Because usually what happens is you go through the phase 1 mechanics, and then you have to deal with the ad phase, and then you come back, and then the boss heals from like 20% to like 40 or whatever it is.
That fight is a movie.
Yeah, that's like, it's going to be an incredibly long fight and a very difficult fight. It probably is an end boss in its own right as well.
Yeah, that fight is a movie.
Yeah, so I would be shocked if it was killable. And the other side is like, they'll have their 6-box by killing this fight, and then there's going to be reset tomorrow. They have to do a lot of re-clears. I'd be super skeptical as to whether they'd even be able to kill it. Any guild be able to kill it within this reset. And then when they're starting to do re-clear tomorrow on the side of Liquid, they are able to watch the progress that Echo's making on Saladar, kind of yoink strats, and then use it to better their own strategies.
Also, real quick, MZ's in chat. Hi, MZ.
Hi, MZ.
Miss you. Hey, girl. Go ahead, Tuttles. I just want to say hi.
Safe spot triangle.
Did I? Oh my gosh, did I distract you? Now you forgot what you were gonna say.
No, I remember. What do we need to see the boss at the halfway point? So like halfway through this fight's like what, 245?
Or a mastery.
Yeah, because it's
like a 515.
Yeah, 515 in rage.
So we probably want the boss at what, like 47%, something like that?
At 255?
Well, they also lusted.
245?
So I think it'd be like sub 40.
That's what I was saying.
Putting the lust
or around
right?
40.
That's what I was saying, like 47%, something like that. Yeah, they lost on pole. You lost on pole because you have all of your offensive CDs available.
Makes sense.
So it's just like everything's front loaded.
Not really.
Oh, Dryny got the bop. Yipsko goes down though, and then Shay gets meleeed, then Dryny gets meleeed to death. All right, it's over.
I wonder if it's a sequencing error, because you have to like.
So they hotfixed the boss last night around midnight, and they tried to change some stuff with it, and then I was talking to Dazer. Dazer thought that they fixed the strat, but yeah, no, they didn't fix the strat on like having some off tank taunt the boss. They just changed the sequencing of like when you have to do it, which I was watching Ryson and Mirez doing it earlier, and then somebody was like telling me exactly what they were doing, which is how I even know about this. It's a little bit strange.
Did Dryny, so Dryny went red a little bit?
Yeah, what was that about? I think I was already in bed by that point.
Was that for what, gearing purposes?
No, it's because Dryny's the goat.
Yeah,
True.
That's the answer I was given when I very seriously asked all of the casters.
Dazer doesn't have any of his ret paladins geared.
Oh.
Okay.
That's how bad red.
But Dryny is also the greatest.
I mean, that's true.
I wonder, like, does he just have a two-hander though? That would be the struggle, is like having a good enough ret weapon or trinkets.
Oh.
Yeah.
He swings the hammer around a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he's running main hand offhand when you're playing Holy, and then you need to find like a sufficient two-hander. So I couldn't imagine that he would have something on hand that's not like that's actually like champ track or better.
The light does not concern itself with these feeble inadequacies.
Are you a big fan of like those lion memes? The lion does not concern himself with employment.
Gosh, I haven't seen those, but I get the vibe. Also, something else cool to see, something we mentioned a little bit yesterday, also the Feral Druid really
Feral's really good on this one.
On this fight.
Feral is one of the highest simming patchwork single target specializations in the game. I think they sim around 5.95 million, which is really high. I think it's like 5th or 6th highest simming specializations.
Yeah.
Echo has been playing Feral a lot. Liquid has been I would say underplaying Feral compared to where Echo has.
Do we have another Feral?
Aside from Shay.
Besides Shay, another one?
Blessing of Autumn.
Well, it's just that we hadn't had Shay playing Feral in raids or anything like that until this point.
Yeah.
We were just running with Smacked as like the Mark of the Wild buff.
Tobo and Goop both have Druid's gear, but I suspect they're geared for Moonkin, not for Feral. I'm not 100% sure what they ended up gearing them. Smacked historically was the person who was playing Feral and Liquid, but now he's healing.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting that they have been running with the Feral and running with double preservation of Ochre. And we could put that combo together if Smack was out, and then we'd bring in like Timbermaw on his pres and go back to the double pres strategy. So I think Liquid has been experimenting with that a lot, and they're really enjoying it. But they might be having like Timbermaw on like the hyperbolic Mythic Plus chamber, so that he's gonna just get it a little bit further geared. Because I know he's been in on Priest, he's been in on Pres, and I don't know if he has like focused one of them much more than another.
I think Timber also has Mystery Room Monks too.
Yeah, but that sounds like a big stretch. I'd like be geared enough to do these fights.
I think that Liquid came into this year kind of recognizing that they needed Timber to be as flexible as possible.
Yeah, and that happens a lot with healing rosters. Is you'll have a few people who are like set in their roles. Like Nick is pretty set on like playing ramp healer, so he'll play either disc or pres. There was last year. I think when they had Suri also play disc, and so instead we had Nick playing Druid, but most of the time Nick has been the one who's playing the ramp healers. Dryny's been playing a lot of like Paladin over the years, but we also had him on Shaman for a little bit, kind of in that like anchor role, which is where you sort of stabilize the rest of the healing team. And
what does it say?
He was like mass rezzing, and it was like pull in 40 seconds.
Oh. Go ahead, Jack.
So Dryny is the one usually playing in more of like a spot healing role, and so they've been having him on like Paladin and on Shaman and everything a number of different times. So you try to have a few members of your healing team that are very static, but then, you know, Timbermaw, especially as the new healer, is the one who's playing a lot more flexibly and just kind of bringing in whatever the team needs.
I think you can learn a lot whenever you're like watching them do splits as to like what they're gearing. I think that Nick only geared like Druid and Prez this tier, and then Dryny had Shaman, Monk, Paladin, and then I don't even smacked all Druid only.
I didn't see smacked on. Well, he had a couple priests.
He might have had Mistweaver too. Yeah.
I saw him on priests. Sevi had shamans and then a couple monks as well. But then once they got into a point where they were doing Aldir splits, that was really the big indicator of like, okay, these are probably going to be people's mains. Same thing when they were like slamming M+. This is probably going to be what people are maining because it's just a huge time investment at that
Safe
point.
spot diamond.
Definitely, it's also interesting going from the Soul Hunters to this one. Just the difference in approach, I feel like, is so different.
Yeah. And instead of Soul Hunters having like a lot of heads-up plays where you have to go figure out where you need to position for the hunts or who is going to be the designated people soaking all those like void puddles, and they have to be really active on the field, and they kind of have to like watch for where they're going. Instead, you have the weak aura that tells you where to go, and there's some
You're
brief.
just looking right in front of you, basically.
Yeah, and there's brief moments like you're going to see in just a second as they start breaking all these walls where all the circles that are spawning onto players are going out, and you have to do like a quick mental memory check, find where those circles are dropping, like the void puddles that you have to dodge, and then find spots that you can drop off the puddles that are marking players. I mean, Dryny right there just popped Divine Protection and stacked his circle on somebody else just to make sure that the space is a little bit easier in the room.
Those circles look diabolical.
They're really nasty.
It's because whenever you break the walls, too, there's just so many of the puddles that are spawning. It's on Heroic, it's like it's normal where you're like, oh yeah, I could actually spread at the same time. And you're just like, on Mythic, it's 3 times as many.
And the problem is you have to take like a mental memory or like a mental snapshot when these break of where the first round of void puddles goes.
Yeah.
Dodge those and then get into like your safe spot. And so they did a really good job there of keeping purple clean. And so they stacked kind of away from it. Then we're able to have everybody run to it. That would be the safe spot to survive, and then you dodge other player circles.
We're about to taunt the boss. We bopped taunted the boss, and now we are going to be running off to the far side. We're getting the shockwave on us. Still in the bop. We then get life gripped back on top of the stack for the safe spot, and Dryny has reset Yips tank buster wall stacks, and so now this allows and enables Yips to be able to solo tank the fight. Dryny
he has to spam himself a lot.
Yes, so Dryny is getting completely owned here, but we do have access to things such as Iron Bark and Time Dilation or other potential externals if we really, really needed it there. But now it's kind of a situation where that is what enables the solo tanking of the fight. That is one of the coolest parts of the strategy of this boss just in general.
Yeah, they did an excellent job, and that's a moment where everyone kind of start dumping that prio healing. I am kind of surprised that they are using Iron Bark on him instead of the Time Dilation, but I think they did end up making Time Dilation a lot better to use on Brewmaster these days. I'd heard something along the lines of it being really bad long ago.
It used to be terrible. I actually don't know what the difference is.
But I'm pretty sure that they made it better. I'll have to get a quick check with some of my preservation buddies.
It used to be bad because I think it could kill them through stagger and stuff like that.
Yeah, you could do that. I think it actually just added more damage or something along those lines when it started spacing it out.
And then if they hit like 200% stagger cap, they just die, right? Or whatever it is.
It was something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I think that they ended up making it better. This could even be a really good fight to run the double time dilation talent that was added in the Season 3 class changes.
What did you want to see? 230 at 47?
Like 47% at like, 245-ish. Because that's like halfway through the boss, right? Because it's 515.
Yeah. Looks like they may have hit that.
Yeah, I think they were quite a bit ahead.
I think they're a little bit ahead too. Yeah, their damage is looking fantastic. I mean, they woke up this morning. It looks like they're feeling good. They're playing well. Again, this into the fight sequence, it starts to get really hard here, and if any of the walls are placed in the wrong spot, like we saw earlier, it just immediately wipes you because you end up contacting the laser of the boss, which is the enrage effect on Fractillus. Riku goes really, really low there, but is able to get topped back up, and you just see from Dryny's POV here, he's just spam healing people. It's a little bit unfortunate. Oh, wait, he went for another reset on the tank buster.
I told you,
oh my God.
I told you to do it twice. You said no.
I thought you know what, you're right. You're absolutely right.
That's why you would use it then, because we also saw like Ryson had bubble at the very end of the fight.
Yes.
Their strategy, and I think he used bubble for the first reset in their strategy, and then used bop second. So that might be something that they want to adopt, is use the bubble earlier. That way he'd have it for the hard and rage at the end of the fight. Then he could even potentially taunt for a second, or he could just like bubble and then sack Yips whenever they hit the enrage.
What's the bubble CD is holy?
It is, I think it's, I don't know if they are actually running talents that reduce it further.
That's because I know you can't. I know you can reduce it really far as prot.
Right.
Like, I didn't know. Okay, interesting.
I'll have to watch for his spenders as well, because if there is cooldown reduction, I think it would be based off using the spenders. But I think it is around 4 minutes.
Because it's exactly like you said, right? I mean, Ryson was bubbled on the Echo kill.
Yep.
Like, right at the very end.
And so the only way that they would be able to do that is if he used it first and then used bop second.
Okay.
Ooh, they're pumping.
But
We got a
the
spread
other
here. This is
advantage,
very scary.
The other advantage is he could use bop onto a different player at the end of the encounter and do a little bit more damage.
Oh my god, a Shine just dropped so low. We got the Spirit Link out. We need to drop these last couple pieces of the wall. Sub 10% here on Fractillus. This is looking great. Yips is getting targeted with that Shockwave tank buster wall mechanic.
Damage.
And yeah, he's got the double stack. And he has the time dilation on him right now.
That's right. I was about to say, he's got the time dilation. They've been pooling up for him, and you can see both the staggers are in red.
Oh my
Boss
god.
hit the enrage. 3% left onto him. Half the raid's still alive, though. They're about to get that shatter and wipe everybody else out. 1.6%, and Yips goes down. A new best.
Wow, 1.64%. I mean, that was so clean there. Unfortunately, did hit that enrage, so just a little bit of tightening up, and this should be dead pretty soon here.
We're extraordinarily close. We're extraordinarily close.
Not bad.
That's also a really good pull for the morning. You know, this is, what, 3 pulls in or something like that to start off our day?
Pull, I think.
Yeah, we're only like half an hour into getting started with pulls.
That was Deathless too, right? They didn't even battle res anybody?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. A couple moments where it almost went down at the end, but
Here's where
when they almost went down in the middle of the fight. Go ahead, Jack.
Here's where I would start looking at like who's doing enough damage on the pull as a healer. this is the moment.
Do not scroll down there. You got nothing. There's nothing good looking down there at the bottom of the meter like that.
You got to just find how you can do a little bit of extra damage.
Listen, Peepaw and Meemaw and our Resto Shaman, they're here to echo our healing wave. They're not here to do damage.
Oh man, I wish I could see the healing breakdown.
Look at Drydy. Hold on, Drydy's actually scrolled all the way down at the bottom of the
yeah, he is.
On
he
the
is. Drydy POV. Look, see, I told you. Okay, I told you. He's looking at who's doing the most damage on the pull, and then you can see Sevi did 500k damage.
He goes, Nick, you're in 20th place. I'm gonna need you to step it up.
Dead weight, bro.
He cast some fire breaths. You know what can you do? You cast some fire breaths, you move on.
Man.
The lion does not concern himself with doing damage.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Oh, man.
All right. Vibes up today.
They are. And
great morning.
It's always encouraging when you very quickly are getting a new best pull, and then you're able to just think about, hey, what else can be doing better to get 1.5% more damage?
Nicely done by them. Also, important to note that Echo was getting a lot of like sub 3% wipes. Right, like I think like numerous ones before they did get it down. Took them several hours where they were kind of stuck in that 3% range.
Also, that means that Liquid just overtook Method.
Oh, true. How much time do they have left in their raid day, Echo and Method?
They usually Echo goes to bed earlier.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just spitball like an hour or two, and then I think Method has like 3 to 4, something like that.
Echo normally finishes probably around like 9:30, 10 o'clock local time, and Method normally finishes probably around like 11 local time.
You said 9:30? Sorry, first one.
9:30 to 10. Yeah.
Okay.
For Echo.
Yeah.
And they're 9 hours ahead of us.
Okay.
It's a little bit after lunch normally, or like around lunchish is when both of them are close to ending.
4.
So I think definitely for Method, they're going to be looking at getting you hate to see it. I think you just wipe at this point. I think from the side of Method, you're definitely looking at getting this kill before bed, and there's this sort of like, hey, let's make sure we do it. They've had kind of their back against the wall a couple times like that, where they're like, we need to go get a kill before we go to bed.
Yeah.
So that's an average Feral Druid play. so here's the thing.
That's like a rogue play.
They're in Prowl. Yeah, they're in Prowl. Oh, except Feral Druid doesn't have tricks. See, Rogue has tricks, so they can prevent this thing from happening. But Feral Druid, they're in Prowl. They're looking at the boss. the pull timer's engaged, and they're like, I gotta stealth rake this boss. This is the most important thing for me to do ever. And they pull before your tank does, and they immediately get clocked.
Is that actually what happened just now?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Well,
just like us.
I guess I don't know for certain, but
I mean, it's a good guess.
I mean, he did.
Feral Druid
He
died
definitely got
within the
meleeed.
first second. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see Dryny laughing too.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just pull the boss again, like whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing to even say.
Spent your pots and stuff. A little
Yeah, you know, it is what it is.
pricey.
How many pulls did Echo take to kill this boss?
That is a good question.
It is.
I wonder if our partner RaiderIO has some of the additional information.
Good. Let's just go to RaiderIO. He's the world first.
Chat said 33. But chat, we didn't ask you. We asked RaiderIO.
I didn't ask you. Go to RaiderIO.
Chat's some of the sponsors of the event too.
I mean, honestly, that's true. Chat, you can sponsor the Race to World First by using your Prime sub right now so that you don't get ads, because we are going to be running ads at the top of every hour, so make sure you don't get any advertisements, and that way you're going to be a sub to the race.
Good call.
Support the race. Support Tettles getting paid.
I personally respect all of the sponsors equally, including each and every single individual member of the chat.
Oh, that was so nice.
Except for the ones that are haters.
Except for the doomers this morning, not y'all.
Oh, I don't know anything about doomers, but listen, I'm a doomer, so
true.
I will not. I will defend those people.
Those
Pretty
are
posy
your people.
vibes this morning, I feel like. The silence. Oh,
yeah.
He's cringing.
No, I wasn't
Furrowing
cringing.
his brow?
I was thinking.
You were thinking? Okay.
We're always positive vibes here.
Always positive vibes. 1.63%.
Yeah, like all the people who asked for me to get muted. All right, you're not a sponsor of the event. Revoked. Revoked.
I mean, they were if they participated in the community challenge of getting points.
That was
in a way. How long did you actually get muted for that?
I don't know, like 10 minutes, and then
That's not even enough.
Then I accidentally swore on broadcast whenever they brought it back. That was insane.
Wait. What happened there?
Tettles dropped swear
Correction,
words.
laughing.
They just unmuted me without saying anything.
Oh.
It was just like we were playing time guessor because we were watching splits, and I just go, just pick the blank, just pick the blanking spot. Yeah. The millisecond I said it, they unmuted me. I was like, what? That was grief.
The gods of psychological torture, our production team.
And then Zyro just looks over at me. He goes, "You're on mute."
Well, next time you get muted, now you need to know. Now you know that you just need to cuss, and then they'll unmute you. But here we go into poll number 47. I'm going to call this the first poll, the first real poll after our best of 1.63%.
We were in poll territory.
Oh, yeah.
We are.
Okay, so we want to see 47 some odd percent at 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
2 minutes?
Or 2 minutes 45 seconds, sorry. 2 minutes 45.
Okay.
I can do math.
47%, 245.
Blessing of
I think
autumn.
maybe even a little bit lower would be ideal, but I don't know if we can get it much lower than that.
Well, you said we were ahead of the curve last time, right?
This is going for cutting edge.
Was not looking.
Right. That was a good one.
Hey.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thanks, you too.
If you got ahead of the curve pre-2018, that's like the same as getting cutting edge today. They really power corrupt cutting edge.
Such a dork.
Safe spot triangle.
You just start pulling up achievements and like, let me check the date to see if it's prestigious or not.
It's not the same.
It's like when people get invincible and they're like, oh, but you got it in the collector's bounty. It's not prestigious anymore.
That's why I have the
you the elitist?
Yeah, I am.
Oh man.
That's why I have the weak aura that inspects people for me and checks when they got their mounts, and then automatically whispers them that they were abusing the collector's bounty.
Hey, can you send me that?
I can, of course.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I need that.
And I thought hardcore players were elitist.
I also have the weak aura that tells me whenever players are using the one button assist.
I need that as well. I'd like send me both of those, please.
Of course.
Thank you.
You're the one button assist evangelist.
I am the
Joel
elitist.
Yeah. Literally. Like Tettles the Baptist just grabbing people and dunk them into the river of the one button rotation. Look at all this damage I'm doing, guys. I'm out DPSing people. Like maybe that's why Boom King got nerfed, was because you're able to beat DPSers with one button. Don't you think that makes it a little bit too powerful?
I think they were just noobish, and I'm just the goat.
I'm just better, but also I just used a one button.
There's going to be a 3v3 arena skirmish between the bench and Potty C. This is real?
Oh.
Yeah, of course.
Tell me about this.
Who would win?
Who would win?
Who would win?
Aya 100% uses the one button rotation in secret. Why am I taking L's?
I think
Thankfully, as a healer, it's impossible for me to do it.
I'm pretty sure they would win. I think Dorky and I, yeah, I'm pretty sure they would win. I think Dorky and I are the only people who have arenaed in any real capacity, but something about the people I'm playing with just makes me believe that Squishy does not know anything about PvP. I'm just going to be very upfront here. Squishy doesn't know anything about arena.
I mean, you said you got to...
You can also throw Jangby under the bus,
right?
too?
Dorky's also been to 27. Dorky's very good at this game. He's very good at everything.
Yeah, I guess that's the benefit is, like, Dorky and Dranos also play a lot.
Max is... I wouldn't be shocked if Max is good at it.
Well, he also had to do arena back in the day because you had to do it as part of the World First race just to get yourself geared.
Yeah, but they were getting the arena team to help them out with that, and Trill.
At some point when things got, like really organized, yeah.
Yeah.
But even before, like, modern World First era and everything, when they didn't have nearly as much gold or organization, I mean, teams just had to do it in-house.
Yeah, I remember BFA, people were paying people for it, but at the same time, like, every single season of BFA, you had to get 2100 week 1, which is like you were fighting rank 1 players.
Yep.
Production needs to steal the DPS overlay from Method that shows the real-time current fight damage versus the damage done on the guild's best attempt. Well, if you look at the bottom of our screen there, we're doing exactly that, and I'd like to point out that we did that first.
Whoa!
Autumn IFU.
That's all I wanted to say. I'm getting one guide a lot this morning.
I see that. I see that. On your birthday, no less.
On my birthday.
Chat, it's I's birthday today, if you didn't know. Also
yeah. Guy's mom,
I saw just sharing the same brain cell. Sharing the same exact brain cell. I would love it if you used your Twitch Prime sub to make sure you get no ads.
On my stream.
Oh, on her stream, sorry.
Yeah, I'll take those too.
On her stream.
I don't think you should advertise your stream on the Liquid broadcast.
Well, listen, buddy, you're the one dropping F-bombs on broadcast, so I think you need to chill.
This is production's fault. I'm gonna disperse the blame a little bit on that one.
Title F-bomb Tittleton.
Yeah, that's my bad.
It happens every race with you.
Taunt bump.
Yeah, man.
Oh, here's the taunt. Here is our second.
Look, he bubbled. So he moved the bop off because exactly what we were talking about the rice.
What I said.
Okay,
I've stolen Valor.
Team effort up here. Come on, same team.
Oh, cannot with this guy.
Casting's a team effort. For some reason, Jack is trying to take away any credit that of anything that I ever.
You said it didn't happen. I said it did, and I said, oh, they should move it earlier. Then now they did.
You were right, Jack.
Divine protection.
Gosh, this guy.
Oh.
Healers never get any. Yeah, we should. Okay.
Production. Let's get a clip of that if we can.
Healer gets Z credit. DPS takes credit.
When did you say that so that they can find?
I literally the last real pull. I was like, they should move the bubble first, so he'll have it for the enrage, and then he
refill health bar, cease communications.
Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth?
All right, well, here we are, pool number 48, 53%, looking for 47% at 230, so not quite going to make it on this
245. 245 is over.
245. We're moving that number around a lot.
No, it's always been 245.
No, like, because you said 215, and they said 230, and then I said, or you said, okay, you know what I mean. We're going back and forth mistakenly.
So 245, and we're 49 and a half. Shade died in the middle of the fight.
Yeah.
I had to get battle res. Now Tobo and Nick are dead. All right, we're wiping. We're out of here.
Are they wiping on purpose if they don't hit that at this point?
Just any deaths.
No, the deaths. I don't even know if Shay can really die. Because, like, you lose, as a DPS, you lose so much momentum whenever you die. You lose all of your resources that you have pulled up. It really kills your vibe, too. It's one of those things that, like, any individual death might even be a wipe at this point.
All right, well, while we have a moment here, I do want to give a shout out to Alienware, one of our sponsors for the Team Liquid Race to World First. If you'd like a chance to win a 27-inch 4K QD OLED gaming monitor, you could be one of 3 to do just that. You can enter the sweepstakes at teal.gg/AlienwareRWF, log into your Alienware Arena account or create one and follow the prompts, and that is it. Thank you so much once again to Alienware, teal.gg/AlienwareRWF.
Ooh.
Woo!
Get that OLED monitor.
OLED monitor.
Do you have one at home, Tettles?
No.
Oh, better enter the giveaway then. I do. It owns.
You have an OLED monitor?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's worth.
I didn't know you got it like that.
You have a house.
Safe spot diamond.
You have a land.
In Missouri?
Yeah, you know. You could get an OLED monitor there. They
nice,
ship worldwide, you know? You could get an Alienware monitor anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're in Missouri or Texas.
I need to win this giveaway worse than Ed.
Either way, Good to see some solid progression this morning, 1.63%. We went from, what,
We're chain pulling.
30% between that? Before that? What was our best pull before we saw that?
30% ballpark, I'm going to guess.
I thought it was like 18.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
No, that sounds
I'll take your word for it. My mind's like a goldfish. You know, it remembers the last 5 seconds, and that's about it.
Also, to your point, they are chain pulling. I feel like up to this point, they've kind of been taking their time. We've seen weak aura updates go out, which kind of tells me that they've got everything figured out. It's really just a matter of execution at this point and getting that damage check.
Yeah, there's not too much to talk about after this point for the rest of the team. You know, don't die. Yeah, basically. And sometimes you just hit those pulls where you say, okay, well, we know what we need to do. We know what's wrong, and now don't die, and we'll be fine. And yeah, they've all Vantised. I think every single person that raids Vantised. I think almost everybody sent just about all the upgrades they possibly could as well. So at this point, it's really just don't die, play better.
Divine Protection.
They got to find out, you know, a little bit of extra damage, around a 1.5% of extra damage. You can see how they're stacking up a lot of these circles, and they've mapped it out pretty reliably for who is going to be standing where and making sure you can stack up circles as long as you have defensives. A lot of times you're going to see people drop to like 10% or 5% with some of those circles from the null, what was it, the null consumption, I think is what the circles are called that go out on players. And as long as they survive the hit, they're going to be fine.
Bro, I'm impressed that you know the name of that ability. You're looking at me. Those are the circles.
Yeah. Well, there's the static circles on the ground, and then there's the circles that are marked onto players.
Yeah, exactly.
They're both bad.
As a WoW player, it's the circles and it's the circles.
That's right. See, boom, circles go off. And then you just reliably have the positions. You know, Dryny's always going into the front of the boss, stacking it up onto somebody else. You get a little bit of damage reduction.
Top up.
Yep, here it is, here it is, here it is. Now there's a little bit of protection that you get from damage reduction by putting up Beacon of Virtue on your allies. And so we see a couple times where Dryny specifically placing it on like Riku or himself for the extra, I think it's like 5% damage reduction that you can get for it. Sometimes that can be a little bit of a difference maker in surviving the double hits that go out. And it's also the extra benefit of Saved by the Light. A little bit of extra absorption effect too.
So why would you solo tank this fight, I guess, for the viewers who don't really understand why you would even want to do this?
Because tanks deal very low damage, and DPS deal a lot of damage, and this is a very, very tight damage check. Whenever you can use the bubble and the Blessing of Protection to reset tank stacks, that's pretty much the only mechanic that's really stacking up the debuffs on players. I'm sure there's even other fights in this raid that you could have made a single tanking strategy work, but they just didn't need to. But when a damage check is this tight, you have to pull out really all the stops.
Blizzard's got to bring back Vengeance.
I would love them to bring back Vengeance. Oh my god.
Vengeance right now.
Well, it doesn't.
Aren't you the classic person? Don't you know what Vengeance is?
Oh, I thought we were talking about Vengeance.
I thought you were doing a bit.
No, I thought we were talking about Vengeance. I was like, what's wrong with Vengeance? Demon Hunter. What do you mean?
They got erased from the game a while ago.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, Vengeance was when the more damage a tank takes, the more damage they deal to the boss.
Right.
And so that was a great mechanic back in Mr. Pandaria Classic, which is out now. Go play it today.
Yeah, no, I don't play. I didn't play tank right there.
Tanks get to min-max their DPS a lot. And they were basically the top damage dealers in a lot of cases. And DPS players were not happy about it. Why is it tank out DPSing me?
They're mad again.
I know.
I saw some posts on the forums. They were complaining.
I know they made
DPS players or tanks?
DPS players.
Yeah, because there were buffs back then, like Tricks of the Trade, that would actually offer a damage buff to players, and instead you would just put it on the tanks because they would be the top DPS. There was even like prop pally mechanics where like their damage would turn into healing naturally, and like Throne of Thunder, they would be like one of the top healers because their damage was so high.
This is a good pull.
It is. They're down to 32%. They have expended a battle res though. One's coming up in 40 seconds.
Dryny just bop taunted the crystal again.
Okay, so we've got both the resets then. Bubble comes back off cooldown in about a minute there. You can see it just below his health bar. It's just to the right of that 702 eye level if you're looking at where it's at on his UI.
Divine Protection.
Yeah, he doesn't have Divine Protection and goes down. I think he had to use it because of the bop, and so he kind of got double targeted, and it came up at the last possible second. Sometimes when you use those defensives, you have to preemptively use them early.
Do we need him? Like,
yes.
Well, I mean, like we have a battle res in 10 seconds. Like, can we hold off for 10 more seconds?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Because they're going to have another round of walls coming out. This is going to be really stressful. Let's watch who gets targeted. Sang's in danger. Anarchy's in danger.
Dryny's up.
Dryny's back up. Okay. This is the perfect time to get Dryny back up. He has Divine Protection back. He also has Aura Mastery back. So this is probably going to be a time where he will use both of those so that he is going to, yep, there it is, and may even use Divine Protection. Yep, there it is, just to make sure that you survive all that incoming damage. Aura Mastery is really good on this fight because of how spread out everybody is, and you don't always guarantee everybody has their defensives up. So it's a lot of extra DR you can have on hand for the entire team.
15 seconds.
Yips goes down. He gets Ankh Totems. There they have the lay on hands to top him off immediately after the fact.
She got meleeed by the boss.
8% left on the boss, and there's that enrage. Well, there's the extra walls going out, I should say.
She got meleeed by the boss the millisecond that Yips died.
Yeah, and that's such a tough sequence. I mean, maybe you could have like the rogues be the only one in melee or something like that and have evasion up. It's a very tough sequence.
I think it's like one of those things that ideally Yips...
He just takes it faster, you know.
Yips lives, I think, is the ideal situation, right?
I think so.
Did the damage check on that boss?
We were getting close
before
to
we
it.
got down at the 245
We were not,
mark.
But I
not
think
particularly close damage-wise.
I think what we had missed out on... Where was the timer on the fight? 5:17?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, we were way farther off than I expected. Yeah. They should have been around like 2 or 1%.
All right, 5.49%. Got a lot of deaths towards the end there. Still tried to push through just to see how far we could get into that fight, but definitely not enough, as that enrage is not a very nice enrage.
Tough boss.
Tough boss indeed. Kind of just dealing with that damage check right now.
Yeah, the damage check is just really hard. They're still going through the motions now of doing this like weird bop, bubble, taunt shenanigans that's still going on. A lot of pressure on this fight is on both Yips and Dryny. That is a lot of where the difficulty of this fight lies. It's on both of those two players, just allowing people to be able to stay alive. And then beyond that, I mean, we saw Dryny's death. I think that really encapsulates just how difficult this boss truly is. They don't really have that much HP just because they're doing it so under geared. I mean, that's one of the beauty of the race roll first. These guilds are killing these bosses at like insanely low item level. They're insanely underpowered, and thus things like those circles, they one-shot you, especially if you don't have the divine protection up, or like Dryny was looking for there.
Yeah, they're basically forced to stack 2 of the circles on top of each other.
Yeah.
Every single time to make sure there's enough space in the room. And you can see he was a couple seconds away from getting it. And I think what happened is he needed to like preemptively use divine protection so that he would have like wasted 2 seconds before his use was coming into it. And then he would be able to have it back right on time for the next round.
Yeah.
I don't think my prediction was 90 pulls in this boss. I think it was like 90 on...
I might have predicted like 15.
I think I predicted like 90 for Soul Hunters, and that was, you know, a little off. There's been better predictions.
I think I may have had like 100 or something. 125.
I thought I was in the 40 or 50 region here,
Yeah.
but let's see if they can pull it up for us so we can see firsthand.
This fight being so heavily piloted by Weak Wars, I assumed that this fight was just going to get completely walked over.
Yeah. Okay. Boss pull predictions. Fractillus was 33. Yeah, not my fault. I was 90.
90?
Zyro was 170.
Okay.
So I mean, I think I'm closest of the crew, but Dash might be
For now.
on the money.
Dash at
54.
where to 54 pulls.
So who was closest on Soul Hunters?
20.
Tettles.
Dreadnoughts,
I think like Dreadnoughts, right? 43?
10. No, math, guys.
Are we doing over under?
how many-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Soul
numerically.
Hunters was 26. Oh.
Yeah. So you got the closest there.
Nice.
Cam's got the closest on Araz.
I was not expecting that fight to be over.
Yeah.
That fight ended up being really, really,
Same.
really tough.
I don't think anybody was.
Dude, God, I hope they nerf that fight for 27. Oh my.
There's no possible way they don't, right?
Well, no, hold on, there is a possible way.
Next week.
I've lived this life.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I think what
Root
they
Twister
need...
Overdax was a movie.
What life have you? What life have you lived? Tell us, Tettles.
They have to do something with
What
the
is the
crowd
struggle?
control. Because if they nerf the crowd control, then I think it's going to be fine. Because otherwise, we have Super Loot Tuesday coming out, and it'll be the second Spark that we get. A lot of crafting opportunities.
Yeah.
And a lot more gilded.
I would hit the Arcane Manifestations with like a 40% HP nerf and then like a 20% movement speed nerf or something like that.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. Like, I think if they don't change anything else, that would be fine.
I don't think it's like unreasonable. Like it's just the ads. It's just those ads that you're calling out. Like those ads are so annoying, and then it creates this weird situation where if you don't have enough knockbacks, you don't have enough oppressing roars, that fight just becomes near impossible.
And it becomes even more comp specific when you have a lot of HP on the ads, and then when you don't have to worry about that, then you know you'd be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we're guessing for liquid, so
I think
these are the liquid pulls.
I think Fractillus is gonna also probably get changed.
Maybe.
What do you think? They're gonna just
something to
nerf
kill
boss
the.
health,
I think they're
or-
gonna kill the one tank strat.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
How would you kill the one tank strat?
It pierces immunity. The tank debuff pierces immunity.
Yeah.
All right, well, if you are watching from home, let us know how many pulls you think this is going to take currently heading into pull number 50. Go ahead.
Pally tank really bad.
Maybe they like extend the dot as well, because the dot does go out onto Dryny, but I think it also doesn't last very long, because it does pierce the immunity technically.
Yeah.
And so maybe that would be the angle that they could go for, just to make the dot like really, really long for the tanks. I think that's what they ended up doing for Kaiveza, is it pierced immunities and it lasted an insanely long time. So you just had to have basically a tank player dealing with it. Otherwise, everybody else would die.
All right, well, real quick before this poll, do you want to give a shout out? teal.gg/bluerwf if you'd like a chance to win a signed Race to World First jersey by some of the guild members and more. Head on over to MyBlue via teal.gg/myblue. Sign up, do the quest, explore the MyBlue adventures that you can do on that site, and get some cool items also for your MyBlue, and have a chance to win a Team Liquid signed jersey. teal.gg/myblue. What is up, Tettle?
Somebody's spamming the boss. On the way. On the way. Attack, attack, attack. You can tell that they're tired of talking. Whoever's pinging is tired of talking. Pull the boss. Somebody pull the boss. Dryny and Smacked are like killing themselves on these crystals. Just like, please, somebody.
I really am curious what they're talking about here. Or is it just the very long Demon Hunter pull timer?
Are they doing this for like Nature's Vigil on pole or something like that? So like Smack can do a bunch of extra damage
Doing
through
what?
healing. They're like lowering their own HP on the pole.
I think they're just messing around.
Because I mean, he's doing a lot of healing, and if they're having all the additional like Nature's Vigil damage, maybe that's like a little min-max. I don't know. I'm trying to understand why they're doing it.
Are they not just messing around?
Maybe they're just goofing.
This isn't like some DK on Archimon trying to AMS and like get the resources.
Good call, chat. They're gonna proc Twist of Fate for the Shadow Priests so that they get the little 10% damage amp as well.
Are you for real? They're letting the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, no, that's a legit thing. That's a legit thing.
Wait, what is going on?
So,
That's funny.
So all priest classes have a passive. It's like Twist of Fate or something similar to it.
Okay.
That was what it used to be called.
Okay.
Where if you heal or damage a target sub 10% or 20%, you get a 10% damage and healing amp.
Okay.
So they might be doing that, so Tobo gets a little bit of extra damage on pull for his opener as well.
How are they proccing that before they...
By standing in these crystals, because they have these little line beams that are coming out.
Oh my god, that is so I kind of love that.
They kind of tick down a little bit pre-pull.
I love that so much.
That's sweaty.
That is sweaty, but it's so great.
I was under the impression they were just trolling.
No, that's so
there's a reason for everything that they do.
That's amazing.
Even if the reason sometimes is trolling.
What about spam picking the boss? What's the reason for that?
Just get them jacked up and ready to go.
Yeah, passive aggressively asking for
a pull timer.
A pull timer. Yeah, literally. Literally.
I don't know about passive. I think it's pretty aggressive. Attack, attack, attack.
You could be more aggressive.
On the way.
Yeah, you could be spamming W.
Here's the bub.
Here's the bub. I would be wanting to see Divine Protection a little bit faster if they still have the dot. Okay, so he doesn't at this point.
Well, he doesn't get.
We're chilling.
You get the dot whenever you're bopped, right? The
that's what it is then. Okay, so the bubble is not putting up the dot, but Divine Protection is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what happened was he needed to use Divine Protection a little early on his bop, and then soon afterwards he would be getting the debuff onto him. So now he gets null consumption. There it is. That's right. That's what it was. And then he has to use Divine Protection for that if he was stacking it up on top of somebody else. But because he wasn't, he's then going to hold on to the ability. It's one of those areas where you might hold on to defensives and not use them on cooldown because you want to hold them for specific moments where there's more debuffs going out onto the group, and you're going to need to deal with like an overlap that'll kill you if you don't use it. It's a very interesting way that like you may not use your health pot or health stone on certain pulls because you're holding it for a very specific moment. You may only get like 1 or 2 cast of your defensive on a 5-minute pull, even though it has a 1-minute cooldown on it, just because you want to get the best possible use, the best possible timing.
So
here I think he's going to use it because he's going to stack it on top of somebody else. Oh, no, they have the space for it. So they're having like more range getting targeted here too. So again, he's just holding on to his defensive each time that goes out because he doesn't have to stack it on somebody else.
They hit 50% on this boss at 2 minutes and 32 seconds, so we are cooking the boss. I think that this is a really good pull, assuming that they're going to be able to make it to the end of the boss. Like, damage check-wise. I think we're okay. This fight, damage check-wise, is very, very precarious. I think that Echo ended up having a bunch of wipes that were sub 5% to the damage check itself.
Yeah,
Almost
right
on
now.
our way to another battle res as well. 37% of the way into the fight, Jack.
Yeah, here comes the next round of AoE's circles coming out. They're gonna have triple stacked almost on Sang, but hey, great
Nick's
job.
dead. Nick and Zevi are dead.
Oh, great job using the rescue for Sang to protect his ally. They do have an Ankh and a battle res to be able to get them back up. That'll get them back on track, and they didn't lose any damage by pretty much having the healers going down. They only have 45 seconds until the next res.
Yips is dead.
Yips is dead, and this is gonna be a wipe.
Yips die?
The tank buster, it's just, I mean,
they might have needed a time dilation on Yips, and then Nick was dead and wasn't able to get it up onto him in time. I could very much see that being the case. It's like one death starts causing a cascade.
And I mean, for Echo, Mera's died to that kind of situation over, like, a lot. Like, it's pretty common that the tank deaths on this fight are really, it's really easy to happen since you're solo tanking this boss.
Also, congratulations to Method. Now 6 out of 8 downing Fractillus towards the end of the raid day. We've got Echo and Method now currently both 6 out of 8. Also, Method at a new best. I'm not sure exactly when that happened, but it looks like about 29.52%. Liquid currently fighting their best at 1.63% here still on Fractillus.
We need all the hope we can for Liquid right now, guys. Double check and see if you have a Twitch Prime sub to bring the vibes back. We're
so
now officially in the underdog range, and we need all the help we can get. Make sure you have those Twitch Prime subs so you don't get any ads whenever all the Doomers come in, because that tempts production to run advertisements.
It does.
Make sure you don't get caught up in the advertisements right now, okay, chat? That way, only the people that are hate watching Liquid are getting ads, and then Liquid fans are not getting ads by subbing, okay?
Hold on, I want to see something. Can we get a 1 in chat if you're hate watching right now? I want to see something.
1 in chat? Give us a 1 in chat.
And a Prime if you are hopeful, if you are hoping for the guild.
Wait, hold on.
You'd be banned.
Wait. Okay, wait.
That's true.
See
That's
all the
true.
ones? Good boy.
I'm sorry, what? Huh?
Huh?
Just responding to them, listening nicely.
Lordy.
Oh, man.
Why is our host cooked?
All right, last poll.
Yo,
Look
Dub,
at that.
Panda.
See? Look what happens when we ask for things.
Panda, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Chat's going so fast I can't even read them, but I'm going to try to. Next time.
Next time.
Flying Mammoth, thank you for the Prime. Gibbs, thank you for the Prime. W for all those Primes.
Yeah, W's in the chat for the primes. I use my Prime on a different channel. You know what? That's okay.
As long as it's mine.
As long as it's Jack's or mine's.
Gamer Audio, thank you for the Prime. W. We could not do it without you guys. We're now the underdogs, okay? Warlord, 15, 15, 15. Thank you for the Prime, you know? Zild, thank you for the Prime.
Ooh.
Yo, Chet Angler, welcome into Kevin Scully, MNMW, Hydra Omega, Magic Freak, and Frosty W's. Swilu, Nanja, thank you for the subs, guys. Lupinix, thank you for the subs. Oh my God, welcome in. We need it. We are now the officially underdog territory. We are the little giants. We are the mighty ducks now. Mommy Jesus, thank you for the Prime. D2 Junkie, Josh Ray Cooper, thanks for the Primes, guys. This is the Race to World First, the comeback kid. We're coming back, and we're going to get this Fractillus kill.
Wait, did Method kill it?
They did?
Yeah, Tettles, wake up.
Wait, Method...
Pop an M.
Method killed it?
Method killed Fractillus?
Did they?
Really?
What?
Huh?
Yeah. Huh? Oh, Zers, thank you for the 10 gifted, man. Welcome into Park, Jerk, Tranquil, Don't Hurt Me, Yo, Neon Catboy, VT, and chat moving too fast. But thanks, guys. Thank you for all the gifted. Not the Batman, thank you for the Prime. Holy Diver, thank you for the new sub. Actually, you don't know what that is, Tettles. Fluffy Wubbums, thank you for the Prime. Whew.
Wait, what did you...
The Holy Diver, you don't know that reference.
I don't know what that is.
Like the song?
Yes, there it is. See, she knows. Well cultured. Radient, Lord Snowing Steak, Jestar, Bratsworth, Rainy Day, welcome in. Hades, thank you for the gifted big dog. Arc Novelist, Aston, Hell Reaper, Scrooby, Diconia, welcome in, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Laney Mac, thank you for the new sub as well.
I didn't know I was on the couch with Peekaboo.
Chat, is the sub button broken?
Clearly.
That's fried.
Okay, what are they talking about?
I don't know.
They're talking about
That's a
Method
great
killing the
question.
boss, okay?
No, they're not
right
talking
now,
about Method killing the boss. I promise you.
Shady, thank you for the new sub.
They don't
What's up,
care
big
about
dog?
Method killing the boss.
They're having a speech. Right now, Max is giving an epic speech to rally the troops together so that they can get this boss down.
Guys, if Sko can kill the boss, you can kill the boss. You have to lock in.
Slimeback, thank you for the primes. Sneaky Manu VTuber, thank you for the primes as well.
All right, well, keep spamming that Prime sub. And in the meantime, we're going to head to a Monster Energy listen in, take a look at what they are yapping about.
I can just call out that, actually. I think that's probably...
Can we get a wake chorus, like,
yeah, we
if
need
you
that.
have a two-stack, like Giga Danger?
Or you can get 2.
Yeah, you can get to. So we're popping to make the mythic wall reduction here. We're popping more spread walls than there are people to go on. So it is just simply putting the extra spread walls on random
That's why
people.
it's more sketchy sometimes.
You can't see it on the visual. You have to like check the debuff.
Yeah, you have to check the debuff, which is why we need a weak aura pronto. If it's not a private aura, we just I don't see why it would be.
It is.
Bart, can we do that?
Do what? Sorry.
I mean, dude, literally someone. If Bart is busy, I'm pretty sure someone in the group can make this.
Do it.
What do you need?
We literally just need
if you have two stack of the spread circle, Giga Danger, wake aura, just mega icon or something.
Yeah.
There's no consumption or some shit, right?
Yeah. So let's talk about too, like the spread stuff. So I have a shine over on the. I want to see what it looks like for a shine over on the left, like during spreads. What does it look like for you? I mean, that spot's kind of not terrible. Does that feel nice most of the time? A shine?
Well, me and Doble are kind of like double stack.
Yeah, that's kind of
okay. Fuck that. A shine's going right.
Yeah.
Put a shine to the right of Splat in the note. Move him from where he is to the right of Splat. And then I think we're piss vibing. I think a shine just assumes... I'll show you like a few... Like that pull, I'll just show you the POV of what that spread looks like every time. By the way, whatever YOLO we're doing right now, you guys are mostly just going to the same spot every time. But I guess it's like a... Our guild's always just kind of been like that. So here's what the spreads look like. So this is that wave. Big open spot right there. Well, that's where he wiped. So set before... Where's the set before? Right here. Yeah, I mean, that's just fucking money. Like, that's so fucking open. That'll help. Alright, we're just waiting on the Giga Danger weak aura. If you guys have a Giga Danger weak aura, I'm not going to call it. But... I mean, it just depends, actually. Like, do you guys feel like you're text overloaded with stuff on this fight? Like, this is one of those weird fights where it's just, like... kind of like it can kind of roll over in your head like you're on autopilot kind of, and if you just have all text reminders, maybe Giga Danger text reminder isn't great. I can literally just say like your all's names if the audio cue is helpful and when you're spreading and you're already looking at your screen. It's up to you.
I do not feel overloaded.
Okay, W.
Do you want to?
Let's make all the...
Yeah, dude,
maybe you call
just
this
please
one and
fucking
we
let me do something. No, I mean we can make it a little aura. It's fine. I'm a little insecure about being replaced by robots on this fight.
We're trying new assignment week core here on this reload. This one has like a weird priority.
Bart, the week core you just posted.
No consumption something. It's in texts.
Up you. Danger, 1 stack. GG's.
It'll only show 2 and above.
Attack.
Set a sound to that if you want.
Yeah, doing it.
I put applause on it on accident.
What's your all's #1 go-to weak aura sound? Like, I have one of these on every fight type shit.
Silence.
Squeaky toy.
Text to speech.
Arena gong.
Cucumber.
BJ Emmy from
Whoa.
Yeah, I feel
BJ
like
Emmy saying hello.
dude, the bike horn goes fucking insane.
Safe spot diamond.
Oh, please. Try not to pull that early if we can. I used to use the BAM, that one. Not anymore, though. Tank. Just kidding. He's all the way over there. Nice. Spread out. TD. Watch triangle. Hitting wall breaks. 3, 2, 1. Now I think this is a 1 stack. Wrong, that's not even a wall break. I'm so sorry.
This is a wall break.
Wall break now. I believe it is a real 1 stack. Yeah. Spread out. Together. Johnny on star.
Taunt Bub.
Good job, Johnny. He like delays it sometimes. I watched him do it that time. Okay, breaks coming. I believe this is the 0 stack fake 1 stack.
Divine
back
protection.
3, 2, 1. Circles now. No 2 stacks there. Kind of easy. Get together. Tank wall's coming here. Where's it going? Square. Full walls now. Hitting new breaks. Okay, this is a bunch of spreads. There will be 2 stacks here. Circles now. Nick, you have a 2. Tobo, you have a 2.
Holy shit.
Okay. Safe on triangle. TD me, I'm going moon. Get off moon, guys. Tobo.
Yeah. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Walls here. Okay, wall breaks upcoming.
Diamond.
1 mythic stack here. Focus on your spread. Spread out now. Hopefully you have a 2. Smack, you have a 2. Okay. Get on diamond. Or no, sorry. Triangle. Lying. Tank wall after. Where? Just on diamond. Get off diamond. Good job. Keep Johnny alive. It might chain into a 4 if he gets picked by walls. Just be aware. Okay, getting breaks after this. This is after this one. The safe spot will be triangle. The thing is wrong. Okay. Here comes the break soon. There will be 1 mythic stack on this, and then we're going to gather. 3, 2,
Safe
circles
spot
now.
Diamond.
Get together. Get hopeful up now. Safe spots on triangle. Safe spots on triangle. Safe spots on triangle. Safe spots on triangle.
It says diamond.
Yeah.
Safe diamond.
That's the guy is standing on diamond. Yeah.
Wait.
The
Isn't
guy
that
just stood on top of us.
Yeah, I did the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. Wait, maybe. Well, I mean, we're.
We play and then we'll
Spot diamond now.
On diamond. Go.
No.
You go there. We're wiping. Yeah. That. What happened there is we would have had to stay. We would have had to stay triangle and swap it, but it's fine.
So is it safe spot diamond? I had the wall side, and then yeah.
Yeah. It is annoying that doesn't work, but I am trying to scream that it's happening.
Like it says safe spot diamond, but then I get the wall placed on diamond, so I put it on triangle, then yeah.
It is objectively confusing, unfortunately, but it is what we are tasked with. Shine, how did your spreads feel?
I think you didn't swap me the note, right? Was looking at the to left
I said for him to do that, but I don't know if anyone actually.
Someone in the raid.
I usually do it. I was probably BRB or something at that point. Instead of...
That's fine. Yeah, a Shine just goes to the right of Splat, more mobile than Warlocks, technically.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah, the spot felt great. Just running across the entire thing. Dude.
What killed Hopeful?
I blinked into a 7-stack swirly on the floor.
Boom. Why did you do that?
That'll do it.
Yeah. I didn't know there were 7
You ever
there.
tried standing stone casting?
You thought that was only 6?
I just saw Goop get up and walk out of the room, and I forgot he wasn't in the comp today, and I was so confused.
Safe spot diamond.
But he was walking out confidently too. Like we definitely were not about to pull.
Oh, sorry. It's my fault.
Resm, keep going. We could use the pulse. Breaks.
Circle.
Getting knocked here. 0 stack. Mark, where's your spot?
Back right.
Far back right.
Okay. You feel safe?
Except when people stand on me.
TD.
That'll do
Mark.
it. Okay, walls here.
Safe spot triangle.
Getting breaks. The 1 stacker. Red's going off in 3, 2, 1. Now, gather.
Johnny on start.
Walls. Good thing you bubbled. Would have been a 4, right? Okay, breaks here. This is a fake 1 stack, I believe. Shouldn't be any 2 stacks here either. Spread out. Safes on triangle still.
Square.
Circle.
Good. And new breaks coming.
Circle.
This is a 0 stack, but there will be 2 stacks on multiple people.
Divine protection.
3, 2, 1. 2 stacks on Exile, Lip, and Yip. That's good RNG.
Circle.
Okay, walls here. Safe spots on triangle.
On moon. TD me Nick.
Watch for each upper. Yep. Fucking man, dude. Walls. Okay, breaks upcoming. There will be 1 mythic stack here. Talk back in 3, 2, 1 now.
1 inch off. It's fucked.
Where did you get hit?
Yeah, orange.
Where you
Johnny,
went
this is
orange?
you on diamond.
I can't spawn on star. I'm spawning
Yeah,
double circle.
yes. That solves. That solves. We're fine. As you keep their 2 stack alive, it solves it. Get off diamond. Good job. Watch Driny. If he gets picked to the wall here, he's gonna need everything.
IFU.
We stay green after this one,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Base spot is green
4
after
stack,
this
watch
spread.
me heavy here.
I'll just tank totem in case you die.
Okay, go to your spots for breaks.
Safe spot diamond.
Nice.
Divine
Got a
protection.
2-stack. Live. Gather as soon as you can. Whereas fired up in 20.
Is green. Spot is green.
We're just dead. That felt a lot worse.
I thought that would make it.
Yeah, we're not supposed to have a 2-stack mythic.
Oh, that will do it. I mean, we were just doing 2 stacks all day yesterday, right? I feel like we're fucking. That should be pissed.
I mean, I was full back of the room. Didn't heal at all.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yesterday, every so was empty the bag.
It was very easy if you looked at the charts.
I feel like yesterday, while it didn't kill this boss quickly, it did make everyone better. It was good practice, you know? Like if you ever just had to live a lethal damage event every 40 seconds, you guys are gonna be fucking insane at that now.
Yesterday was Kai'Veza Jr.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't even compare.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy listen in. It sounds like they're getting some good practice in, Jack.
Yeah, you know, like we mentioned before we went on the break, you know, now that Liquid is the underdogs, Max is rallying the troops together, giving them a motivational speech that they can use to take it to the win.
that has to be an all-timer line. So for context for the viewers, what Max was basically saying there is Liquid has changed their strategy on this boss a decent amount to basically do something similar-ish to what Echo did earlier whenever they killed the boss.
If not exactly.
Yeah, if not exactly, yeah. So some would say copying. I would say just, you know, looking at your homework and then making it my own. What's going on is basically they're breaking as few of the mythic walls as possible. And Max at the end of that was like, yeah, this should be piss. We were doing 2 stacks previously. And the healers are obviously like, okay. And then Max goes, if anything, we got great practice. Like, dude, that is such an all-time line.
Yeah, referencing yesterday's strategy is one that did not kill the boss, but made them better at the game. Made them champions.
It's like calluses.
Yeah, that's right.
They're like calluses on your hands. They just made you a better player.
That's right. They make you better.
Exactly.
You got some?
Some.
Oh, they're like nothing.
Yeah, well.
Let's get some more calluses.
I exfoliate my hands.
With what?
Exfoliate your hands.
Do you take like a little loofah and then scrub them, or?
Yeah.
You take a loofah to your hand?
Yeah.
No, I just do that to everywhere else.
I'm a fan of loofahs.
Yeah.
What is loofah? Is it loofah or loofah?
Nah, loofah.
Loofah.
Lufthansa.
Yeah.
Lufthansa.
That's a plane.
That's an airline. Is that German?
Whichever.
Airline.
Safe spot triangle.
All right, here we go. Pull number.
And this is the
3. Don't.
This is the American race to world first.
Yeah, North America. What? Wait. Oh, I get. Okay, I get what we're doing here. All right, 1.63%. Want to be looking for that 47% health marker, as Tettles has said, at 245. Didn't quite hit it on that last one. Also.
I think we need to be a little bit lower.
A little bit lower. 46 at 245.
Yeah, 46, 245, something like that.
Okay.
I think the exact halfway point is what, 237?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's like so you should probably be like 49 then, something like that.
Yeah, so in the next like 30 seconds, we'll be able to get a good view of getting sub 50%, if not a little bit more, since they lusted on pull. But I guess, is the execute stronger for the group with this composition?
Ooh.
What are good execute classes on this fight?
Yeah, I just heal.
I'm going to go with probably not. I feel like execute is something that I feel like has just gotten a lot worse with time. There are, last season 2, you had Aya Kazan. That was obviously a very strong, you know, ramp effect. Not necessarily even an execute, but more of a ramp effect. Execute in the golden age of World of Warcraft, of course, 2009. Execute was far stronger, where, you know, specializations would do double damage while they were in execute. Execute's largely been nerfed since then, where specializations are gaining some damage, but we're talking like 5-10% maybe during
Divine
execute.
protection.
Like, oh yeah, it's going to do twice as much damage sub 35.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Ooh, they almost had a few deaths right there. As you can see, everyone running away from those void circles makes it a lot harder to be able to properly spread out for some of the incoming hits.
Damage looks good here.
Yeah, passed through the halfway mark, and I think they had their next round of cooldowns coming up are like 2.5 minutes. What really pushed them over?
What are the major breaking points? Like, what are the most important critical elements? Is it the tank wall? Is it the tank survivability? Is it the debuffs that are going out on the players? Is it the heal checks? What do you kind of think are those linchpin moments for the group here?
Definitely tank survivability, and we've seen that come into practice a few different times. And a lot of that is built on like preemptive externals, especially things like time dilation, to allow Yips to just more smoothly survive some of the incoming damage. And then the moments right there, the null consumption, those are the circles that are targeting players and following them around. It's really easy to run out of space, and you often have to have multiple players stacking on top of each other with a personal to make sure that they can survive. And it gets to a point.
I got the dragon taunt.
Yep, he just completed it. Now he has that bark, and he has the bop just fading away from him. A lot of spot healing still left remaining on him to get that tank debuff drop.
The light needs to save him.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3, 2, 1, and then it's going to fall off for him. One more big hit.
Safe spot
He does go down, but he has totemic revival. It should be fine.
Oh, he's got APT.
Yeah, it should be fine. Circles hit. He gets himself top.
Dead.
No.
They're going to have a battle res, though. They have a battle res, though.
It's really bad, though. I think that DPS dying on this fight is incredibly bad. Even while you have a battle res, a lot of fights, if you just battle res a player, it's not the end of the world. But this one, the damage check is so tight that even losing a player for a couple of seconds is a huge deal.
He's
Malarkey's
still not
not
up.
even getting up. The DC?
He might have at this point. He still is not getting up, so I think it has to be some kind of disconnect or something, because I think they were in a safe position. Boss is down to 16% right now, and if they don't have Malarkey, I don't think they're going to be able to kill it.
Dude, I think you're right. I think we're going to be like a % off, and the Hunter might be the difference maker in that regard. And I mean, look at this. Yips getting hit by the Tank Buster, getting knocked all the way back. He transcends back into the front of the room. That was a little bit weird. Don't know
but it makes sense. I hear you.
We knew what you meant.
And now we're going to be taking the tank wall. This is, I think, what has killed Yips a couple of times. So now he has that tank buster wall. This is the point of which the tanks have been going down. Yips is able to survive here. Malarkey does get battle res, like Jack pointed out. And we're going to be having the Enrage coming up here in just a couple of seconds. Now the Enrage has contacted Fractillus, 3.5 seconds. Now the entire raid is going to die except for people who are going to be in the immunities. It's going to be Yips and Dryny against the world here. Is Yips going to be able to solo out the boss?
No, boss is still a little bit too high. Dryny also is forced to use his bubble a little too early as they were dealing with the Spirit Link, Darkness, and he even bubbled to make it have a little bit more health for his allies. When you bubble in a Spirit Link totem, it'll still take your health, but it'll distribute it to everybody else, but you're not taking any damage, so it makes it that much easier to make sure everybody survives.
I don't think the Hunter death was actually the diff damage.
I was going to ask that. That's 2%.
Yeah,
is that a 15-second death worth of Malarkey?
He was down for like 30 seconds.
30
so
seconds?
they might have gotten to like 1%.
He's one of your 15.
Half percent.
The thing is, like,
that,
he's one of
you
your 15 DPS. Yeah, I would expect. How long is he dead for? Like, what would you say, 30, 40 seconds?
I think it was around 30 seconds at least, if not 45. It was a while that he was down. So I wonder if it was like some kind of disconnect or some kind of issue with his UI or something.
I think he probably takes a % off the boss, but I just don't see 2 in that window.
Right, it's not 2% on its own.
Yeah. Mostly because like each individual DPS over the course of an entire boss is going to take like, I don't know what, like 7%, 6.5. So for him to do 2% in that window at which he was dead is like, that would have been a lot. In theory, it's doable, I guess, but it seems unlikely.
Either way, does it feel like we're getting more consistent?
Yeah, getting to that final phase is big.
Yes, and Echo ended up killing the boss in 33 pulls. Liquid is already at 53, but the change of strategy. This is kind of what we were talking about at the top of show. Whenever I was like, I think that they're going to be able to kill it within the next couple of hours. They ended up needing to change some of their strategy stuff. We're seeing the Dryny bubble and bop and like how they're doing things, and the not breaking the tank buster wall and putting that stupidly over 2 dot on the yeah. Those things I think are the strategy stuff that needed to change. Now you're just chain pulling, waiting for your DPS to just basically never die.
Man.
What?
Just Tails caster cursing.
Oh.
Once again.
It's okay. Chat's doing it also.
This happened as well with Smacked.
Did it?
Yeah.
I don't caster curse. I'm just a hype man. I'm an eternal optimist. Many people know this about me.
You know, two things can be true at once, Tedos.
I'm an eternal optimist. That's why I'm still playing Balance Root even this season. I'm optimistic that it's going to get buffed.
It's a good way to be able to get... it's a really good way to get cutting edge, honestly, is like play a bad class, and so you don't get to be played until farm, and then you just get cutting edge for free.
Why is chat typing sure? What do they mean by that?
You don't have to put in any work on Prog, and you just get to enjoy the spoils of farm content.
I hate farm. Oh my god. That's why I stopped raiding the first time. Oh my god, I was doing 3 splits.
I was about to say, you were doing farm splits.
Oh my god, I was doing farm splits.
Nobody loves
I was raiding 3 days a week.
Did you quit during the farm?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, we were getting 3 cutting edges on 3 different characters. That was the
yeah. That's
what were you playing?
Warlock Shadow Priest balance.
Okay.
Ooh.
And then I played Hunter Warlock balance.
Little pedals.
Oh my god, I was cranking.
Chat
I got the Rasbo. I was doing infinite damage.
Yeah.
I was actually not a fraud at Hunter.
Sorry, which tier was this?
Vault and Aberrus.
And Aberrus, okay.
Yeesh. And then I was like, I'm done raiding 3 days.
Looking forward to farming this time around?
We don't really farm. I don't really farm in my guild. We
good.
took
Found a nice home then.
we take months off at a time, and I was like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to me. I didn't raid. We didn't raid at all during June and July.
3.
And so that was fantastic.
Oh, we just do 1 day a week, and then I just kept asking if I could bring other alts in, and they're like, yeah, sure, just show up.
We don't do splits. we cut farm short. It is, and then we get Hall of Fame, and it's fantastic. I'm having a good time.
There you go.
Sounds like a chill way to do.
We raid 12 hours a week, and more often than not, we undertime as opposed to overtime. Like we only were rated like 11 and a half this week because Forge Weaver Raws probably not on the menu.
Yeah.
W nerfed.
Not for many guilds with the way it's going right now.
Yeah, that's a boss. I don't really know what's going on with that fight.
Well, as we're even talking about, the race to World First and how much it's been heating up, nobody else has killed Forge Weaver Araz. There is no World 4th Forge Weaver Araz yet across the entire globe.
Yet.
Yeah.
Yet. I mean, honestly, in instant dollars of a day, it's going to be just today. Drano seemed kind of confident about it, but I don't know if it's going to be a guarantee that they get it tonight.
Dranos did?
Yeah.
For them to get down Forge Weaver?
Yeah.
Their best pull is like 30-some-odd%. It's one of those fights that, like,
Speaking of Eternal Optimists.
Yeah, once you make it through the first intermission, it's definitely doable. I think it's a hard fight. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if they killed it, but I do think it's a really, really
Safe
tough
spot
encounter.
triangle.
Chat asking, time for Liquid to disband. Yep. This is it.
This is it? Oh, yeah.
We're too far behind now. What's up?
Tettle's world-renowned for his casting adventures and likes of MDI, Race to World First, and, you remember this? The Twitch Rivals Classic Warsong Gulch.
That is... I haven't thought about that in like 6 years.
What happened with that?
Somehow, Tettles and I got asked to cast Classic Warsong Gulch for Twitch Rivals. Yeah.
Makes zero sense.
I know. Well, all the content creators for Classic were playing in the event. And
Okay,
so,
but there's like PvP casters.
I guess, yeah.
They were playing.
But they were playing. And so they asked us, and so Tettles and I were deep diving Classic Warsong Gulch. So we had like some semblance. It went great.
That was based.
Yeah.
I love Warsong Gulch.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It was fun.
They asked us if we ever wanted to work with them again, and we said yeah, and then we haven't heard back.
Maybe I just did a really bad.
Well, yeah, maybe it was so bad.
It's like whenever you go on a date and the date sits across from you, she goes, "Yeah, we should do this again," and then you just never hear from her again.
Yeah.
Hang out sometime. Never do.
I mean, I've had the reverse where I was just like, nah, this isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, it's good that you're honest.
Okay, so, well, For the rest of us, they have a similar situation to me where, you thought it went well, but apparently it didn't.
Oh.
Just like this pull is actually going fantastic.
Oh.
Look at the damage meter. So 237's exact halfway through the fight with the boss at 47%. Obviously, a lot of damage is front-loaded with offensive CDs and Bloodlust, but Liquid is doing a great job here. They need to make sure that everybody stays alive. We were talking about this earlier. They do have battle res for this fight. Battle res is on most encounters or like an added safety measure. However, on this encounter, the damage check is so tight that you really can't afford to battle res a DPS. If you end up battle resing a healer, not the end of the world, but a DPS is going to be... the amount of damage that you lose might be the make or break point. Another linchpin kind of player for this encounter is Yips. His ability to be able to stay alive on this fight is incredibly difficult, and it mostly comes down to the tank buster wall mechanic. You'll see Dryny occasionally taunting the boss with Bubble, taunting the boss with Bop, and tanking some of those tank buster wall mechanics. But even at the same time, taking the second stack of that debuff on Yips has proved to be fatal.
It really has, and you can see the boss at 30%, 3.5 minutes into the encounter thus far. Big areas to watch for when that null consumption goes out right after one of the breaks. Here, we're going to be having the tank swap coming in right now. Dryny is dropping the latest of the tank walls, and this is also a really difficult area because he's going to be taking insane amounts of damage. He might even just straight up die at this point because he has the wall going down, he has Bark Skin going down, gets gripped back into the group, and he's going to be taking absurd amounts of damage for 5 more seconds. He is on, he is in dangerous spot. And if he has a null consumption and stacks it, he might just get double tapped and die. So it's really good that he doesn't have that. And I believe he just activated his Diva Aura to kind of carry him through the last bit of that incoming dot. He stays alive. It was a big linchpin moment for him.
20% HP on Fractillus. We are looking at a 5-minute and 14-second Hardened Rage, which then at that point it's basically going to be Yips versus the world, where the boss is going to be ticking down to dots for a couple seconds, and then the boss will wipe. What happens at 5 minutes and 14 seconds is that the walls connect those beams that you can see at the bottom of the screen to the boss itself. He immediately kills off most of the raid.
That's right. As you can see, they have another round of clears going out. Really important to have some big defensives for everybody.
Aura
Even some
Mastery.
Zephyrs going out. He does not have Aura Master.
30
for this
seconds.
one. Has to hit Divine Protection. Even is putting up his Beacon of Virtue on a couple of the lower health players who don't have defensives for the extra 5% DR onto them. Get a little bit of extra safety. And this is a huge spot healing moment just to make sure they live
15 seconds.
6% left up on the boss. We're about to be getting into that Hardened Rage. They got Spirit Link
10.
and they've got Darkness at the ready for this last bit of clear.
5 more seconds.
All the walls are deployed.
Oh, here's the
Spirit
link.
Link's going down. 1% left up on the boss.
Here's the Enrage.
0.5% Enrage, and they got
Oh my god,
it!
Yips killed it! Yips and Dryny killed it at the very end, and
Oh
Bubble
my
with Yips
God.
just barely living.
Dryny
Oh my god.
He made a big move with his position
We got a
there.
weapon! Oh my
and there's a weapon!
That
It's
is incredible. That is a Coinbase world first kill, and we've got some incredible gear also from getting that boss down.
The Void Glass Chris is that extra shards tertiary effect, adding extra damage and shielding, and it
Oh my
works
God.
perfectly with the Diamantine Void Core. That is the 2-piece bonus that's increasing the amount of the shielding. There it is. We got our world 3rd kill by Liquid.
Who cares about the boss? The loot is sick. We all played the game for loot anyways. Like, don't even lie.
We play for fun, Tuttles. What do you mean?
The only thing that's fun in this game is getting gear.
And killing bosses with your friends.
Yeah. Making
Killing some
friends,
big bad bosses with your
all
friends.
of that. Ooh.
Saladar, my forces will hold his shadow guard.
I haven't seen this.
My heart.
I haven't seen this. I haven't
What a
seen
good
this.
I'm out of
feeling.
breath.
He literally had to
I
lean
can't-
back in his chair and take a moment to himself, Tuttles.
Yeah, I can't believe that we had Tettles' dating experiences getting put on our kill poll.
Wait, that's so true. Oh no. Oh, you know what? MVP of that is for sure Dryny. Dryny and Yips.
That they are. Oh my gosh, these tank swaps are so stressful. The damage going out is so stressful as well when you have to stack up those null consumptions. Great job, and it was so clean too. Up until the very end, I think on Echo's kill when I saw it, they had to persist really through that enrage for like a few seconds just to make sure that they got the boss down.
Yeah, that was a very well-tuned encounter.
Yes. Yes, it was. I think they had to burn all those Vantas runes, and I think they sent a ton of upgrades as well.
Yeah. Which makes sense. What was that? What was that look?
What's Abaya?
I realized I said it was a world first kill.
Yeah, I thought that was on purpose.
I was gonna correct
No.
that.
It's a Coinbase.
That was a third. That was a world third kill.
The Coinbase World Third pull.
I was like, wait a minute. That was
First
wrong.
and third sound very similar if you say them with a British accent.
Yeah.
Go ahead, let me hear it.
What?
World
World third.
Okay, now say world first.
World first.
Region first.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't get it.
It's a Coinbase region first.
It was a stretch. It was a really bad stretch. It was a terrible joke that you made me double down on. Obviously, it's my bad.
Save that for your dates.
Oh, I'm just trying to rage bait chat. Sorry, just doing my job here.
Yeah, I thought it was on purpose, just to bait them.
Oh, no, not at all. I think I just got really excited. You know, I was feeling in the moment.
You know what feels great in the moment? Getting those Twitch Prime subs. If you're
So-
supporting
oh
the
God,
underdogs,
here we go
Team
again.
Liquid,
Oh, no.
now world third, they need all the support that they can get. And Max, I mean, I'm just saying, before they got that kill, Max did have his rallying speech just to make it happen. So, I mean, in a lot of respects, you know, we're the underdogs now.
They were practicing.
We are the little giants. We are the comeback kids. We are the...
That's your speech, not Max's.
What's the, you know, the underdog team in the big green? You know what I'm talking about? It was the, like, Disney movie where it's like they're playing soccer and stuff, and they have, like, the misfit team that gets together. I forget what they're called. Anyway,
You're describing like
talking
every
about, Chad?
sport movie.
Exactly. They made the
ever.
same movie over and over and over
Chad,
again.
I don't know what Unk is talking
And
about
so-
over here.
I don't either.
Isn't it the Big Green where it's like the soccer movie?
The Rescuers?
Yeah.
The big green soccer movie? It's
Yeah.
a Disney movie?
Yeah, it's like a kid sport movie where there's like the underdog misfit kids and then they win against like the Chad kids.
Air Bud?
No. No. That had a dog in it.
Yeah, I
The
don't
big
know.
green is actually absolutely a classic. Oh, I guess it was just called the big green. Yeah.
I want to see Saladar. I don't know what we're doing with this camera on us. I'm trying to see the boss. I'm trying to see this next boss.
I'm trying to see some old
Just lined
Disney
up in front of
movies.
some trash. We've got some time.
Dude,
It's okay.
this next boss is a movie. Oh my god, it's actually so hard. Like
which movie?
I don't know.
Whatever this one is you're trying to describe right
I just
here.
froze you.
You actually stun locked me. I normally could like pick up the rebound. I do not.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't we talk about some of the difficulties from this upcoming boss here? We know that Echo is already on it. Method is on it as well. How do we feel like to see the challenges? What challenges are we going to see in the early stages of this boss?
Okay, this movie is Mission Impossible. Trying to get King Saladar down before reset. They only have about 10 hours left of their raid day, and if they accept this mission, the raid will often explode because of how much damage goes out.
Okay, to be more direct, let's talk about the mechanics. So the mechanics of this fight is basically you have this like Oathsworn debuff that is on players. You have 2 stacks of the Oathsworn debuff. The way that you get the Oathsworn debuff off is by doing the group soak, and so players are going to have to alternate being in this group soak. Now, what makes this fight hard is largely that it's going to be you're basically in bullet hell for like the entirety of P1, and if you get hit by any of these bullets, you basically just die. There's also the beams that happen on Heroic, if you've actually ever done this fight on Heroic. And during Mythic testing, it didn't look that bad, but now the safe spot from these beams is like 1 pixel wide. It is, we'll show it whenever we actually are pulling the boss, but the safe spot is just insanely narrow. Those to me seemed like they were going to be really difficult to just keep all 20 players alive throughout the duration of this fight. So those are kind of the things that you have to watch out for. I think a lot of it comes down to the pacing of this boss. This is one of those fights that the mechanics aren't overly difficult from Heroic to Mythic, but the pacing is really what makes it hard. One of the main Mythic mechanics is if you've done Kaivez on question mark difficulty, first off, congratulations. Secondly, one of the main mechanics of that is that you have to like look at one of those ads as it dashes towards you, and that is actually a mechanic that is on this boss, and it works very similarly, which is it's a really difficult mechanic if you've done Kaiveza, so it's going to be a movie.
It also randomly pops up in your delves and does the same thing.
That's right, and so that mechanic is going out as you're clearing your Oathsworn debuff.
Yes.
And so what's going to happen is you're going to have these conquest circles that you're seeing on normal and Heroic that the tank gets smashed, you start clearing the debuffs, and then in the midst of everybody having the explosion, all the visual clutter there's like a soul for your character that you have to go find, turn to face it, and then it makes it so that you properly are clearing that 1 stack. So you have 3 stacks of the debuff, you get smashed, one of them goes out into a soul, you have to look at it, and then it completes it. And if you fail to do that, then the Oathbound goes back on you, and you have to find some kind of way to drop your stack in additional time, which basically requires an immunity.
If you don't, okay, sorry. I didn't see you gesturing towards me.
No, it's okay. I was just going to throw us to a replay of that kill. Let's check it out.
I hope it's at the point where Tettles is talking about.
I like a little show and tell.
Shit.
Triangle.
Lock in. Walls now.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Breaks.
1.
Greater invisibility.
Knock, nice. Wall, safe spot, diamond.
Dilate me, Nick.
Okay, walls here.
5, 4.
Safe spot triangle.
Second breaks upcoming.
1.
Knock back in 3, 2, 1. Watch circles. Together. Safe spot is triangle.
Johnny on start.
Walls upcoming. Okay, safe spot triangle. Breaking. Okay, knockback in 3, 2, 1 now. Gather. Walls here, safe spot triangle.
There were circles there, Sean, I couldn't move.
That's chill.
Okay, walls now into breaks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Couple 2 stacks. Watch impact. Nice, get together.
Circle.
Safe spots on triangle.
TD me now.
Okay, walls soon. Okay, breaks incoming.
Moon.
There will be 1 mythic stack on this set. Getting circles in 3, 2, 1 now.
Rescue.
Get to your spots, boys. Get together.
Striny on diamond.
Okay, tank wall. Okay, walls upcoming.
Gonna have a 4 stack.
It's okay, just do the late iron bark and it's always chill. Cool, break spots now.
Moon.
This one's gonna be some 2 stacks with 1 stack mythic. After this, the safe spot is triangle, not
Safe
diamond,
spot
okay?
diamond.
Red. Red circles are off in 3, 2, 1 now. Safe spot is on triangle. Triangle, triangle. Safe spot is triangle. Impact, or whoever. Perfect.
Spot diamond.
Tank wall.
TD me.
Safe spot diamond. Safe
Oh,
spot
no,
diamond.
no. Ah, fuck. It'll be fine on the next one as long as it's back in. It's not gonna be back. I'm gonna need sack journey.
Okay, skull.
Cool. Break soon, guys. This is the empty the bag breaks, as long as you can still live at the end.
Circle.
Bunch of spread circles on the left, by the way, so right should be pretty open. Right's gonna be pretty open here. Okay, watch yourself. Gather 3, 2, 1. Good. Safe spot is diamond. Safe spot is diamond. Safe spot is diamond. Someone's on diamond. Good. Keep them up.
Sack me, Johnny.
Hot now. Now I'll call all the CDs, okay? Just go to your wall spots. Stay on diamond. All CDs in 3, 2, 1 now. Driny, don't bubble. Driny, bubble in 3, 2, 1. Bubble now. Driny, solo it.
Let's go!
Nice.
Big bang.
Ooh, good loot.
Nice.
Good loot.
Big loot.
Did we actually get big loot?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, why didn't we kill it on the pull? I was doing 400k. I low rolled so hard, dude.
Just collect the loot. Whoever it is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. That was the replay of the Fractillus kill. Now we're moving on to Saladar. I can see it here. They've cleared the trash. They are in the boss room. They are staring this boss down. They are ready to go, Jack.
They are ready to go, and this is going to be a really interesting side of the race because now we've kind of cleared out the fights that you could even say are easy, quote-unquote. These are the fights that we are all kind of predicting are getting into the triple digits in terms of pulls, at least.
Is it a 3-horse race? Discuss.
I mean, it's looking like it right now. There's three guilds that are on Nexus King Saladar.
Simultaneously pulling. Is that not crazy? Is
yeah,
it,
we
has it
haven't
ever been
gotten
like
this
that?
in a while. I don't think 3, 2 for sure.
Not in the modern era.
Absolutely
no.
not.
High Veza, I think, was the only one that was even like that, where all 3 guilds were simultaneously pulling.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that we have to bring up in question, Tettles, your doubt at the 3-horse race.
Well, yeah, what do you think? 3-horse race in your mind, Tettles?
Give me like another week and I'll stand on my opinions.
Sure.
When the race is over.
That's right.
Here is the top 10 leaderboard. Of course, Echo getting to 6 out of 8 first, followed closely by Method. Now Liquid in the running as well. 3 guilds, 6 out of 8. Notably, everybody else here on this leaderboard is 3 out of 8.
Yeah, Forge Weaver, really, really tough. Really insane. And putting the, like, not only execution, but also the splits to the test and seeing how many geared alts that these guys have.
There are like 45 guilds that are on Forge Weaver right now.
Yeah, it's insane.
And the fact that you pointed it out, like, it's every guild's on Saladar or they're on Forge Weaver, really funny.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a huge differential. Why do we think that is?
I mean, Forge Weaver requires you to use every ounce of your class to kill the boss. You have to have a perfect crowd control rotations, obviously great damage, great healing output, everything like that, great defensive usage, and the amount of setup required to place all the ads in the same spot, knock them back, a pressing roar them, go through your crowd control chain, and perfectly distribute your damage between an Arcane Echo and the Arcane Manifestations is biblical levels of difficulty.
There's also just levels to this. Like, let's be honest. There's just levels to it. There's Race World First level, and then there's every other guild. And the Race World First guilds just have a chasm between themselves and every other guild, and I don't think it's particularly close.
Well, I mean, they're the ones who are offering the salaries. They're the ones who are sniping all the best players from all the best guilds.
Rating 16 hours a day.
Rating,
yeah,
like 14 hours a day, I think. And,
My hair more sweaty.
You know.
Sorry for only saying that they were rating 16 hours a day. Well, let me be more
professional,
serious. 14.
Yeah, professional analysts, 21st man, you know. The entire infrastructure here at the Alienware training facility.
Professional chefs.
Yeah, professional chefs.
We've got nutritionists, too, in the building.
Yep.
Yeah, entire support staff here. Here's a look at the boss web of the entire Manaforge Omega. Of course, as we can see, Nexus King Saladar is where we currently are. And then, of course, Dimensius, the final boss here of this tier. But first, we've got to get through Saladar, and it looks like it's not going to be easy. This boss is not going to go down easy by any means at all. Do we remember our predictions for this one?
I was over 100. I don't remember exactly what
I was over 200. I know that much.
Yeah.
And this fight on its own already feels like an end boss.
Does it?
Yeah, and even an end of expansion end boss.
Okay, Saladar.
That's right.
Saladar.
Very difficult
Saladar,
first phase.
rather.
And there's multiple levels to the beams that you have to deal with. You referenced it before.
Yeah.
There's some of the beams that are coming down from the sky and strafing across the platform, those are also intersecting around where the raid is trying to soak Conquest.
Yeah.
Makes it even tougher to be able to soak those. The visual clutter is really high in the fight, and you have to find your soul to be able to properly face it and make sure you're dropping those Oathbound stacks. Multiple ad intermission phases, multiple levels of just soaking and spreading all over the place. The positioning for the stars is going to be really ridiculous as well. So I think we're going to be in for quite a long and difficult boss.
Yeah, we'll find out in just a bit here. They took a little bit of a break. Break timer looks to be over, but I still am seeing a couple of raiders kind of walk around before they sit down and start some progression on this boss. But I'm excited here. Subtitles.
I mean, I think that the pacing of this boss is just going to be incredibly difficult. I think this is maybe one of those fights that you just start chain pulling P1 to get people more familiar with it. With that conquest, so the conquest, for those who don't know, it doesn't make any sense because normally you wouldn't think of it. It's like it's just a group soak. Yeah. So the conquest is a group soak that you have to do twice, and it's on the tank. The difference between heroic and mythic is you have to basically be dynamically moving with the conquest. A lot of the times during heroic, like you would put world markers and be like, this is group 1, this is where you're gonna be soaking conquest. This is group 2, this is where you're gonna be soaking conquest. So mythic, the conquest is like moving because the boss has to be moving because you're dodging like 6 missiles that are coming at you at the exact same time. It is actually so fast. Like what was your longest pull on PTR on site?
2 minutes, maybe.
You made it to 2 minutes, dude. I don't think
like that.
I don't think we got
like
past
like 2 people alive.
Dude, I don't think we got past like 130. Like genuinely, we just every single pull, the first 10 seconds of the fight, half your rate is mind control.
Yeah. Well, I think it's around 130 or 2 minutes is when the renounce your oaths or something like that cast is going out, and that's where you have to have dropped all of your stacks, otherwise you get mind controlled. Also, if you fail mechanics, you get mind controlled as well. And as a result, it's very, very challenging in that first phase, and it's a big reason I think that we're going to see them rack up lots of wipes. Also, really important to note, if you check out our Coinbase leaderboard, the percentages there are what we call semi-fake. The boss does heal halfway through the encounter, and then there's like the final burn that goes out. So they're not going to be a specific like, oh, we're at we might have to add like an addendum of like 25% phase 1 or 10% phase 3, something along those lines to better initiate it. But I think every guild is going to be around the same phase at least today, and so we'll probably try to make sure we can add a little bit more accuracy to that Coinbase leaderboard.
Reading chat.
Oh no.
Not to
that was a mistake.
They're giving Preach electric shocks on the Echo coverage channel.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, so they got JB for the first time, right? And
Like they shocked him?
Yeah.
With what?
Like
a battery
electricity.
or
But
something?
why?
Okay, thank you.
Are they trying to like get him to not like tea?
He's got to
Fury?
every time
bring the energy.
Every time he like tries to take a sip of tea, they'll like shock him, and they're trying to get him like onto coffee or something.
Did they put a dog collar on him? Like, I just want to know how.
I have no idea.
How are they, like, every time he tries to talk? Like,
No, with
too
a
loud,
taser.
Just, a taser?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay.
That's the dedication to the cause that Preach has.
Wow. The man loves charity. I'm a
Mike Preach, don't call me Preach Gaming. Gaming.
A tens unit. I don't know what that means. Interesting. Did I hear a pull timer? No. Did I?
Break just ended.
Oh,
Break
that's right.
ended.
The break
Okay.
ended.
Okay.
I thought there was a pull timer. I was
Yeah, me
getting
too.
excited.
I just logged in for a second
What
here.
abilities do priests cast whenever they're mind controlled? So this is so troll, by the way. So some classes cast the absolute most diabolical abilities whenever they get mind controlled. For Demon Hunter, for some reason they get MC'd. Chaos Nova. Your entire raid is stunned. This is the most egregious thing ever. For Druid, it's just immediately you're trying to root the entire raid. Your mage counter spells your healer for some reason. I don't really know what's going on there. What does priest cast?
I think they're usually trying to do a casted spell rather than an instant cast spell. So most of the time I saw them casting smites. Occasionally I saw them casting Dominate Mind, which does nothing.
If you mind control somebody, that'd be great.
Yeah, that does like nothing. But I think it was a lot of like smites and penances.
Okay.
I think they could cast the fear potentially, but it didn't seem like too common.
Paladin for some reason always like sacks or bops the boss and then will hodge somebody. Like,
yes,
there's
good
some
stuff.
There's some classes too that if you get out mind control in this fight, you were just like griefing your entire raid.
Well, either way, they shouldn't have those mind controls to begin with when they do it perfectly. It's probably going to happen in Grief the Raid a little bit, so they can spec out of some abilities, but some of them, like Priest Fear I think is baseline, so there's not like any way to spec out of it entirely to prevent that from happening.
Yeah. It's always so funny to see what classes are trying to cast what abilities whenever they get MC'd. I remember Heartsbane Triad. Like, I had Mass Root talented one time for Heartsbane Triad.
Oh, yeah.
And I just slammed down my MC just, like, slams down the Mass Root first global and just wipes my group.
I remember back in beginning of MOP, actually, funny enough, Heart of Fear, it was the attenuation, and if you got mind controlled there, you would just fear bomb your entire group and send everybody all over the place. You had to, like, spec into a minor glyph to keep them cowering in fear. Instead of running off the platform, because if you ran off the platform, you would go into like this smoke basically, and the smoke would just start doing all this crazy ticking damage on you.
Yeah.
You ever get like mind controlled all the way to an edge or feared, and then as soon as you're free, you accidentally walk away?
No, I take my hands off the keyboard. I take my hands off the keyboard, and then I just try to take it as slow as possible. That way, I don't just accidentally jump off the edge.
I used to use Shining Force to knock people off at edges, but then they removed the ability.
That's kind of funny.
I know, and then they removed the ability, and then I was sad.
I would be sad too.
Okay. Honestly, I don't really know why you're sad. Priest healers don't CC anything anyways.
Well, not anymore because they got rid of all our CC.
Bro, if you ever... Okay, chat, you got to back me up on this one.
They're not.
Have you ever asked a priest healer to fear something and then they immediately... What is the first thing they say? I'm not in melee. It's like they have an aversion to being in melee, but if you ask the shaman to thunderstorm, like a resto shaman healer to thunderstorm, you know what they're doing? They're pressing thunderstorm because they're in there like swimwear.
What? They're like swimwear.
Yeah, it's a saying.
Chat, just don't back up settles.
Dude, for some reason, priest healers are just like actual... Like, I would have a better time with a follower dungeon healer.
Oh my god.
They're literally just there to shield me.
Most of the time, you don't ever bring a healer anyway.
They're not fearing anything.
This is... Can they start this boss already?
I know.
This is getting... Come on, let's get some aggressive pings out there, please.
I can't stay on the couch with this guy anymore.
This is getting really dark here on the desk. But hey, if you're just now tuning in, we are about to pull Nexus King Saladar for the first time. Just kind of going over some of the initial points that we may see some friction, but it does sound like, Tettles, from what you think, they're going to be chain pulling immediately. What do you think the first pull is going to be?
Well, like the percentage?
Yeah, give it a guess. Give it a guess. Just for funsies.
85%.
85%, Jack.
That they wipe in phase 1?
No,
Wanna do
the
some
percent on the
Jamba?
8.
Oh, the percent of the boss.
First pull.
Oh, okay. I was like, sorry, I just, Teddle's talking, so I just kind of tuned him out really quick there.
Jesus.
I'm going to say they get to like 95%.
95%.
Very first pull.
85%, 95%?
Very first pull.
Okay, I'll go 80s. I'll go in the middle. 87.
Typical.
5.
Typical.
Yep.
So this
Fence
is
riding.
Yep.
This is a 3-phase boss that has an intermission. So basically what's going to go down is we're going to be fighting Saladar at the very beginning. Eventually, the Royal Voidwing is going to come out. The exact same. That's a dragon that you can. Actually, can't see it from this movie. There's a dragon.
Just imagine it.
There's a boss there.
Just imagine the dragon.
Exactly. There's a dragon that's next to Saladar. So
Blue.
After a certain period of time, the Royal Voidwing comes out too. Knocks the entire raid back, and then after another period of time, then you have to jump to these platforms where there are multiple ads that you end up killing off. You have to kill off these ads within a certain period of time, similar to like Razageth maybe, is probably the closest combat. It's not very similar to Razageth, but you know, it's jumping to the platform, you're killing off an ad, similar to Razageth. You kill off the ad. Ideally, you kill it in time and it doesn't cast self-destruct. You come back to the main platform. You're fighting the Voidwing for 40 seconds. Then the Voidwing starts to take 100% increased damage. Saladar consumes the Royal Voidwing, heals itself, and then you go into the last phase. And then the last phase is like the hardest part. Jack and I talked about this earlier about some of the minor mythic mechanics where you have to face an ad, otherwise you're getting an additional Oathsworn debuff. The pacing of the fight is a lot faster. The bullet hell happens. The major mythic mechanic involves the stars and how you actually have to drop the stars, and the fact that the stars, if they contact one another, you're basically wiping. So the last phase is going to be very hectic. We're not making it there for a while, I fear, though. Yeah. That's something that we can talk about once we make it there.
I think that there's a good chance Echo Method could make it tomorrow throughout their progression, but it might be a stretch.
Do Echo and Method go dark tomorrow?
I think
I'm surprised they haven't gone dark tonight.
I think because both of them are on it, I don't think that they go dark at this point. I am really curious to see if the ad intermission is actually going to be difficult, because they could make it a really harsh DPS check if they really wanted to, because there's that Titan that you have to kill off in a specific amount of time. I'd be very curious to see if that phase is going to be really challenging, because that could eat up a lot of attempts, or if they want to have most of the difficulty just in that final phase and dealing with the star mechanics. But I'd have to imagine Liquid and Echo Method already have a strategy in mind.
For the stars?
For the stars. We'll just have to see if anything's changed, though. Might change their speed or how they're oriented or something like that.
Liquid was like muted during like almost all of Heroic on this fight, and I can only suspect that they were discussing the mythic strategy for dropping the stars. Like, that's the only thing that would even make sense.
And that's the challenge, is they might be having an idea in mind that they may have wanted to practice on Heroic, but then they don't want to give anything away, and as a result they say, okay, here's what we're going to do for our strat, here's what you make sure you don't do, so we don't show anybody the strategy when we're doing it on Heroic.
Yeah, and so we have this Wowhead graphic as well that can actually talk about those mythic mechanics. And those dark stars, you see, that's what Jack and I were talking about. So it reads, in Phase 3, the dark stars are not consumed whenever a star killer swing hits them. That's the missiles that we're shooting out of players. But instead, they change direction. So they're rotating, like, say, clockwise here. And then if you hit them with the star killer, then they start rotating counterclockwise. But they don't blow up, which is a huge deal, because every single time they do like a Painsmith type of like pulsing, or like Kurog Grem totem, I guess, where you have to like jump in the middle of them as well.
In circles that expand and then contract, they're void zones you have to dodge inside.
Exactly. And then they suck you in too at certain periods of time. And so you have to have them like perfectly spread around the room. Otherwise, the suck, kind of similar to like Nexus Princess Kaiveza, isn't going to be equal, and you're just going to get dragged straight into a dark star and die. And so on top of all of this, this is already problematic in and of itself. But then any of the stars that collide with one another, they blow up the raid, so they can't be on the same orbit as one another. They have to be on different orbits. It's going to be an absolute menacing fight. I think that this fight is going to be nuclear difficulty. That last phase sounds terrifying.
And so what I'm really curious about is, why would you want to change the direction of those stars? Are some of the stars spawning going a wrong direction? Because ideally, if they're orbiting the room, you want every star going in the same direction so they never collide.
Yeah, that's true.
But are you trying to find a spot for the Starkiller swing to not hit any of the stars? Because if they change direction, then they could collide?
Well, if you don't hit a star with a Starkiller swing, then you blow up the entire raid.
Okay.
That's not.
And so then you would need to have every single person moving the direction of the stars and then just swinging them from one side to the other.
Yeah, on Heroic, you could actually hit the same star with multiple star killers.
Right. And so that's the other question is, how do you get enough star killer swings as the amount of dark stars expands?
Now, this is not part of the dungeon journal, but intuitively, I would assume that on Mythic, you're not allowed to hit the same star with the star killer or somebody else.
Yeah.
But, like, I guess I don't know that for certain, but that's going to be something that we're going to have to watch out for as they make it there. But yeah, then the other Mythic mechanics, obviously the Vengeful Oath. That's not necessarily just a Mythic mechanic. That is something that is present on Heroic. But it reads, one of the main changes in Phase 1, after each tank combo, players must face an increasing number of ghosts, otherwise they will gain stacks of Decree back. So that part, the debuff is on the players, but the ad itself is not a part of the Heroic encounter.
Yeah, and so when these ghosts spawn is when players lose a stack of Oathbound, and so they have to face that ghost, otherwise the stack that they lost will go back onto them.
Do you think they have to turn off anti-aliasing?
They might. And so what happened what happened with the Nexus Princess hard mode is they had to players had to turn off anti-aliasing in their graphic settings to properly see the outline of the Kaiveza clones, and it made it a lot more clear. That might come into play as well. I wonder if they made
DM'd me saying that he couldn't see his ads on Kaiveza, and then he realized that people made it easier.
Yeah, and so they might have some graphical updates from what we saw on PTR testing, because it was very faint, as like a faint white ghost.
I feel like in this tier, though, everything's been fairly easy to see compared to previous tiers. We don't think they're going to.
Oh, I think this expansion things have been easy to see compared to previous expansions.
Yeah.
In Season 2, Blizzard did a massive VFX overhaul where they tried to just make things in this game easier to see.
Yeah.
If I'm going to be very honest, if they had insane purple on purple like this raid with the old poorly drawn graphic settings, it would have been so hard.
Yeah. Yeah, even with some of the overlap of all the blue stuff that we saw on Fractillus, it was relatively easy to see where you needed to spread so that you weren't overlapping those debuffs.
I think the main differences between Heroic and Mythic on this fight are going to be pacing, less so these Mythic mechanics that we were looking at, though.
Remind me, the dimension breath that's going out, you have a very narrow safe spot, but also isn't it if one person makes contact, doesn't it like explode onto the raid for additional damage? I'm pretty sure that was...
You might be right. Like this is one of those things that
I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing.
I didn't make it that far during PTR testing, and I'm going to be very honest with you. I don't know if you're the same way as me. I am just so bad at reading the Dungeon Journal, understanding what they mean.
Oh, I'm a fiend for reading it.
Anything from that.
I'm a fiend for reading it.
That might just be a healer thing. I feel like I can't comprehend what's happening in the Dungeon Journal whenever I'm reading it.
I mean,
well, yeah, for a DPS player,
on purpose, isn't it?
Well, for a DPS player, if something doesn't impact you, then you don't even bother with it.
No,
but
dude,
as a healer, you know, most things impact you.
It's like Saladar controls the might of the Void Wing, shooting out proton beams, alternating directions for 545,000 damage, and I'm just like, I read it, and I'm like, what did bro even mean? Like, genuinely, what does that even mean?
You got to read more books.
Oh, I need to educate myself. Oh my god, read more books.
Trying to increase your
read a book.
immersion, Tettles.
That's right. It's
Make
about
you
the
feel like
vibes.
you're in the fight.
But yeah, some people are really good at reading Dungeon Journal. I'm terrible at it. Like, I have no idea. To answer your question about that, I'm not sure.
I don't usually pick it up at all. I just read the guides instead. I don't know. I feel like it's usually pretty.
That's the way that most people play. So most people just either actually most people probably just don't even read a guide.
Yeah, I was about to say. Most people just yellow pull.
A quick correction there.
Yeah, most people probably just don't read a guide, which is valid.
It's kind of like the oral history in like ancient cultures. They prefer like the oral history rather than the written history. The strat and the knowledge of the fight.
What does that mean?
I'm getting there.
Oh.
The strat and the knowledge of the fight is whatever bro's raid leader tells them that it is.
Right.
And it's like the common things of like they talk to their buds and they're like, oh, did you realize this? Oh my gosh, no, I didn't. And they kind of pass down that oral language between their friends.
Makes sense.
The oral history, yes.
Yeah.
Columns, Jack, thank you.
No problem, man.
Gotta chat a little off track there. All right, well,
Yeah,
in the
woke 'em up.
meantime, hey, do you guys want to take a second to catch ourselves up on some of these transmogs that we have submitted here?
I also
/donate.
Sure, I'd also remind people to use their Twitch Prime subs for the underdogs that are Team Liquid right now.
Yeah,
just about to begin.
They need that energy for sure.
Just
There
about to
is
begin it.
The first one, we have a lizard.
Didn't I get flamed that one time that I called Echo an underdog on the MDI broadcast?
Well,
I mean,
you had a number of takes on the MDI broadcast that got you in prison, in jail.
Then I was told that I'm not allowed to call them a dark horse.
Yeah, your dark horses were like, I think the 4-time, 5-time defending champions are the dark horse.
So
there's an outside
You guys
chance.
just called Liquid the back-to-back Race World First champions, the underdog, right?
do you see how behind them?
Yeah, but that's a little tongue-in-cheek, Tettles.
disastrous.
So let me explain the joke for you.
Oh, God.
So it's a little tongue-in-cheek because people are dooming because Liquid did not kill Fractillus faster than others. So we're going to lean into it, and we're going to like, oh my gosh, yeah, they are. Please sub with us with Twitch Prime so we can still be employed. And then that's what we're doing, Tittles. That's a little joke. Yours was like
nothing at all from farming all these Prime subs.
That's true.
Doing it anyways because he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right. So you want to? Does that make sense, Tittles? You want to talk about transmog now?
Anyways, I give this transmog like an 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
Pipe down, and we'll talk about it.
Cat Cafe. What a cute guild name.
That's pretty cool.
Ganitha sitting there like.
Have you ever been to a cat cafe?
I've
No.
not.
You should.
Have you?
Yes.
Did you walk away with a cat, or were you tempted to?
Like, do they let you adopt the cats there?
The
a lot
cats
of
in the cat cafe are normally for adoption.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
That's the bit.
I thought they were employees.
I mean,
they could be,
in a way they are.
Yeah,
right? They're contract.
They work for their food.
They're on 1099.
Mood.
Yeah.
How about a 7? Because I'm not a huge fan of Presmogs. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I feel like evoker mogs in general are. I always go with the naked lizard. I actually think that the armor on this looks pretty solid, especially considering the rings that he's got on his wings. I like the accenting on it too. I think it actually all works together pretty well. The problem is, and this is no fault of yours, but you're playing an evoker. and Fractillus
Stop.
Please,
really
a
ugly.
lizard, Tettles.
They're really ugly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with 3.
I do feel like it's a bit of a hindrance playing a Dracthyr, so if you can make it cool, which I feel like they've successfully done, that's some bonus.
All right, the
for me,
the best looking Dracthyr, bald,
yeah,
white, all white, bald and all white.
So Kalamazis.
That's right. That's right. We call them. Anyway, it's actually
so Dratnos-y right now. That's right. Sounded so Dratnos.
Tuttles has a type.
All right, Jack, what's your rating?
I give it a
Lizard?
7.
7. Okay. Thank you so much for your transmog. Let's take a look at the next one, teal.gg/donate with a link to your armor if you'd like to take a look at yours.
Oh my god, I have a priest friend who has a mog that looks almost the exact same as this.
I like this.
This is a neat one.
Classic.
This is Tumas Argyris helm alongside Antorus shoulders.
Oh.
So it's 2 back-to-back Legion tiers. So Tomb helm, Antorus shoulders, and I think there's another bit of Legion mog further down.
I like this mog.
That's from Legion? I thought that was older. Is there a set that's older? Sorry, Tuttles.
There's Zalatath.
That looks like that?
Yeah,
Similar?
so a lot of Legion vibes going into it.
Okay. Tuttles, go ahead. Sorry.
I think this mog is fantastic. I would give this like a 8.5.
Okay, 8.5. All right. I'll give it a 9.
It really looks like it looks like a Shadow Priest, and I
Yeah.
think that whenever they go into Void form and they're that purple color, you're not going to see a bunch of the orange accenting like you're seeing right here, and I think that that's going to work well.
I agree. You don't have to match anything as a Shadow Priest.
7.8.
7.8. All right. Calabar, thank you so much for your submission. Let's take a look at the next one.
Ooh, this is sick. So these are, so we just saw the Tumas Argyris helm. Now these are the Tumas Argyris shoulders for Priest. You can see the light just blasting out of them. I'm a huge fan of any of these offset mogs where it's like the light is coursing through this Warlock for no reason.
Bro is male Nightborn?
Yeah.
Bad? What's wrong with male Nightborn?
Looking good.
Dude, he looks great.
Looking good. I think we have, we have the Antorus belt as well.
I like the sunglasses. I think this is my favorite part. The chains, the whole
Yeah.
thing.
A lot of Legion throwbacks coming in. I like it. I also like the Lantern offhand. That's
Yeah, me too.
that's one of the top offhands I think in the game.
I love this. This is like a 9.
Legion has
Good stuff.
Legion has some of the best transmogs, which is why that they should gatekeep the Mage Tower.
Yes.
He's 100%
Good.
serious, by the way. Go get him.
Let them keep the prestige.
At Tettles on Twitter.
I'm serious.
I'm going to give it an 8.1.
I strongly disagree, but I'll tell you why later. All right, I think this is good.
Oh, it's Archimonde's belt. Good call. It's a Warlords of Draenor belt. Might be.
I think this is get a 6.5.
6.5. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your submission. Let's check out the next one here. Oh, there we go. Tettles.
Hey, we
Handing
found
it
your
to
type.
you.
Oh my god, I have seen worse.
Wait,
for
he's not.
sure.
Oh, he is shirtless. He just has tattoos. All right. What do you give it?
He's got his belly out.
I've
for
seen
Tettles.
worse.
What's your rating, though?
That's a good point. I'm contemplating.
All right.
What's your rating? That's
very
a good
serious.
point.
He's taking this
Just-
very, very seriously.
Bro is not listening.
Ellie Shaw.
He is enraptured.
Yes.
He
he's
has
locked
not
in.
looked away from the monitor for 1 second.
I
to
wish
make
he would
eye
cast.
contact.
I wish he would cast Stormkeeper for me. I want to see what he looks like when he's got his hand up in the air. Yeah.
You want to see his lats? You want to just see him lift up?
What's
that
his gym routine looking like?
Yeah, you want to see his pits?
10.
He's bulking.
10.
For sure. 10. All right, I'll give it a 9.
8.7.
8.7.
Yeah.
Okay. Verold. Ellie Shaman, thank you so much for your submission. Let's check out the next one.
Meat Sweat.
Is this Kalamazi's alt?
It might be.
He played Warrior?
In honor of him.
Okay, this is a High Mountain Tauren. Meat Sweats.
Kalamazi's alts are named after pro bodybuilders, aren't they?
Yeah, he's got
really?
Yeah, he's got Ronnie Coleman. He has Rich Piana.
Piana, yeah.
I think.
Oh my God.
I think there's a third one, but I don't actually remember it. Yeah. And then he has Kalamazi. Like.
Yeah. Gotta keep that one in there.
The other bodybuilder, just in a different way.
What is
He's building his body for sure.
Jay Cutler is not a bodybuilder, unfortunately. But I think he does have the. Wait, does he actually? No, there's no way he has Jay Cutler. Come on, there's no way. 2 people said it.
Does he? That's a football player.
Well, yeah, he's a Chicago Bears quarterback. Probably the best.
Is he a bodybuilder now? Did he
Oh, that's a different one. Oh, really? Okay.
2?
Dang. Okay. Today I learned. Sorry,
There are
chat.
2
My
professional
bad.
athletes
My bad.
named Jay Cutler.
Football brained.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Jay Cutler was like the best Bears quarterback in history, but I didn't know there was a Jay Cutler bodybuilder. Yeah, it is a low bar, but people are so mean to him when he was a pro.
Why was that?
Well, I mean, because it's Chicago and they usually don't have good quarterbacks unless they're like winning Super Bowls. They don't. Yeah.
Hasn't no Chicago quarterback ever like isn't there a stat like no Chicago quarterbacks ever thrown for over 4,000 yards?
Yeah, 4,000 yards in a
Oh,
season.
no.
Yeah, nobody has.
Yeah, they're all.
Okay, my bad, chat. Mr. Olympia bodybuilder. I didn't know.
They're mad. They're mad.
Oh. Yeah.
I'll give us a. Can we move it down a little bit? I can't see the.
Female High Mountain Tauren. That's
Yeah.
I guess this to me comes down to how many times do you press Bull Rush?
Good point. I'll give this. This is a little lower for me. Maybe a 6.5.
I like the wraps. I'll give it a 7.7.
Okay. 7.7.
Yeah.
Tunnels.
Am I seeing something different? I'll give this like a 9. I actually think it's a great block. I like this.
Well, we just have different opinions. That's why it's an opinion.
No, it's
there's correct and there's
I
wrong.
like the name, though.
Exactly. There's right and there's wrong.
Plus for the name. I'll give it a 7.5. The name did it for me.
Yeah.
Meat Sweats might be the best name I've ever seen. All right. Fear Hunter. Ooh. I like this.
Oh my God, I love these hats.
Me too.
Oh my
Where
God,
is that
These are
from?
good.
It's the
Trading Post, isn't it?
Is it for the trade post? No, I think it's something that you buy off one of the Dornegal vendors.
Oh, maybe it's the Delve Undercoin stuff?
I don't think it's the Delve Undercoin stuff. I think it's like a, oh God, what is it from? You get an item that you can turn into like a person in one of the Dornegal vendors. But yeah,
no idea.
Dimmadome hat.
I had a guy in my guild rename a character Man with Hat, and he just was like this, he was just this like naked dwarf running around with this hat. And so every time I see this hat, it's just I think of Man with Hat.
Is
Like
I like the
10 for you
spear.
then?
This spear is insane.
Yeah, that's really cool. This is a 10 for me.
it's the year of the spear.
I feel
like
it's
this a lot.
tough to find spears that I think really encapsulate a survival hunter, but this absolutely nails it.
This is fantastic.
Yep, 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Tunnels?
That's a good question.
He's really cool.
I guess an 8.5. I think I like
8.5.
this.
Wow, I'm surprised.
I like
It's
this
lower than I
mock.
thought it was going to be for you. Thank you so much for your submission. Let's take a look at the next one. Also, apparently this is a trading post knockoff.
What are we waiting for?
Their comms are muted. They're just yapping.
I'm telling you, Max has a really good underdog speech going on
They're
right
talking.
now.
They're talking
Juice
about
everybody
the
up.
stars. I think that's the only thing that you would really even talk about for this long. Maybe like P1 positioning of like the boss relative to where you're going to be dropping the what's the group so called?
The Conquest.
Conquest. Yeah, where you're going to be dropping the Conquest. So those are probably the 2 most important things that you have to actually discuss right now.
Got some puppies on the screen here. Ruby and Opal. Look at these guys, freshly groomed as well. TL.gg/donate with a link to an image hosting platform of your pictures, along with $35 to our animal charity that we are raising money for the Race World First. This is Ruby and Opal, and they are very cute. Very sweet puppers.
I get the opal, but why the ruby?
I don't know. Her ears are kind of red.
Yeah, maybe is that a thing where like they are born with like some reddish color and they kind of like grow out of it?
Yeah, that happens in some dogs.
Because my brother was like deeply blonde when he was born, but now he has like darker hair,
Yeah,
kind of like
happens to
dirty blonde.
dogs too.
Hmm.
Were you deeply blonde? Deeply blonde. I like that.
No, it was just legally blonde
Oh.
at the start.
Were you really blonde, or have you always?
He
been
still is.
Strawberry blonde.
I was definitely more blonde than I am currently, yeah.
It's kind of crazy how Titles has like the blonde hair and then red beard.
That's right.
But there's not like crossover with the colors, you know?
My mom has red hair.
Oh, that makes sense.
All right, Barbosa.
Okay.
Diablo chair. All right.
Oh.
Diablo chair. That's a nice wide monitor.
What's on the wall there, Jack? What are those?
That is called a curtain, Tuddles.
No. On the left wall, asshole.
Whoa!
That looks like a piece of bark or something that somebody painted into an American flag, right?
I think so.
Some art.
Something like that. That looks pretty sick.
Oh, we've got the orc
That's her
statue
birthday, Tettles. You can't say that to
I
her.
got the orc statue
Minted.
from BlizzCon.
What are your takes on ultra wide monitors? For World of Warcraft?
I'm not a big fan of them personally. I think.
I feel like as long as you're moving your add-ons in and they're not all.
I don't know. The problem is I really would like to try it, but there's such a big investment that I don't want to like buy one and then return it and then just like kind of like do a trial run or something like that.
I think ultra wide monitors are so interesting for World of Warcraft. I feel like they're super polarizing, where people either love them or hate them.
Yeah.
And every single person I know that has an ultra wide monitor for WoW, they always talk about how much like more peripheral space that they have.
Yeah.
Whenever they're able to game, it actually makes it. I don't know. I like this setup. I like the stacked monitor. I feel like the stacked monitor like is something that always sounds nice in my mind, but I'm too lazy to be willing to do that.
It's kind of a pain getting a mic, a monitor arm and setting it up. But once you do, I promise it's so worth it. And you have like a lot less clutter on your actual desk.
I might have to
The monitors
try.
are above. I have only monitor arms.
I have the monitor arms that I can do it with now, but I've just never tried it before.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe I should because I hate turning to my left. 'Cause
Yeah.
That's where my like bonus monitor is.
Yeah.
Oh my
That's
God.
like not chat.
This guy's setup is so much more clean than mine. This guy's got like a headset stand too. I just got cables everywhere. This guy.
Well, we don't see the cables.
We can't see under the desk.
Well,
if you're sending in a battle station, you should show us your cord management
Dude,
as well.
I need to hire somebody to do the cables.
Is that a sound bar underneath his curved monitor?
Is it?
That's what it looks like.
I haven't had a speaker connected to my PC setup, I think, ever.
Oh, I do.
I wish I had speakers, man. Like
Really?
that's so nice. Yeah, I mean, there's just times where I don't want to have my headphones in. And I just want to like.
It's so easy.
Sit there and like lounge in my chair and just like watch something. But like, yeah.
Oh, chat is saying it's an Xbox. PC
Is it
gamers
an
can't recognize a console. I thought they were white. I thought Xbox were white.
There are many colors.
You can get
many
it in
options.
I
other
feel like I
colors?
can't tell.
I can't tell either. I didn't know Xboxes got so small these days. Oh, now people are saying it's a Razer soundbar. Okay. Okay, guys.
Let's take like 10 seconds and then we'll like call it something else.
Okay.
Oh, Jarvis. Enhance.
Sound bar. Oh,
Jarvis,
all right.
enhance.
I
They
want
can
you
do
all
that the
to
whole time.
apologize.
Okay.
I want you all to apologize. Who say it was an Xbox? I want you to
They were. I think they
apologize
were
to me.
baiting us on purpose, and we fell for it. I did. Look at they've even got their remotes lined.
All
up.
right, scroll.
Their glasses are nice.
Scroll.
This is.
Oh, oh my God, he's got cable management like ports or
Dude.
Wow.
Okay.
I think this desk is sick.
So this guy's like a software engineer at home, master coder, engineer, possibly.
Lightsaber.
He's got a lightsaber as well.
Yeah. 10 out of 10.
What's the over under on him watching the Race World First while working?
It's up there. Look, it's on the top monitor. It's right there.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
So
it's not
he-
working, but
Yeah.
What class does he play? Scroll down. trying to see something.
Let's see.
What does he play?
I hope he plays a healer. Keep going.
He's got Battle Shout buffed.
Oh, he plays a warrior.
Oh, yeah.
He plays a warrior. The Unga Bunga.
AFK.
What's spec? Oh, he's
classic.
Pro. Oh, he's pro. Never mind. It's 10. 10. Oh, my God.
Oh.
He's a man of the people.
Giga Chad
Yeah.
tank.
He's a man of the people. 10.
Fantastic.
10 out of
Alien
10.
monitor as well. You know, you got your sponsors in there. Our sponsors in there.
Oh,
You
Boss
extra
got
points,
pulled.
and here we go. We're getting pulled.
Oh, let's
Pull
do it.
number 1 here on Nexus King Saladar.
Okay, Jack, what are we looking for mechanically? I mean, you and I kind of covered the mechanics, but...
Oh, big positioning change.
Yeah, let's talk.
Conquest right here is how you are removing some of the stacks of the Oathbound, and you have to do it while dodging all of these beams at the exact same time. And you have the Vanquishes going out alongside another wave of Conquest. So the Conquest is how you remove these debuffs. Watch for those who are removing those stacks, because they have to turn around and face their ghosts in order to properly make sure that their Oathbound stack is fully dropped. Then, of course, they have these Claw Slashes coming out, and they have to make sure that they do not get knocked into any of those Void Dragon ghosts on the sides of the room. It's insanely important, as anytime that you get knocked into them, they will just straight up kill you. That was only the first wave of the Conquest and Vanquish clears. They're going to try to do it again, but this is also where more Cutter Beams are coming out around the room. It's a big reason why they're standing on the edges, so they can hopefully have an easier time with soaking them. But they're having less people in the soak now, and I think they just had the entirety of Group 1 soak all of that, and there's not enough people in this one.
He lived that? Oh my god, wait, Yips just lived that.
Not anymore.
All right, well.
That's the perks of Brewmaster Stagger.
He did live it, and then he didn't.
He didn't take the full damage. He put it on a credit card, and he paid for it later.
What was the interest?
Way too high.
100%.
Way too high. They repoed his life.
All right, honestly,
this is a really good first pull.
Yeah.
Jeez, if you look at Echo's progression, early progression on this boss compared to what we just saw, 1 pull, 74%.
At this rate, we're going to be catching up in 2 more pulls.
Yeah. Yeah, that was 25% of it done. Just got to do that.
I'm face palming on behalf of my co-casters right now.
That's how math works, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the health on this boss? Is it pretty low?
Well, the boss is going to heal.
That's true.
So
yeah.
basically, how it's going to go.
Yeah. Talk to me how that works.
How it's going to go is we're going to do that phase 1 that we just saw.
Right.
And then we're going into an add intermission phase. And then we're going into the drag. Well, because it's going to be phase 1, dragon intermission, which lasts for a little bit. Then it goes into an add intermission. You come back. A little bit more dragon intermission, and then there is the phase change where it's just called King's Hunger, where you have to dodge kind of like Nexus Princess Kaiveza lines around the room. They're coming out from the boss instead of out on players, and that's where the boss heals, and then he starts up the final phase.
Yeah.
Do we call it phase 3? I think it's fair.
I don't know.
Dragon phase is kind of like there's a phase 2, and then there's like 2 intermissions within phase 2.
I think most people think of the last phase as like,
and then the last phase is like phase 3.
Is whenever the stars start to spawn. Like that's what most people think of like this is the last phase. I feel like it's just like phase 1 is like the entirety up until you jump on the platform and you go into the intermission. But there's like weird break points, like kind of like Jack is talking about for sure.
I'm gonna call it 3 phases with 2 intermissions. Just for simplicity.
3 phases,
like
2
that,
intermissions. Okay.
Because phase 2 is kind of when the dragon that you can see just kind of flapping around at the top of Scott's screen, that kind of comes down and fights with Saladar. And that's where like the Dimensius beams are coming out from the dragons that you have to be in a very specific spot to dodge.
What's up with the Lust on Pull? Did you see that?
Yeah, might as well. Just to see how far you can get.
So there is a 100% damage amp on the Royal Voidwing that happens at some point during this boss. A lot of groups save Bloodlust for it. At least they did during Heroic.
I'm a big fan of just ripping Lust on these prog moments just to get a little bit further. They can always move it later, but nothing makes people better at the game than like the pattern recognition of doing things over and over again.
Sure.
And by just having Lust for the round of extra safety and stuff, you just get there a little bit easier. So,
but counterpoint, like this first phase is like time-based more than anything anyway. So you have to be able to get the Conqueror stack soaked. And like Lusting doesn't really do anything for phase 1.
More damage, more leech self-healing, easier for healers to heal. I mean, and there's no downside. There's literally no downside.
Okay, but the reason I said I don't think it really does anything is because most of the deaths are happening because of like, I got hit by the Vanquisher pizza slice. I got ran over by an orb, right? But at the same time, I do see your point. I think that your point certainly has merit, and doing it as more of a, but you think it's a progression list. You don't think it's like the Lust.
No. I think they would have to do it at the damage amp once again, because when they're killing off that Voidwing, the boss is going to munch the HP that's remaining from that Voidwing. So you need to take advantage of that damage window to make sure the boss doesn't just like full heal. So no, it's just a prog lust. I'm a big fan of prog lusting as best as you possibly can, because even if you change nothing for the intended strategy, people play differently once they've seen the boss fight a few times, because there's like the minutia of like how classes work, how specs are functioning, and how they're sort of working together. And the adjustments naturally happen even without analysts like stepping in and telling people to do certain things or use cooldowns in certain areas.
Can we go over the mythic-specific mechanics on this boss again?
Yeah, so let's stay on one damage dealer's point of view so that we can properly see it. I think Hopeful's a good one to do right now. He's got a nice clean UI. When players are soaking this circle, it's going to be coming out in just a second. Those are called Conquer. They're about to happen. If Hopeful stays in here, he is going to have to look at one of the ghosts. He's going to have to turn and look around at one of his ghosts. And probably a good way to do it is to get out of the group just like he did.
They spawn like now, don't they?
No, it happens right after you soak a Conquest. Okay. So it already happened, and he just looked at Melee. I personally could not see it at all, but he was there. That is also a good example of when you get bounced into any of those dragons, you get stunned, and then they paw at you, and they just kill you. So really important to make sure that doesn't happen to you. But what he ended up doing was he ended up positioning a little bit and looking for his ghost. And it's really super hard to see. THD might hop into this next conquest, and we might get a chance to see the ghost a little bit more clearly. If we do, I want to see if we can like freeze frame it and then maybe go back and be able to zoom in on it, because it's really difficult to see for if you've never done this fight before. We'll have to see if we can find like a clean POV so we can kind of like zoom in and enhance on that ghost. But basically, every time you clear a stack of that oath, that will spawn the ghost, and you have a limited duration to look at the ghost. And if you don't, then the stack of Oathbound goes back on you. And that's basically like that's the early part of the fight. I know.
Production's laughing at you.
I know.
You hear it?
I know.
That was a cackle.
Yeah. Well, everybody gets one. Early part of the fight is really just going to be making sure you're not losing any stacks of Oathbound and making sure you're not getting cut down by the cutter beams.
What about the... I mean, we've already seen, it looks like, a couple of adjustments to the composition as well going into this.
Yeah, and I wonder if we're going to have a lot more over time. This is going to be kind of a challenge that we'll have to look for later, and I think that's one thing that makes this fight so tough. If you bring anybody new into the fight,
yeah,
then they're going to have to like relearn phase 1.
Sub-Rogue is nasty on this boss. They're playing triple mage right now. They're only playing single dev, which I think they played double evoker for the entirety of this raid so far.
Are they all arcane?
I mean, arcane is bonkers during the intermission for killing off the ads in time. I don't really, and it's insane on the damage burn. I wouldn't be shocked if they're all arcane.
I think
Arcane's gonna be really tough to cast on the last phase, but like, it's, you know, Shimmer, Lamau.
Echoes are all arcane as well.
Probably. I would
from this log.
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if they're all arcane for Liquid too. I think that Sub-Rogue is really good on this boss. I don't really know what you would drop for a Sub-Rogue, but I'm really interested in seeing what composition they end up landing on at the end of the fight. I think that right now for these early pulls, it doesn't really matter all too terribly much. This is just, you know, the very, very first little bit of progression on this boss, and things change very quickly. I mean, I think that Forge Weaver is a great example of that, where Liquid progged Forge Weaver with one comp for a little bit, and then they swapped like 6 pieces around. And same thing with Soul Hunters. They progged the first couple pulls of Soul Hunters, then on pull 11 they swapped like 5 people out, and then like 5 new specs in. It was like insane.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again, but it's also going to be about which ads are going to be, or which part of the fight's going to be the biggest issue. Whether it's going to be the ad phase, they need an insane amount of like damage adjustment for that.
Could be damage on the boss.
Or, right? Yeah, it could be who does the best damage for the vulnerability phase, because then that's going to pay dividends and have the boss lower entering phase 3.
I think it's a delicate balance, right? Like, I think that they're... Something that people try to do is they try to like shoehorn these specializations and make them do things that they're not good at. And that's kind of the balance of 20-man raiding. DPS, basically since Dragonflight, have gotten a lot more polarized, where they do specific jobs and they do them the best. For example, let's take Arcane Mage. Arcane Mage here is probably going to be the best specialization in the game for killing those platforms, or killing the main ad in those platforms, because first and foremost, they have 1 minute 18-second Arcane Surge, so it can immediately Arcane Surge that ad, and then have their Arcane Surge back available for the damage jam. They are going to be one of the best specializations in the game at that. Whereas the Sub-Rogue is going to be one of the best specializations in the game at hitting the boss during the damage amp. And then there's going to be, you know, DK is going to be one of the better specializations for cleaning up the small ads, not necessarily funneling into that large ad. So it's all about having a balance. It's not about being like, oh yeah, this specialization is the best at this thing, or like trying to make a dev evoker do single target damage to the ad. Those are kind of things that's like, all right, you need to pick what you're good at and just be the best at that.
Yeah, let's get ourselves into another pull here on Saladar. Early on, they've been dragging the boss to the edges of the room to make it a little bit easier to dodge the cutter beams raining down from the sky. Yeah. But the problem is also going to be on positioning for a lot of these players and making sure that they're going to properly be able to get out of the way of the cutter beams and still soak the conquest, because it's a lot of like a heads-up play.
So the reason that they're dragging the boss back is like fairly simple. They're trying to drag it close to where the ads spawn those first balls that are like basically circling through the raid. So it's those dragons that are on the edge of the room that are actually spawning those, and the first couple ones that are shooting out are coming from that near side that they're dodging from, it makes it really hard whenever the boss is off-center to dodge just because you are so close to them.
Oh, there it is.
But at the same time, you can't have them. Oh, was that the soak?
Yeah, they moved the ghosts from PTR testing. They used to be coming, I think, when you were breaking your stats or breaking your debuffs, and now they've moved it so it's afterwards.
Yeah,
you'll have the Conquer going out. Once those complete, then they'll have the ghost haunt you, and then you'll have time to be able to do it. And they made the light a lot brighter from what we saw on a PTR too.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought, because like the weak aura that I have for this raid, like just like spams like add here, and I'm just like, it's like 10-15 seconds after like.
Yeah. So it should happen like 2 or 3 seconds from right now. It'll be like your oaths will come to haunt you. So watch for it real quick. Yeah,
there it is. It's that ad right there.
Yeah. Right there, and then you can see the ghosts.
It's that big pillar of, okay, that's way
and then they
type as a one. Like, oh my god.
Well, it's way easier than what they had on PTR, too.
Yeah. A couple people going down here for Liquid, but honestly, this is a great pull. Lip, I think, is MC'd. Looks like Smacked and KSP both died. Oh, Scott got MC'd. That's gonna be bad for Yips.
It'd be bad for everybody.
might be bad for everybody. Yeah, Yips is dead. Yep, goodbye, Yips.
New best pull, though.
Yeah, 2 pulls in a row, getting progress for both of them. Nicely done here on the early stages of progression for this boss.
It's going to be really fun when we get to the part of the fight where the boss
here's the Voidwing. Here's the Royal Voidwing. The Voidwing is spawning and knocks players back. And then you have to basically just tank this part of the fight for a little bit. These are the first set of beams that we were discussing earlier, where now the boss is going to be... So the boss has like a cast that the tank can... Yeah, the circles. So the circles drop those orbs off to the side, and then there's like images of the Royal Voidwing that shoots beams across the room. And they happen in like a sequence where you need to drop them, and then it shoots the lasers in specific directions.
Yeah, this is more so what I would call phase 2 coming in, because you're going to have the Voidwing out for quite a long period of time, but it's also going to push you into an intermission phase, and then you come back, you fight that Voidwing a little longer, and then it gets into the King's Hunger, which is the intermission before you enter the final phase.
Yeah.
The phase transitions, sorry, are those time-based like you guys?
Yes.
Time-based?
Yes.
I don't think, is anything in here percent-based?
There's like
the intermission.
If you drop it too low, it automatically phases, but not anything we'd see on not anything we'd see on Mythic. Right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
not real ones.
So not really. Yeah, everything's
like a
time-based. This fight is
super deep farm.
This fight is demonic.
All right, real quick between these polls, would like to give a shout out to Philips Hue, one of our sponsors for the race, World First, teal.gg/Hue. If you'd like to enter for a chance to win a Philips Hue starter kit, that is an E22, E26 60-watt light bulbs, as well as a dimmer. That is the Philips Hue starter kit, or you can use that code RWF15 upon checkout for 15% off. Teal.gg/Hue. Thank you so much for Philips Hue for sponsoring this race to World First.
That's right. We'd love to see it. Really shedding a lot of light on that, Aya. Thanks.
Oh, yeah. Oh, nice one. That was good.
Hey.
He's bright.
That was good.
Nah.
What are the things that we've learned so far from these first 2 polls? Any surprises?
Nope, this fight is insane.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I learned that this is actually roughly what I kind of expected with the fight. Nothing really changed much from PTR except for there's better visual clarity on the ads.
I think when you're done.
No, all you.
When we're talking about like phases transitioning based off time, I think this fight's going to be really interesting to see how far you can make progress on it without being in any position to kill it.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be able to continue on the fight even if you're having a number of players down, at least until that first added intermission, and then we can have to see. That might be an area where they start prog lusting again, just to deal with it if they have some players down, so that they can get a little bit further into the fight, And so this is going to be extraordinarily difficult on the one hand, because they have to make sure that they can get far enough into the fight, probably be using lusts at suboptimal times to get to see more mechanics and iterate on their strategy. And then when they actually get into pull range, then they're going to get to a spot where if they have any phase 1 deaths, they're probably not going to continue, or it'll be very, very difficult for them to continue because there's a number of other ways where you're going to wipe if you don't have enough damage down the road.
I saw from Echo polls earlier that the beam phase on this fight is like insanely tight. Like we almost saw it in that last pull for Liquid from the Royal Voidwing, but it looks like the stack point on those beams for like the safe spot is like very, very, very narrow.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing some of the footage where they were all running away from the beams, and the second that they were about to die, like the very fraction of a second, they were in the 1 pixel that would keep them alive, and then the beams went away.
I personally never made it that far in PTR testing, but
that's why I said I saw footage.
Allegedly, they changed it to make it even more intense.
We'll
see.
Don't know how they could, but I believe you.
A movie.
First boss that they've done.
A movie.
A movie.
That's
This one is
Tettle's
a
word
movie.
of
Oh,
fear.
you know what this movie is?
What?
It's
Oh my God! You finally figured
Snakes
it out.
on a
Soccer
plane.
no. It's I think it's what, Edge of Tomorrow with Tom Cruise
Oh.
and
I don't know, but I know the movie
what's
you're
her
talking
name?
about.
Yeah, you know, Live, Die, Repeat. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tom Cruise is like this. I don't know. He's like a naval officer or something, and they're like in mechs, and they have to defeat aliens. Emily Blunt, thank you. Thank you, chat. And then they have to like live, die, repeat. It's like Groundhog Day, but he's fighting aliens. That's what this is. I mean, they kind of are aliens with the ethereals, so it basically is this movie.
And it is like Groundhog Day in the sense that they have to pull again. And like you were seeing, they took the Conqueror to the edge of the room. That is going to be something that they're going to be doing pull again. Yeah. They're going to be taking it to the first dragon that is despawning and spawning those orbs. That way they have an easier time of seeing that those orbs are coming from the far side of the room. Now you saw on screen right there, THD, he was going to be dealing with the mythic mechanic where you have to basically look at your ad. If you don't end up looking at your ad in time, then you get given back another stack of that Oath debuff, and that basically gets you MC'd at the end of this first kind of phase. THD now jumping in that group soak with everybody else. Then Saladar is going to be spawning another one of those light pillar ads that we were kind of calling out earlier. THD is going to have to look at that, soak it again, similar to question mark Kai'Veza, and then deal with that. Then we're going to be getting the Royal Void Wing, where we might be seeing these laser phase that Jack and I are kind of calling out.
Yeah, they have a lot of the raid alive so far, and they have one more stack of Oathbound to remove. As long as they get their souls really, really quickly here, they will be able to negate any additional Oathbound buffs going out onto their allies. And here you can see that Wikora for everybody determining when the Conqueror and Vanquishes are going out. And here come the group soaks. The group soak for Conquest number 5, and then it's immediately followed by number 6. Okay. Everybody should be having their Conquest removed, and then they're about to invoke the Oath. So any players who do still have those Oathbound stacks will get mind controlled.
Yeah, any like whenever you miss your...
Wow, that damage.
Oh my God, that was a massive AoE hit. This is insane. Anybody who doesn't look at those ads, they basically get a stack back, which makes them die and like get MC'd right here. Like you're seeing right here, all those players that got MC'd, they probably didn't look at an ad. Now the beams are spawning. So on Heroic, they spawn on players and players drop them off to the side. On Mythic, they are static locations largely. I'm trying to see exactly where they're respawning. So these are the beams. There's also one that's coming straight out of the front of the boss.
Well,
Bazap.
what just happened?
Look at those. Well, look at those beams.
Turns teach.
Well, all the tanks are dead. Scott got MC'd and died.
Okay.
Look at this beam pattern.
And then Scott definitely got MC'd and died and then got battle res. That's what happened.
I believe so. Yeah. Here's intermission 1, the ad intermission.
Oh, okay. So he presses extra action button. He jumps up to this platform. And this is what we're calling out earlier about
Let's look at
the intermission.
The ad HP. Show me that Titan HP.
A lot.
Oh, let's look at it. 9 billion? Did I read that right?
Well, he's using LVI, so I can't really tell.
I saw a 9 and a B.
Woo! Okay.
That's some proggers.
Yeah, proggers. Scott pushing to that second platform. Got just like a little bit of information there, so certainly something to work off of. That was pool number 3, heading into pool number 4 shortly here.
I think it's going to be really hard to get all 20 players left through this first phase.
Oh, yeah. That's why I think there's going to be some prog lusts for those ad intermission phases.
It's weird because the beam phase, it's very flashy. Like, just as a mechanic, it's very flashy. I actually don't think it's that hard.
I'm pretty sure you're forced to stand in the same spot with the entirety of the raid, and the tank is facing away, of course.
Yeah.
And then that's it.
So static mechanics like that, while they are very flashy and they look difficult, more often than not, just with repetition, it gets a lot easier. The Conqueror, that moving Conqueror while you're trying to dodge those balls, that mechanic looks insane.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at the replay of that push that we just saw.
Okay, so what's going on here is they're trying to make sure that all the players are in the Conqueror, kind of like Jack was pointing out, and then they have the ads that are going to be spawning here momentarily. Fired Up was in 2 of those Conqueror debuffs. I think he probably missed one of the ad soaks, which meant that he had to soak the Conqueror twice. It does 500% increased damage if you have to soak it
something like that.
Yeah, something ridiculous. Like, you're not supposed to be soaking it twice. And now he's invoking the Oath, which means that anybody who still has stacks of that Oath-sworn debuff, they get MC'd. And you can see them on screen right here. It's 5 or so people, 4 or 5 people. Looks like Scott was actually one of those. I was right. I thought my eyes were deceiving me a little bit. We got a Feral Druid, got a Ellie Shaman, a Rogue, all getting MC'd. That's fine. Like, it is, it is what it is. It's very early progression. Now we're going to be going into this Royal Voidwing phase, and the Royal Voidwing is going to be spawning ads like in a circle surrounding the boss, and then those ads are going to be shooting lasers out of them in set patterns. The boss also shoots a laser out like as a frontal out of it. And that's a non-static pattern because in theory you could move the boss wherever you want. It looked like Yips was supposed to move the boss towards the edge of the platform there, which is what we saw. And then it looked like THD was in a safe spot and then was supposed to move in. So these beams are going to be rotating in specific directions each and every single time. And the precise movement and how they're going to be moving depends on just how these beams are moving. And so that's going to be something that they're going to have to practice around with. So this is the first wave of those beams, and they are all facing towards that center direction where the outside is going to be safe. I think that they're all then going to... Oh, how are these beams moving?
It looks like the center is covered up, and so they could maybe have almost like the 6 o'clock position right behind the boss.
These beams aren't moving at all.
But they're about to. So it's like there's 3 rounds of beams. There's like one that's static, and then there's one where the center of the room looks like it's open. So it's going to spin around, and then the center is going to be clear. And then it looks like they had to get out of the center for the final one. I'm not sure where they stand for the third one, but I think that they do.
That makes That makes sense. That's a good call. I didn't see it. That makes sense as to how that works. Okay.
How are you supposed to get away from that if they're moving?
So you basically are like pre-positioning into a set spot, and you might move a little bit, but the entire raid shifts together.
Okay.
And so like position 1, you'll be at like the 6 o'clock position on the clock. Position 2, you'll be in like the center of the room.
Write that down.
For every round.
And then position 3, I don't know where.
Writing it down. Got it.
Middle of the room.
And then position 3, we'll see.
Oh, we got hit by a ball. Is that intentional? Or does he not care because he's a tank?
I don't think tanks have to care. Tank privilege.
God, I wish that was me.
You're going to have a lot of fun when you get a chance to tank for your 0 to hero.
Oh yeah. When's that happening, Tettles?
After the race at some point.
Ooh.
But yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. They stand on the edge for the first ones. They dodge, and then those beams don't move, and then they immediately probably Warlock gate. If I had to wager a guess, I think it's going to be like a group, like a 20-man gate straight into the middle of the room.
I think they're close. They might be able to walk it. They might need it for the third one.
What, would you slam down like a stamp roar and run or something?
Yeah, it looked like they were in. See the inner circle there? That's like more white, and it's not the not the bedazzled one, I guess you could say. It looked like they had to stay at the middle circle, or sorry, the white circle, I guess you could call it, and then they would be fine, and then they'd move into the middle with just like a stamp.
Oh, Driny's MC'd.
And Driny's gone.
Nick's dead too. No battle res.
Oh, what might have happened is I think the cutter beams might give you stacks of Oath. I'm trying to think of what's triggering their mind control.
Oh, if you die,
no.
If you die with any stacks of Oath on you get mind controlled. So basically, sorry, I don't know if we necessarily even explain this to chat. So basically how this fight works is anytime you see somebody get mind controlled, that is what happens in lieu of you dying. Like those players are effectively dead, but why they're mind controlled is because they still have the debuffs that they're trying to clear with the Conqueror. And then if you still have some of those debuffs, the Oaths, at the end of the Invoke the Oath cast, which is at the 2-minute mark on this fight or whatever, then you get mind controlled regardless. And so like right here, the boss is casting Invoke the Oath. Anybody who still had stacks of that debuff, didn't get 3 soaks on the Conqueror, they get mind controlled automatically. There's not really anything you can do about it.
Still going to be pushing through the final seconds of this fight here. 65%, best pull being 59. Only Yips and Scott alive.
Okay, yeah, so here's the beginning of the positioning. They'll stand right behind the tank. And then I think they need to be in the middle of the room here for this cutter.
Yep,
See
so
how
you would Warlock a gate all the way in, and you would stand dead center of the boss.
Oh,
and now you have
turn
to
off right of this. I get it. Okay.
and then
you have to go back out. Yep.
Yeah, then you go back out, and then it's going to be right there.
Oh, the safe spot's at the edge of the room.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's not too bad of a movement. You could stamp roar to the middle, and then you Warlock Gateway out, and then that'll be fine.
You would time spiral there, I think, for the movement inwards, and then, yeah, like you said, Warlock Gate out. It's just really fast, and the safe spot is, like, really narrow.
The benefit, though, is that once you are in that position, you don't really have to run away. Like, you just have to get into that safe position, and then you're set.
Yeah, and you can even go there
I know that mechanic right there looks insanely difficult. In context of everything else that's happening on this fight, I think that might be one of the easier mechanics.
We don't move that's the same every time.
It's static, yes. Yeah. And I think that is the part that makes it a lot easier, is because since it's predetermined, you know what to expect. Whereas with the random balls that are spawning around the room and the dynamic Conqueror placement and the fact that the tanks are like spinning around the pizza slice, that stuff is really hard.
Yeah.
I think that's actually going to be a lot easier than phase 1, and it's going to be that'll be kind of like a noob check later on down the line of like nobody should die to this after what we've seen it like 5 times.
Something we didn't point out as well is every single time that the tank or the Void Wing, the dragon, does that beam on Yips, you saw him like getting big. It's very similar to the Razageth beam mechanic, where after a certain period of time, the tank will explode on the entire raid for a percentage of the damage that they took during that beam, which I think it makes sense to have Yips tanking that over Scott, because we're not exactly known for being the most durable versus magic damage. I think that wall is not that bad, but that's where you slam an external on the tank. Anything except for time dilation, any real external on the tank.
Right. I mean, time dilation is pretty good.
Time dilation delays the damage that you take by 50%, but it's not a DR, right?
Yeah, but it allows more time for the healers to heal through that incoming damage. If you take a huge hit, you'd have to they either live, die. It's like a straight up check. But if you're able to delay that damage, you have a lot more time for their self-healing or healers' self-healing or additional healing to make sure you deal with it.
I guess I didn't really understand. Maybe I misunderstood how that would even work.
Whew, all right, well, still a lot of unanswered questions, and I'm very curious to see how they continue to progress through this fight, because it looks to be exciting so far. How do we feel about it? What are the general vibes of this Tuttles to you versus the last boss that we just saw?
I mean, it's just a really fast-paced fight, and while prog for phase 1 looks like it's going okay, the real prog is going to start whenever you have 20 players alive and you're able to go another intermission. For that to happen, it's going to take some time. The movement on this fight seems very intense. But the hardest part of this fight is honestly going to be like the 30-0 burn.
Yeah.
Like the stars, the Star Seeker missiles, those kind of things are going to be by far the hardest part on this boss.
All right, well, here they go very quickly into yet another pull number 6. And with that, we're going to head to a Monster Energy, listen in, and get some new casters in. We'll see you around.
Okay. This is Group Soak. Go in now. Nice.
It should make Vanquish 0.5 second cast.
Yep. This is solo.
TD.
Time for Blazes. Blazes go behind. The boss needs to make it all the way to Moon before the next Souls. Blazes stay here. Watch fired up. This is next to this is Lip, you're AMZing this Conquer. This is going to be Group Soak 3rd. Wait. Some people ran through early and go now. That seemed easy.
Run through early is like actually easy.
Or no, we wait till after the phase, right? Because yeah, Blazes go behind, by the way. Nice. Nice, get the diamond. Everyone do your spirits now. Do your spirits. Nice, last set here. I believe this is a Conquer 1. Nope, it's Conquer 3. Wait. And go through now. Good. Nice, and then we're doing jump off if you didn't get rid of souls, maybe. Okay, boss is gonna go. Oh, big AoE. Yeah, I forgot. Live. Okay, we're pulling the boss to diamond to the edge. Done. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's totally dead.
Yeah, I can stun them all. I'll stun them all.
I'll chain them down. Let's go.
White?
Do we have like something for the massive AoE at the end of the phase? Because it's like, even if you live it, like one tick of like the pulsing raid damage just kills you after that.
We can move stuff there that just didn't look like that you needed it, but when I look at
I think usually we're heavy healers dead, so you should live.
Everyone in their group is full health. Boss cast it, and let's see. Yeah, they go to like 20%, but there's nothing else happening at that time. So I think everyone alive angle, and you're chilling.
Yeah.
Did he rally that? Is Teeth a warrior?
Yeah, I mean he did rally that at that point, but like last time I checked, it didn't require it. Let's see.
Madison only takes you really low, and if you don't Like there is pulsing right damage.
I don't see a rally on that.
There's no.
They did that at one point at least, but
there's no rally there.
Wait,
But
is
we're
there?
not doing that.
We just survived that on
And some
accident.
people are going to like 5% from full health. I think there's something.
There's no spirits thing for the. At least I don't have a bar for spirits spawning on the third set on my big wigs. Maybe it's something that I have set it, but I don't see it.
I updated it. That last set, they spawn like almost immediately after the combo ends.
Okay, that's what Okay.
Yep, cool.
I just put it at the combo start.
Can we also have like that thing where it shows like when they're shooting?
Yeah, I'd like that too.
It's on your big wigs.
Well, like another one separate from big wigs.
Yeah, that we can like.
Because there's a
like,
lot of things on big wigs. It's just like saying like spirits spawning and like spirits shooting you.
Yeah.
Also, you need to actually like directly face them. It can't even be like a 20-degree angle.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at it and it just didn't go.
It's like the Delve challenge.
Yeah, it needs to be like head on.
Head on.
That's why we required the Kaiveza before the tier.
If you're not wearing, if you're not a contract killer, do not fucking get out.
Do not check my achievements.
No way you didn't do it. Wait,
You gotta reload.
75 pulls on it, Exo?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
I'm up there with Tettles. I'm at 200 or something.
Whoa! What could that mean?
I'm at 0. I one-shot that shit, bro. Uh-oh. Yips. Yips is newer.
What?
Dude, my
Yips,
thing
you got
is
a different
spitting at me, bro.
add-on.
My thing is spitting.
What do you want me to do?
It says you have all the
Where is
let me do a horse check.
Doing it
Hold on.
you just fucking...
One second. We have some people with problems, right?
Yeah,
can I?
the
while we're
horse
waiting
is
on,
fucking. Oh.
Okay, while we're figuring that out, can someone link me the simulation for last phase that we're planning on using right now?
I'll record it really quick.
Cool.
All right, I fixed up my horse. We're good.
Wait for Boomy to post the thing that we can go.
It's gonna take a sec. We should do one.
Oh, wait, pull. That's fine.
But I think you should just move your rally to the end, like explosion when we transition. I just looked at it.
Would
not
Octotem
dropping
be
that
there
low on the
too? Like,
Conqueror.
would Octotem cover the third Conqueror and that end?
I'm in the beginning right now.
But
yeah,
trying to keep it right that it covers both, so that could be better.
Yeah, I'll swap it to the end.
And Scott can do first, but I don't even know if we need Angstosman on the first. It looks like safe. Everyone has a personal.
Yeah.
We just remove that copy paster.
Alright, get ready. First set.
Okay. Got.
Dude, that's gotta stop. He's
full
probably
AFK,
at the oven.
bro.
I think he's at the oven. Look.
Be on square, be on square, be on square. Not away from square.
He's not AFK.
Back now.
Okay. I don't have taunt, so hopefully it's con.
We're doing third conquer. Not this, not this. Soaking this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, it's over here. Fuck it.
Well, it was. Yeah.
That works for me.
Points plus.
Are we still sending this?
Why not?
Fuck it. Okay, spirit soon.
Got work now, please. You should like walk
Spirits in
forward a
3,
little so you
2,
don't
look at your
creep the place,
spirit.
people.
Okay. Get bait behind. Hey, conquer through, go. That one was extra hard because of the position wasn't exact.
Starting you smack.
Okay.
I'm dead.
This is Blazes. And spirits soon. Keep going just for spirit practice. Maybe the tanks can't do this actually. Spirits now. 1, 2. We're soaking third conquer, or third ability. And go through. Nice. And get ready for your spirits. Spirits in 3, 2, 1, now.
Shit.
1, 2, 3.
Crazy
Nice.
spell.
Jump off and die.
I actually don't know how it killed me. I'm very confused. Was Scott actually AFK or not?
Yeah, I was AFK.
He was
also
okay.
AFK.
He came back like 5 seconds in.
Yeah.
Also, I think it's very important for consistency that, and this was totally just because of Scott being AFK on the first one, but for the other ones too, that the tank combo was always with the boss exactly on the marker.
Like
The markers are right in front of a dragon, and if they're a little off, it's like at an edge, and it's just going to make the dodges feel different every time, and they can just feel the same.
Oh, we go into blue on pull. Yeah, blue on pull.
Yeah, exactly, on blue.
Are the evokers time sparring the third one? Or not? I mean Zephyr. Sorry.
I forgot to do it that time.
Wouldn't it make more sense to like have one evoker do 2, one evoker do 3, and then like put one mage in third, so it's less overlapping?
But I think your cooldowns are during the third though, as mates are.
Oh.
We're Arcane Souling.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to place,
You're a
place
genius.
it there.
Damn, he's thinking of you. He's thinking of you. Oh, by the way, I'm assuming the druids are doing this, but the druids aren't just roaring like right when it starts, right? You're roaring when our conquer happens, or like when is the movement? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm making sure it lasts for when we have to run into it.
Yeah.
When are the wind rushes?
So in a second.
On the ground.
I'm using right now because we're drawing everyone, but
Yeah, I wonder if like having it down before the third conquer roar would help with like early dodges, or if you guys think it's fine, it doesn't matter.
You just gotta turn on your shoes, bro. You guys got blinking shit.
Just place it
I'm
like
walking.
No, it's Shimmer.
Boss goes to blue. Nice. Okay, third conquer here. We're shooting through in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that was weird, but everyone's getting in. It's fine.
TD.
RaiderIO, I think. Blazes back. These blazes stay.
You spawn, you should move forward. Everyone that doesn't know Blaze.
Yep. Watch Nick here. Nice.
Zone.
Make sure you're exactly on the marker. Perfect. Watch, there's a thing to our left. Just be careful. I didn't call souls. My fault. Okay. This is first conquer. Go through into the right. Go. And we're just dodging back here.
Oh, it didn't.
I'm alive for now. Yeah. I'll just need a personal in the next set of mechanics. That's all.
If you get a dot, you're not getting a blaze. You should just move ahead. Okay. Second blazes. Double spirits. Make sure you focus on which one spawns first, all the way to diamond. Spirits in 3, 2, 1. Spirit 1. Spirit 2. The boss didn't make it quite to diamond. This is gonna be weird. Go through. There's probably gonna be 2 beams though.
Oh! TD me, Nick. I'm so dead. Oh,
I think we just die.
Practice the souls. Oh shit.
Oh sure. Yeah, right after this. Spirits are in 3, 2, 1. Spirit 1, 2, 3. Yay.
You're alive. Good job. Do the dragons on the edge just melee you?
Yeah.
You can't go near the dragons.
Yeah, I got the blaze pushed me too close, and I got meleeed.
We had someone mention this earlier, and we talked about it, but I'm going to just show it now, just so everyone can see it.
I feel like it's pretty easy, Exile.
Yeah, it is. It's chill.
I don't know if you have enough time there.
Stand on the dragon's side.
Yeah.
The beam, dude, you can't turn the beam.
I'm sorry, I taunted. My bad.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, if you guys get knocked into a Dargon, it's gonna kill you.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I should have just stood still and waited for let the raid move. Shit. I'm in there. I'm coming. Wait for me, bro. Help.
What speed do we have for Or the like whether we have to run to the middle or to the edge?
Impixment rush.
Is the second roar from P1 not back up?
I think my roar will be up there,
every time though with this comp.
I feel like that's a maybe we would definitely roar that.
What's the time on that? You know?
I can get it. That is at 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Okay. Thank you.
You should probably do both times, right? You can do both, I think. Like
the
both
one after
times
that
you do
too.
the same movement.
Yeah. All right, let's get Mark. Probably just not here.
If anyone's been immuning in the second soul conquer, don't, because I need the information whether or not with what I'm pressing I'll live or not.
I think they're only doing it if they miss, right?
Yeah. That's okay. I don't know if okay.
But can they always just?
How long has that
you?
been happening?
Yeah, I mean we could.
And it'll happen.
So we actually should plan this, because if people go in individually at different times, if they've fucked up, they're way less likely to live. Shouldn't we actually do it at the
Well, they're immuning. You can't go in and not immune. You instantly die.
Oh, what is the Vuln like 10 million% or something?
Yeah. I got hit through. All mage
I got
hit for like 50 million through.
Yeah,
like
50 million through.
Yeah. The problem
Well, it's
is
just
like
you're soaking a thing with no one else.
Welcome back to the Race to World First here in sunny Santa Monica, California. We got a new set of casters here right before we head to the lunch break in just a little bit, but we're seeing some initial pulls on Nexus King Salad Bar. Dranos and Kalamazzi are with me on the desk here. And what are we thinking about this boss from the first few initial pulls, guys?
Dude, it looks sick. This boss, it looks sweet. The strategy's kind of interesting. It seems, I don't want to say unintended, but it's like the way that the tank mechanic is being handled is a little bit different than I think they wanted us to do it, right? We're just all soaking some of the Conquers, and then nobody's going in some of the other ones, and we're just having the tanks live that 200 million combined physical and shadow hit by themselves, which is pretty impressive. Definitely, I think not what it was maybe supposed to look like, but it seems like by far the easiest way, because then you get the most value out of those raid cooldowns, and everybody's doing the same thing. It's an interesting tank combo, and it's what we've been seeing a lot of difficulties with, because it casts in a somewhat random order. The thing you know, though, is there will be a Conquer either first or third in this combo. So if the Conquer is first, they're soaking it then as a raid, and if the Conquer isn't first, they know they're going to soak that third one. There are a couple of other configurations that can surround that, but that single piece of logic makes it a little bit easier for everybody to know when they're supposed to go into that soak and when they're supposed to avoid it.
Yeah, there were a few clips from PTR, that actual phase 2, with those lasers spawning and cutting the room apart.
Yeah.
We've seen it a few times. It looks visually amazing, but we know there are safe spots for the most part, which they have already planned to sort of just negate that mechanic, but visually the fight looks incredible still.
Now, do we have to do the same thing that you do on, like, for instance, Plexus Sentinel, where you have two separate groups soaking each of the Conquerors, or are they just all?
No, it's either all or nothing, or like the other tank is taking. So on this set, for instance, it went Conquer, Conquer, Vanquish, Vanquish, which means there was a Conquer in the first position, and that is the everybody soak. If it had started on a Vanquish, then the Conqueror that was in the third position of those four would have been the everyone soak. But you saw that overlap with those lasers coming from the dragons, which meant the tank was moving the Conqueror at the last second. Not everybody was able to get in and clear all their stacks, I believe. If you miss even a single one of the assigned Conquerors, you are not going to be able to clear all of your Oathbound stacks that you got at the start of the fight, which means you are going to die unless you can go and immune another one of them. Right. This tank combo is Vanquish, Vanquish, Conquer, Conquer. So again, we have a Conqueror in the third position this time, and that would have been the everyone soak, except everybody is already dead, except for Yips, who is mind controlled, which is what happens if you, I think if you die while you still have those Oathbound stacks, that is what happens to you, is you get MC'd by the boss, which, you know, obviously it's just a turbo wipe as soon as that happens.
And to clarify, we have 3 stacks of Oathsworn, correct? You need to clear each phase 1. So on top of that, once you clear with that Conquer, a Ghost spawns, which you need to face. If you don't, it basically gives you your Oathsworn stack back.
It seems like those spirits are spawning at like preset times rather than right after you clear. I'm not 100% sure when those are, or maybe it is right after you clear.
I thought after you clear,
because
change your PT.
Everybody is clearing at the same time.
From testing, it's after the whole combo when it's doing the claws. So if as you're running out with the claws, you might have to turn and face a ghost at the same time. It's a pretty nasty overlap to deal with.
Yeah, that is definitely nasty. Now the composition that we're using here looks a little bit different than what we were seeing, a couple of days ago on Forge Weaver, even Soul Hunters. The Warlock stack is down to just 2 of them, so a tough day for our purple friends.
I suspect that number will go up to 3 very shortly. This
it might.
Very, very, very good Destra Warlock fight. Someone in chat asking Kalamazi if you want to expand on that, why this is such a good Destra Warlock.
I mean, there's just multiple opportunities for cleave. You have the boss, you have the dragon that spawns in. The dragon needs to be brought to a lower health threshold later on in the fight, because later on, sort of in like a phase 2.5 intermission, the boss will essentially drain the dragon's health, giving it to himself. But there's a big damage amp on the dragon that lasts exactly 30 seconds, which is basically a whole destruction warlock window. Even before then, you can cleave both targets, getting them both lower, which makes the boss lower in the last phase. Also add cleave in the platforms, a lot of prio funnel. Warlock's good at that. Destro, good at that. So yeah, the damage profile is very suiting for this fight, but we'll see where they go long term with their comp choices.
Yeah, the triple Arcane Mage right now giving them extremely good burst window there. I think that Destro lock would be hard stacked if you could damage the boss while the Voidwing burn is happening, which you can't.
Right.
Yeah, so because of that, the Destro lock is good. It's good at cleaving the 2 when they're both out, but it's not like turbo insane. We need 10 of this in our raid right now, which it would be if that worked differently. We are also down to the 1 Dev Evoker, no Aug right now, no second Dev, and just the 1 Shadow Priest, which you'll usually see a similar number of Shadow Priests as Dev Evokers in a lot of these comps because they complement each other so well. The Shadow Priest can PI the Dev Evoker, and then that same Evoker can be the rescue plane ticket that the immobile Shadow Priest needs for various mechanics.
Yeah, I think the Arcane Mage in specific is just really good in general on this fight. Obviously, having an immunity available to you is really good. Just soak mechanics and just live through big hits of damage, but it's really, really good in the intermission phase. That resonance funnel they bring to killing off that Manaforge Titan very, very quickly is pretty powerful on this encounter.
Yeah, and to clarify, we haven't seen that Manaforge Titan phase cleanly.
Not yet.
Correct? Okay.
No, so if you're looking at our leaderboard on the left side of the screen there, the way that it's currently configured, which I think we all are a little uncomfortable with as casters, is that each phase is 33%.
Right.
So Echo being at 29% means they've just started phase 3. I believe that's going to be swapped over to what Warcraft Logs has just changed it to, which is just 89% P3.
Yeah,
right. Showing up.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that's always fun to figure out exactly how you want to display that. But yeah, as of right now, that's what our leaderboard means. So Echo have just entered, well, they're asleep now, but their best pull had just entered the last phase. We saw a little bit of those rotating stars, the orbiting star mechanic there, which looks like it's going to be super fun to deal with. And then Method currently in second, a hair ahead of Liquid. Both guilds having just made it to the platform side, right, rather than into that last phase. So
I was trying to figure out a good way to name how far away from the boss you drop those stars, but I liked the convention that you were talking about back in the caster room, just using our solar system.
Yeah, I call them the Mercury orbit, the Venus, the Earth, and the Mars orbits, because that's kind of intuitive for me, how I think about it.
You mean in phase 3?
Yeah, once we get to phase 3 where we're dropping those orbiting stars, yeah.
I have a theory, and I could be wrong, I've often been wrong in the past, that phase 3 and dropping those stars is going to look visually incredible, but might not actually be that complicated.
Yeah, I think you might be right about that. It did look, from the pulls where Echo got there, it looked like, one simple trick. Nexus King Saladar hates it, of just putting 3 on. Yeah, putting 3... you can leave the Mercury orbit clear. You can put 3 stars on the Venus orbit and then just always hit those with every set of the swings, right? The Starkiller swings. Right. And those will just always be rotating in the same direction as each other, but it'll switch as they get hit by that. Because on Mythic, when you hit one of those stars, it doesn't destroy it. It just changes which direction it's rotating. And then you can have the Earth and Mars orbits be reserved, 1 for clockwise and 1 for counterclockwise stars, and just put all the rest of the ones for the fight there and never hit them with those Starkiller swings. And if you set them up to be properly equidistant, you'll always be getting gripped to the very middle of the room, which works out exactly how you want it. That being said, it is still going to be, I think, pretty crazy dodges that you'll have to deal with as you go from having 6 to 12 to 18 stars in that phase.
So I noticed something actually on Heroic. Have you ever gotten to a second set of stars while while you had 1 or 2 of them left alive from the first set? The first set of stars didn't spawn void zones to dodge. Only the new ones did.
Ooh, interesting. I didn't notice
The
that.
old ones didn't. So maybe you're only going to have to dodge 6 still.
Yeah, maybe. Blizzard does like making Mythic fights nice and easy for us. And,
or it could be Mythic amped up and you just do have to dodge 18 stars. Would there even be any safe? Anywhere?
Maybe not. Maybe it's not possible.
Now, of course, you do get a little bit of an indicator as to which way your star is rotating. Also, I think it's role-based, is right? Ranged goes clockwise, melee goes counterclockwise.
It is, so yeah, it is a private aura as well, but you can also do the macro press to have a weak aura help you with where to move as well. So there's, the combination of world markers, really understanding the strategy, pressing a macro, and understanding, like, if I melee, I get this one usually. Can all make it a little bit less crazy than it otherwise would be, but it's still a pretty hectic mechanic.
Do we have any idea what Echo pushed into the final phase at %1 on the boss, like post Voidwing burn?
Like after it healed, or?
Yeah, basically after it healed, essentially.
I think it healed up to pretty close to full on
That
there.
is insane.
Yeah.
Like, so that's one of my main concerns is...
I think, though, that that's going to get better and better, right?
Right. I think guilds are probably very well may see the whole phase 3 and then be like, similar to N'Zoth, like, we need 40% more damage than the boss.
It's nice, though, because
that's where the progression might occur.
You can get that damage from like 4 different sources, right? You can obviously do more damage to the Voidwing burn. You can do more damage to the Voidwing or the boss when both are out. You can do more damage in P1, and you can do more damage in the last phase. So optimizing any of those will be good. The one thing that isn't a good optimization seems like getting off the side platforms faster. You don't get bonus damage time on the boss. You're just going to force that phase to start sooner. So it's actually going to be worse for cooldowns if that happens.
Yeah, you get like, what, 20 to 30 seconds of 2-target hit before the King's Hunger phase starts? And
I think you get even a little more, yeah, because you do get another one of the 6 circles and then double laser beam from the boss combo. So you do get a little bit of time, but not a huge amount.
That is a pretty visually stunning.
It is. Yeah, so that part of the fight, on Heroic, you have the 4 people targeted by the portals, and they go run and place them near the edges of the room. On Mythic, there's 6 of those, but they're preset rather than placed on players, and they're placed sort of in that middle-ish orbit, somewhere around that Venus-Earth orbit. And you want to then be positioned to be ready for those beams to either shoot inside or outside of the room. And it'll go through, I think, both combos, but in a random order.
Yeah, I mean, again, that phase is pretty visually stunning. And
yeah.
If you at home also want to see that phase in perfect visual clarity like our Raiders here at the Alienware training facility see, we have 3 monitors to give away to 3 of our lucky viewers. You can enter the sweepstakes for these monitors at TL.gg/AlienwareRWF. Log into your Alienware Arena account or create one and follow the prompts. Must be in US or Canada and over the age of 13. They're these awesome monitors, 27-inch, 4K, QD OLED gaming monitors. We have them in the cast room. They're fantastic.
Do you have OLED at home, Sarah?
I do not.
Are you gonna buy one?
I don't know how I'm going to go back. I might have to buy one.
Dude, it's so good.
I might have to buy 2 because I can't have my main monitor and off monitor.
Or 3. I mean,
3 is extravagance.
But you're an elegant individual, Zyro. I can see it.
But they're 4K, man. I can't afford that. I can't afford 3 of those.
Well, enter and win. We have 3 to give away.
Can we sign up, actually?
I already have multiple times.
Oh. Okay.
Kalamazoo has 10 different accounts. I've seen him multi-boxing this giveaway.
If anything, guys, make sure you sign up for that just so Kalamazoo doesn't win.
Yeah.
The winners are Kalamazoo, and Kalamazoo LOL. Perfect. Great.
Did you see who was winning the Geo? We didn't do GeoGuessr last night, but if we did you see who would have been winning it? There's like Kalamazoo Enjoyer on the website.
I want to know who it is. Nobody likes me. I'm like so...
Oh, people like you.
Oh. Nobody up here does, at least. I know that much.
Yeah, but surely somewhere, somebody.
There's got to be somebody.
There's got to be somebody out there for me. Oh. Nickelback flashback?
I would describe you as the Nickelback of casters.
Nickelback's coming back, though. People actually people like them now, though.
Yeah, it's a good thing,
no,
of course.
People like them now.
Yeah.
It's a Coldplay.
Exactly, yeah. You're right, buddy. That's what I meant.
Imagine Dragon.
Kalamazoo be like,
I don't have to imagine. There's one on the screen right now.
There's like 10 different puns, so you can go with that one.
Yeah.
I'm glad you went with that one instead.
Yeah, that was the G-rated one.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Kalamazoo over Boomkins. That's one thing at least.
That's true. Yeah, you are beating Boomkins in the favorability polling.
I feel like if you're not a Ret Paladin, you're beating Boomkins.
That's Teddo's new kitty too, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
What's his name? Like Bob or something?
Could be.
Bob? He named it like Bob or Dirk or something.
Dirk is a great name for a cat.
Yeah.
It actually is, yeah.
That's like a type of dagger, right?
Yeah, it's also the name of a very famous basketball player for the Dallas Mavericks.
All right. I knew that.
Little Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah. I like how cats have these odd names compared to dogs. Like, this cat could have been named Macaroni and Cheese. That's A-okay, because he looks like a bowl of macaroni and cheese. But dogs don't really have that.
Is that it? Is that what Psychosis said? Is it
Doug?
Doug?
Yeah, Doug.
Okay.
Same thing.
That's also a good name.
Yeah.
Although Doug is more of an Aardvark's name. But no, that's Arthur. No, whatever. I forget I said it.
You mean Clifford?
No. No. Just never mind. Never mind. Back into the next goals here. And really, we're just trying to get some form of consistency in this first phase, right? We haven't seen the first intermission yet with everyone alive. And really, I mean, the damage overlaps. In addition to having to find your ghost to soak, we actually just saw Hope.
Yeah, so it isn't like a preset time after you do that claw dodge. That's pretty nice. Now this first tank combo, or the second tank combo rather, begins with a Vanquish, which means we know the third ability is a Conquer. This is going to be the group soak. They put the AMZ and the Spirit Link down as they move into where it's going to be, which is a relative safe spot for a while from these dragon lasers that are crossing the room. Then that last Conquer is just going to go on Yips, who can survive it thanks to being a Brewmaster. We have got one MC here, Dryny, joining Nexus King Saladar, quickly DPS down, maybe res soon back onto our side. We have a couple more deaths now coming out. No B-res actually available. Impact's Ankh is ready, and the Ankh totem goes down. We're not going to use any of those, as we now have those the stacks. Sort of a double look at both of them. Sort of like Kaiveza, right, where you have to quickly spin around and look at both. This combo first Conquer. That one is going to be the group soak. And you can see everybody's gotten their stack cleared except for Yips, who does it on that second Conquer, as he is a tank. And then we go Vanquish, Vanquish. We should be looking pretty solid here. Only 16 alive, but
here's
this is
the first
good for early
See
proc.
the ghosts here. You can see them. He has to turn towards all three of them.
2,
Bang.
nice,
All
3.
Yep. And I believe we're through now. How many MCs do you think we get here?
It looks like 0 from the raid frames. I think we're set. Oh no, never mind. We got some
couple.
We got some people that were already MC'd.
Okay.
All right, so they're taken out. Now the boss does spawn these 6, massive portals, and we want to drag the boss here. The boss can sort of be on one, but the raid wants to be between 2. And what we're looking for, so they're shooting inside, which means the safe spot is where the raid already is. And now they're going to shoot outside, or sorry, now this time they're going to shoot inside. So yeah, okay, the safe spot is both times, it looks like there.
Ooh,
okay,
so
no, yeah, now it's, so that was the inside and now it's the outside. So the first one is easy, and then it's either inside or outside, and those are both hard, and you have to be right on the safe spot.
Yeah, it looks like it's 3 sets of beams. The first one is just static beam.
Yeah.
Second one, I think it could be either in or out.
Right, yeah,
And
so
then
it's
the
2 and 3 that are hard, and could be either order, and the first one is free, and you're just DPSing during that time. Now we head to our side platforms. This is much like the lower difficulties, except for these dashes, which it seems like Kaiveza, you want to be dashing these through, exactly like Kaiveza, where you want to get behind the one that's opposite yours to dash them through the middle.
Okay. Oh, do we have a POV of the other platform, or is everyone alive on this one?
I think it is, this platform is the only one with...
Okay.
Wait, no. There are people on the other platform, because there are people out of range here.
They're all dead, though. We can see them on Darny's POV over here.
Yeah, there's a...
This is the only platform there's any action on. Dude, this is...
So yeah, there you can see, again, the dash through the middle there. And now the Titan casting self-destruct. So that is the enrage of these side platforms, as the Titan does need to die before that self-destruct cast finishes. You get those taken care of, and that's the end of the intermission, and the second phase will begin.
I like what they've been doing in some of the previous expansions, and including this one now, where one of the harder bosses in the last here is kind of a callback to a previous boss, or maybe it's actually just a version 2. We had that with like Artificer Zymox in Shadowlands, and of course Nexus King here is the follow-up to Nexus Princess.
There are some mechanical callbacks to it, especially here on Mythic with the dash through on the side platforms being sort of a Kaiveza mechanic, the looking at your oath being sort of a, not really a Kaiveza raid mechanic, but a Kaiveza delve mechanic, interestingly enough.
The placing of the stars into the pole into the middle of
the pole being similar to the Void, but it's like an evolved version, right, where now they also rotate and do other mechanics. Very much a a mechanical through line, a consistent through line to this fight that I'm very happy to see. I like that a lot as well. One of my favorite raids, Crucible of Storms, only featured 2 bosses, but there was mechanical overlap between the 2, so you sort of learned a vocabulary of mechanics that carried over from boss 1 to boss 2.
That was a good raid, actually.
Yeah, it was sweet.
Unat's one of the most underrated, and I guess you can call it an end bosses of all time, I think. It was a little overtuned.
Dude, Unat was crazy.
It was a rough tier as well, right? Because there were so many guilds, even like cutting-edge guilds, that were progressing Battle of Desire Lore still when that raid came out.
And there were the Race to World First guilds didn't really even do a race because it was like the same weekend as MDI was that weekend, and so I think Liquid at the time, they just like did the first boss and then like AFK'd for a week before coming back and doing Unat.
Remember, that was actually the first tier they even considered like streaming for the first time. It was just Max streaming on his stream.
Yeah.
I think I remember that. Max was playing Horse Boy.
He was playing,
his
Demon Hunter, yeah.
DH, yeah, it was very good. I did a little bit of digging here between polls here. So, in case anybody was wondering, Echo's first Phase 3 poll looks to be poll 17.
Okay.
At 33.9%. Essentially on the graph, but like the boss is much higher than that, obviously. It was like 90% heading into it. And they rattled off basically 15 polls in a row. It looks to be almost pure Phase 3s. Unless I'm reading this wrong, I mean, they hit poll 17 was Phase 3, and this is just all Phase 3 polls? Unless
so this is their best. So their best is always going to be there.
Okay.
Yeah, the dash line that you're there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So there were a decent amount of P2 wipes still as well, but very few P1 wipes after they made it to P3, which is a nice place to be for sure. One of those sort of consistent progression things that you want. Yeah, Echo definitely have had a crazy day that obviously just ended a couple of hours ago for them, but they went from being 4 of 8 to 6 of 8 and in the lead on their day, smashing Soul Hunters and Fractillus in a very low pull count for each boss. So very, very scary competition here for Liquid. And the scary thing as well is Liquid only have the rest of this day, which we have half the day left, to kill Saladar and get it into their vaults, and not only get Saladar loot in their vaults, but also upgrade all the loot from all the other bosses to Myth 4 instead of Myth 3 in their vaults. So this is a high-stakes boss to kill before the reset, and Echo will have a full day when they wake up to make that happen, whereas Liquid only have half a day and are behind right now on the boss HP. So the race looking like Echo have an opportunity here, depending on how difficult the last boss is, to get some loot advantage and also just a progression advantage potentially this time around.
Yeah, something like this happened last year with Sprocketmonger.
Yeah, that's right.
Sprocketmonger and this boss are very different.
But it is a similar position where it's like, oh, it's the end of the reset, and actually Echo had an extra boss in the first reset than Liquid did. It was an advantage, but it wasn't insurmountable. Liquid were still able to win the tier. That was the first time that Liquid have ever beaten Echo after Echo took a mid-tier boss lead. That had never happened before. Hoping it happens again this time because Echo did get the world first on Fractillus.
Yeah, and are still currently in the lead on Nexus King as well with the best pull, although by very small margins, right? They've gotten through.
Yeah, I mean, they've done an extra phase, but it's not a long phase. So we'll have to see, again, how quickly Liquid are able to figure this out. As you said, Kalmazi, Echo saw that phase on their 17th pull.
Based off of initial pulls, with Echo having one full day of progress tomorrow on this boss, what do we think our initial guesses are as to whether or not this boss is killable at all?
I think it is. I mean, okay. I don't know what the numbers check looks like, right? That's one of the things where we have no real information on how hard the numbers check is going to be on beating that Enrage. We don't even know if the Enrage timer is the same as Heroic. There are some fights where they'll do an easier Enrage, right? Fight like Rygalon has a 30-second last cast on Mythic, or Muggsy is another example of this, a longer last cast on Mythic. So we might have that with that exciting, I don't know if you guys have made it to Enrage on Heroic on this fight. I have on a pull where damage is kind of bad. Where the encroaching rings of spikes come in. On Heroic, that happens over like 5 seconds. That could be a longer cast on Mythic, or it could happen at a different time. Or it could be like Soul Hunters, where the Enrage is actually faster than Heroic, and you have to kill the boss even more quickly than your initial math would lead you to believe, going off of the assumptions that it is the same timers as Heroic. So that's a huge question mark. And also just how much damage they're going to be able to optimize is a huge question mark. Whether we'd have to consider, I mean, I guess we're on 4 heals right now, whether we need, you know, to drop one, to add one, find a way to one-tank it. I don't think you could do that with the side platforms, but that was the answer on Fractillus.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if this is not similar to N'Zoth, where you get to that phase 3, you see the whole fight, you see the Enrage, like, sick. This is a fight redefined, 40% more damage on the boss. And there's like...
Yeah, and if that's the case, the answer might just be the reset, right? We're getting so close to the reset already. Only, what is it, 11 hours left in the raid day for Liquid here, so definitely still a lot of time, but it's not necessarily enough to solve the whole fight and then optimize a lot of damage. That might be the sort of thing where, you know, the reset is just going to have to do it for them, and that would give Echo the opportunity to do that optimization instead on their 7th day and get the loot into their vaults, get that upgrade thanks to that weird... I think it's weird, but I think it's really cool what they've done to the Great Vault. I think it's a really good change where it upgrades all the loot to the level of the hardest boss you've killed that week.
It's really good for people that'll actually kill the higher end bosses early on. Yeah. It's actually a potential downgrade for people who are in early Mythic progression. Because remember, there's this, the strategy where you can kill a boss that drops tier, and that unlocks all of the tier from all of the bosses on that difficulty. So let's say you kill the first 2 bosses. You could technically get a tier piece from like Nexus King that will drop at its item level.
We don't know if it'll downgrade that loot.
That's true. If it doesn't,
according to the wording, it seems like it might only scale things up and not scale things down.
Okay. If it doesn't, also
it would be like
down.
tier. Yeah. So we will have to see though. You're right. I mean, we haven't opened those vaults yet.
It also does bring the question: what chores do we have to do tonight? Still, do we have Mythic Plus left? Taz's are done. Do we have Mythic Plus need?
I don't think so. So the reason you need to do Mythic Plus is just for vault filling, right?
Right.
And that I think they've done enough keys over the week. Especially when Tazvesh counts as one, too.
Oh, it does. You're right. Hard mode. What if you complete it?
Yeah, which they all have.
Tettles wouldn't know about.
Tettles wouldn't know about that, no.
Neither would I, unfortunately.
Sad.
Oh, did you die in your group?
I didn't die.
Oh, who died?
Our healer died on the drum set.
Gotta watch out.
Got to get off the drum kit. Information has been gained. Next week it'll be done, no problem. We actually kind of just tilt ran the rest of the instance, not waiting for lust on any of the bosses, and it was super easy.
Yeah.
Even...
there's something about the stress of knowing it's your only attempt as well that just makes funny things happen. So, like in my run, we have this Warlock that's a very good player. On Soazmi, he went on an odyssey through the different portals. He instead of just like waiting a second and then taking one, he like took one, took another, used his circle, took another, and then still got hit by the expanding Shuri. And, managed to heal through it, but it was sketchy. I think there's an element of that stress that I was also playing a little bit worse. I think.
What spec was he playing?
One of the indestructible Warlock specs. So I think there's 3 of those.
Yeah, it's one of them, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you should have. Never mind. I'm not gonna say anything.
But yeah, I was also, there are also just like some nerves that come in on those later bosses, things that you'd planned out in the practice or just from like watching a video, and then everything goes awry once you actually get on it. But
Warlocks like to say that they aren't tanky, and you ask them the question, well, what are you not tanky to? And they're like, oh, well, there's this very specific scenario where if we take constant dot damage over the course of like 30 seconds, then we're actually not really that tanky.
We harken back to Max's tier list when mages were complaining about mobility and survivability. I don't want to hear anything from you ever again.
Hey, I'm not playing mage this year. I'm playing Ellie Shaman, so...
well, yeah, you can complain about both then. You can complain about both if you're playing Ellie Shaman.
Ellie Shaman at the top of the meters right now. Impact doing huge damage here in P1, although... this is one of those pulls where a lot of people died fairly early. We are going to make it into that second phase. It's a weird cadence to this fight because it goes P1, P2, intermission, P2 again, then P3 after the second intermission.
See the beams here. Static beam for the first one. Let's see if we get inner or outer. If it's outer, the middle is going to be the safe spot, so everyone's going to go center. Then it's going to be inner beams next. I think the outer edge of the platform in between the portals is the safe spot. Yes, they've identified that perfectly with the gateway. All right. We're good to go. I think the beams are figured out now.
Yeah, exactly. And the answer is go to the safe spot first and then gateway to the second safe spot, regardless of which order that is. Now here we have the side platforms. Again, with this many players dead, chance of success here is very low, but we can at least practice a little bit of these Reapers needing to get brought through. Boomy able to open his bags as well, check what's going on in there. And yeah, you can see these. You want to just exactly like Kaiveza, get behind the one that is opposite the ad that's targeting you, and that way you won't get double hit. But you do want to drag them through the middle ad just like that. So sort of an easier version of the Kaiveza dashes mechanic, because that had some more nuance to it depending on which strategy you employed, where sometimes you needed to go through, sometimes you needed to play close to yours. Here you can see Scott targeted by that, dashing it through the middle.
Do all 4 need to hit it?
I'm not 100% sure how that function, like what the mythic mechanic is there, but it seems like they're making all 4 go through the middle.
Okay. Is that a tank-only mechanic, or is that everybody?
I think it doesn't target tanks, except for the case where a lot of people are dead, which is what we saw there.
Okay, got you.
Somebody in chat was asking for the combat text add-on that Scott was using. That is nameplate scrolling combat text.
Ah,
great add-on.
Nice
I
to
use
know.
it myself. It's very clean compared to the default text.
I turn off the scrolling combat text. I get distracted by it when it's on.
It's highly customizable. You can remove any damage that you don't want to see and like maybe only see your big hitting buttons just to see if they crit. Make you happy.
That can be fun. Some dopamine.
Dopamine hits, yeah, mid-pull. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Keep spirits high.
Well, we have lunch pretty soon here. Sure. I'd like to see if they can get a little bit of P3 here.
It'd be nice
for
phase 3, just for timers and things before lunch. Give the
Yeah.
analysts some data so they can break things down while they're eating. They can keep working instead. So we are close. I mean, we haven't seen a clean phase 2 platform transition yet, but I don't think we're far off from seeing it.
Yeah, I think what we're still really working on P1 is the Conquer, Vanquish positioning while also dodging all of those lasers from the dragons. It is a bit of a minefield that you are navigating when that's going on. So even this opening pull here, that is a lot of raid damage on Mythic from that Decree Oathbound. Reminds me a little bit of like the Gallywix's initial sequence where you just have a little bit of healing to start the thing off. So this time it's going to be Vanquish something, Conquer something, and then we learn what the something is on the second cast. This time it's Vanquish and then Conquer, but it could have been either one off of a Vanquish first.
The danger here as well with that Conquer, right, is not that you have to dodge the beams necessarily during it, but you have to be pre-placed in a safe spot, because the Conquer knocks you up. If you get knocked up into a beam, you're probably just going to get one shot. So you can see their tank that was placing the Conquer for the raid soak was constantly repositioning, trying to get it in a good spot so people could also dodge the laser beams there as well. And that's usually what the deaths in this phase are too.
Yeah, comparatively to Heroic, these orbs or laser beams you're talking about move so much faster.
There's like very little room, twice as many of them.
Yeah, there's twice as many and they're twice as fast. It's actually insane, right?
Conquer soak successful, and now we've got 2 Vanquishes and then another Conquer that we are dodging and just leaving for Yips to solo tank here. Yips taking that nice and far away. And then we're going to have some claws that we're just going to try and pollute this moon area before we head to the final the third of the room that we'll be going to. So yeah, those claws getting behind the boss. Next set of claws a little bit closer as we move the boss towards purple diamond marker for the final tank soak of the phase. Everybody again needs to get into the Conquer here. It'll be either the first or the third cast that we will all be getting into.
Likely the first that they'll try. Well, no.
So yeah, Vanquish here. So it's going to be. So it's not this one. This one is going to be nobody, and then it'll be the one in position 3, right? There will always be a Conquer in position 1 or 3. If it's in 1, we do it in 1. If it's in 3, we do it in 3. And either way, we ignore all the other one, wherever it is, whether it's position 2, position 4, doesn't matter.
Final set of ghosts there for everyone to deal with. Start the transition into phase 2. Anybody who failed their mechanic will get mined. I believe we see 2 people. It's a rogue and an evoker. But this is pretty good. I believe this is 14 people alive heading into the intermission, which is
we can
the biggest
see
number
some,
we've seen. Yeah.
And we can get some good muscle memory on doing the gateway mechanic here. So first thing that's going to happen, boss is going to get dragged kind of on top of one of these portals, and then aiming that first laser parallel to the ones just next to it. We've had some standing in the beam there. May have been just a called wipe happening. It looked like the raid was all standing in that beam, which is not where you want to be. A ping comes down, and then a ping. So maybe that was a ping of like, hey, instead of standing here, stand here.
Yeah, not optimal. Now we know that for that beam set, the first beam is going to be the same every time it's
static,
correct? 2 and 3 are the ones that are random. You're either going to shift to the middle of the room or stay on the outside and then gate in or out respectively, correct? Okay.
Yeah, and you know exactly where the 2 safe spots are always going to be, right? It's either going to be dead center of the room or it's going to be on the edge of the room, sort of dead center in between 2 of those portals that the boss spawns.
Okay. Yeah.
So they can have a gateway pre-placed for the movement from 2 to 3 every single time.
And yeah, either way you are gatewaying from 2 to 3. It's just a question of whether you get to stand still before 2 or whether you have to walk to the middle before 2. And that is definitely a phase that I think is going to look great, but be pretty easy to play. I would be shocked if we see many more wipes to people getting hit by those laser beams in P2. That seems like something that just can't really happen too much more.
Well, we've been fortunate enough to have a lot of really good sponsors, a lot of them doing awesome giveaways. So another one that we have for you is MyBlue. If you sign up for MyBlue at teal.gg/bluerwf, you can enter for a chance to win one of 10 signed jerseys. 10 of them, signed by the players. They haven't been doing that yet, but we also get to see them kind of start to sign them as they go towards lunch, go back to their desks, and the jerseys this time are awesome. You can see it on the far right there next to all those little MyBlues. It's a really, really cool giveaway that they've got for us.
I've made a blue.
You made a blue?
I made a blue a couple months ago.
Did you customize it this tier?
No, okay. My customization last tier was already just top tier. But this tier, I'll one-up that tier for better tier to make it top tier.
Yeah, of course.
While winning a jersey.
Enter the giveaway. All I have to do is sign up at the link, make your MyBlue, do some quests, get in on that 10 jerseys. Pretty good chance to win that.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of other good merch you can get there as well.
They're like more football-esque jerseys this time, right? Like the apparel. I mean, maybe not football is the best comparison. They always look incredible.
Well, I was thinking what kind of football, American or European? Sorry, I guess American or the rest of the world.
The American one, the correct one.
Okay.
Right, yeah. There we go.
Correct.
He just nodded at me. Yep. Good.
Yeah. That one was we had a fight over which one would be called football and which one would have to rename. It was back in Nyalotha, whichever guild got first on Xanash was able to determine the name. And it was an American guild that picked up a world first on that one, so it is officially football, and the other one is soccer.
Is that BDG?
I think it was BDG that took that one down.
Pour one out. Rest in peace.
Yeah, so many a great guild from that sort of 3 through 10 spot has that has changed a lot over the past 5 years. We used to have guilds like Pieces, BDG, now BDGG, and then gone in that spot as well. Echo.
You trying to get me to point to the leaderboard at the number 8?
Yeah, I was gonna.
I'm like there's been a lot of churn. You know, a lot of churn.
No, there has
guilds
been.
that have despawned. Midwinter was another long time.
Oh yeah.
You know, high end guild. Not quite that high on the rankings, but a famous one that
they got a world third in Blackrock Foundry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blackhand, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Good fight. Aspect of the Fox was one heck of a drug.
Remember Amplify Magic being a cooldown?
Crazy.
Better times. Better times.
Is that better times?
Depends how you look at it.
I do wonder how many guilds are going to be able to get Forge Weaver down this reset. Because right now, it's only the big 3. We've got a whole herd of guilds at 3 of 8, and then 3 guilds in the world. Every single guild that's killed Forge Weaver has also killed the next 2, which is crazy. A very strange difficulty texture. I would say strange, but Blizzard seems to do this all the time. Like, we had this a little bit with last year, right, where I guess the bosses were still hard after Styx and Sprocket, but it's like they weren't as hard as Styx and Sprocket for the Race to World First guilds, and it took some nerfs to kind of appropriately make that difficulty curve have the later bosses be harder than the earlier ones. Sanctum of Domination, once Painsmith went down, the next 3 died instantly. Pretty unsatisfying, I'd say, for the bosses to be harder at the start of the raid than the end of the raid.
Can I say, I actually kind of like this.
I do too, actually.
They used to do this a lot back in the day.
Sazzing.
There was the mid-tier wall, right? Like you'd have the Gorefiend, I guess.
Two Sargeras had Mr. Saznine. Gorefiend is a famous one from Hellfire Citadel. Even going back to like ICC, Professor Putricide, one of the most favorite bosses of all time, middle of the raid. I mean, there's a lot of these good examples of mid-tier walls, bosses and walls, combined 2 words, that people really enjoy. I think I don't mind it that much. It is a little weird when it's in a shorter raid, though.
Yeah, so like in position 4. After 3 bosses that the Race to World First guild one-shot, and you know a lot of other guilds are killing in single-digit, low double-digit pull counts, it seems like, I don't know, something is a little awry there.
A little Freudian slip there.
Yeah. That's some mid-tier.
It happens to the best of us.
I do expect probably some pretty substantial changes announced to Araz on, well, I guess tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is like it can only ever be that hard for a reset or 2 because every guild, every other guild is going to be killing those first 3 bosses, and several of them are just not equipped to handle it in its current state.
Yeah, we got there last night. It was like, we're going to look at some CC.
Yeah,
we're going to go to better.
It reminds me of Brood Twister, right, where there's just going to be guilds that reach it because it's so early in the raid, and all the previous bosses are just not going to put up that much of a fight, and so there are going to be guilds that reach it and just are 100% waiting for a nerf before they're going to be able to kill it. And I don't know. I mean, I like the fight. I just feel like it could use some medium difficulty bosses before it rather than after it.
Sure, that makes sense. I mean, I I can eat my own words too, right? Like, I remember I was hearing you give your guild like a prep talk the other night. It's like, ooh, we might be one of only a few guilds this week to kill this boss. You've got it pretty low. You're doing really well.
I think we might be able to kill it tonight, but it's definitely not a sure thing, yeah.
The thing you said right afterwards is like, you never know. There might be some easier bosses right after this that we can collect some loot from. And I'm like, yeah, you wish. But actually, it seems like those bosses, as long as you can field the comp for it,
yeah,
you might be able to sneak some kills, a kill on Soul Hunter.
How many warlocks do you have?
2 right now.
So I have a second warlock, not saved to the raid. I can come in and show them how to.
Yeah,
I can come in if you want.
Oh no, but you're also raiding that time.
And, well, you know, I'll prioritize PC if you need.
Oh well, that's nice to hear. I'm forwarding this clip to your officers.
We don't raid tonight. It's fine. We're doing Tazavesh. We're gonna die in 5 minutes anyway. It's okay.
Ooh.
Don't worry about it.
No, you got this. You're gonna pick up that myth track loot. Well, dude, the Tazavesh thing is weird because each Tazavesh you complete, it's like killing an extra 1.2 mythic bosses for your guild this week. Like, if you could be, imagine that one of these guilds at 3 out of 8 could kill Forge Weaver. That's huge. Like, that would be incredible this week, and it would give them less loot than if one more of their teams did a hard mode Tazavesh successfully.
Yeah.
I guess you'd upgrade the vaults on everybody, so maybe it's a little bit more, but
that's
still.
probably a little more valuable. But I mean, you still have a good chance of getting a piece from your Mythic Plus part of the vault.
Right.
You would probably end up taking over just an upgraded piece from the Mythic Raid tier section. So I'm not too sure. Isn't your guild due for a rebrand soon? You've been Pop-Tart Corn Dog for 2
Yeah, we'll see.
expansions.
You never know. Keep everybody guessing.
Oh, okay. Any ideas for what?
Would it be food-based again, or would it be like something else?
There's no way to know. It's one of those things where if you pre-plan it, it's less funny. Some people would think it's not funny either way, but at least if you pre-plan it, I think it's less funny.
The only rule is it has to be 2 words, and the first word's going to start with a P, the second word's going to start with a C.
Yeah, we used to be Parse Culture, then Poetry Club briefly. Now Pop-Tart Corn Dog for a couple of expansions.
When I saw Pop-Tart Corn Dog initially, I thought it was so stupid. I hated it. Now I like it. That's the point, though, right?
Yeah.
So. Oh, that dodge! Some of the dodges are so nasty in this phase as well. There's very little room to move in that Link AMC combo there.
I feel like the second, like if you were doing the Conquer Soak in the 3rd position of the tank combo rather than the 1st, it seems like it's a little bit more forgiving. But either way, they have to learn how to be ready for either of those configurations. As those Broken Oaths now returning to Sang, he's going to turn and face both of them. I think that's mostly just an awake check mechanic. You have to make sure that you are looking for it and ready for it. If the raid leader's calling it out, or if you have a good reminder for it, I think you're always going to be fine.
Yeah, like right there, that Conqueror was the first one in the set. He had to soak that one there. And the orb spawned right behind it. What do you do at that point?
So something that we noticed in testing after a few pulls is that these beams are actually baitable. So they are targeted at players. So and it's around the start of the Conquer set. So you can have your whole raid start in one position and then move 20 yards in another direction and dodge most of them. I don't know if that's something that you have the ability to do here, especially if you have to soak the first Conquer too.
Right. It's RNG as well, right? It's a bit hard to, I guess, preemptively plan that movement, but it could be a thing.
King's coming out for the laser beams. We've positioned ourselves in the right spot directly in between these 2 lasers. We know we'll either have to go dead center of the room or to the edge. It's going to be the edge here. And then after this, we will gateway to the dead center for the next beam as well. And we're into the intermission phase with about half the raid alive.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to kill a Titan on the other side of the platforms here. You probably see the whole raid go to one side, I would assume, barring until breaking off. Actually, no, we're doing an even split here. These Titans have a lot of health, too. They're about, like, I think it's 1.8 billion, which in conjunction with the other mini-boss over here and the ads and having that short self-destruct cast time really doesn't give a whole lot of leeway for players being dead in this phase, too.
All right, here's another one of those charges. Targeting Sang from across the room there. Is able to dash it nice and through the mini-boss in the middle. Primary targeting that Manaforge Titan, as that is the enraged timer of these side platforms. Does need to die before, so it reaches full energy, and then it will have a 10-second self-destruct cast. If that cast finishes, it is all over. This time around, it looks like we do have pretty much everybody alive. It looks like they just have sent everybody to this platform because they only had about 10 people left, and they were like, yeah, okay, just everybody go here, and let's see if we can do a platform at least, rather than trying to have 5 people on one platform and 5 on the other.
Yeah, they might be able to make this check, actually. The self-destruct cast does begin now. They do commit Lust in this platform, though. I don't think we're going to beat this, unfortunately, but if they're committing Lust and using it as a progression tool right now, with everybody alive, we should see a phase if we can make it there. Making it there is the big check at this point.
Yeah, the big thing is going to be if they have enough classes that can actually pop cooldowns there to funnel onto the mini-boss and then also have their cooldowns back available again for the damage burn. That's going to be classes that have like minute 20, minute 30 cooldowns.
Yeah, Arcane Mage looks perfect for that. I think that is a huge part of the reason why we're seeing 3 Arcane Mages in here. The Death Knight also pretty good at that too. The Evoker maybe can do it with Autumn. Maybe you send him with Dryny, and then you can get it there, because I know that Blessing of Autumn has been getting good value. One of the nice things about that Holy Paladin. Either way, a 30-minute lunch timer has been added to the screen here, which means we'll be seeing the Raiders starting to get up, get that lunch soon. And we'll be able to get some more progression in the afternoon. Hopefully some good progression. I mean, this boss looks intimidating. It looks very difficult. That Phase 1 looked pretty difficult. I will say, I feel like the intermissions and Phase 2 don't look that scary to me.
Yeah. Unless the Massacres do a ridiculous amount of damage, which they don't seem to be doing, it doesn't seem like it's that difficult. The DPS check might be something that's a little bit difficult, but they only had 9 players alive on the platform there. You're going to have 10 whenever you have.
And yeah, like 2 of them were tanks.
Of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the DPS check should be doable as long as they have the correct amount of damage cooldowns allocated towards them. So it's looking pretty good. The first hour or so of progression here on this boss is looking pretty solid.
Yeah, that last phase is going to be a big question mark, and also just the overall DPS check of the encounter. That's something that is still unknown, and that probably is the difference between whether this boss can die today or not. Either way, the reset is looming, and either way, the reset's going to be really good for Liquid, but it would be nice to get this boss killed in the first reset. It's very common for that first boss to die, or that last boss to be fought right at the end of the first reset, but we have THD.
Hello.
Hello.
What's good? What's good?
Yo.
What's good? What's going on in here?
Not much. How are you?
We're just watching some Nexus game progression. Have you seen this boss?
Yeah, I was in there.
What do you think about it?
Yeah?
The Nexus King?
Yeah.
He's kind of chill. Yeah, he's chill.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
That's
he's
good.
chill.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can see everything.
Oh.
Is there anything that's helping you see everything so crystal clear?
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
My Zennies.
Oh,
my God. Man. How could I forget? Oh, but I love them so much. My Zennies. They're just
You've been wearing every day, all day, every day.
Yeah,
right?
yep. I sleep with them.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Take it. You know, you go take a dump. You need your Zennies.
You got your toilet paper on your desk too. I saw. Great.
Yep.
Everything goes hand in hand here.
That's right.
For everything.
Did you see what Cams did last night?
Really?
He was able to see through a blindfold with his Zennies on to see
Oh my God.
different types of food in bowls. It was insane. He got all 3 of them right.
That is crazy. Ooh. Did you know that you can get your own?
How do I get my own?
At tl.gg/Zenni. And guess what?
What's that?
There's a bonus.
A bonus?
Yeah, a bonus.
What's the bonus?
If you use code Team Liquid at checkout, you get 10% off.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yep.
What's the code?
Team Liquid.
Oh, really?
And I use it at checkout?
At 10% off.
At tl.gg/Zenni.
That's right. That's what he said.
I'll go there right now.
All right. Yeah.
That's right.
Well, I'll do it when we're on lunch break, actually.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Anyone want to try them on?
Sure.
I'll try it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Their prescription. Be warned.
That's okay. We're both Florida men. They should work the same, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we're both slightly
I
blind.
haven't seen you without glasses on.
Yeah, that's
Ever,
right.
Forever.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow. Look at that.
How do I look, dude?
You look like a new man.
See,
he look like amazing, but your prescription is cooked. Whoa!
But look how good he looks. Look how good he looks.
I look like Neo.
He's new.
Wow, I like these.
He looks like he gained 2 colors on his parses.
Yeah.
He went from like a green to a purple.
It's not hard to do that for me.
Maybe a gray to a blue.
See what I mean?
Well, don't get too out here.
They're good. They're good.
Wow, those are actually very cool.
Yep.
I like it.
Thank you, THD. Have a good lunch.
Get your own Zennies.
I will. I will indeed. Thank you, THD.
Wow, that was THD. The famed Warlock for Team Liquid.
Did he get the Dreadful Tear from Fractillus? Do we know?
I don't know.
Did he get, who ended up getting the weapon and the trinket?
Was there good Fractillus?
There was a dagger and the trinket, yeah.
Oh, that's huge.
Dagger trinket combo, Dreadful Tear.
And then one off piece that we didn't care as much about. But still, the 2 of the 3 being big ticket items is exactly what we were hoping for off of Fractillus. Sort of makes up for the double belt Forge Weaver incident.
And the double Warglaive.
Yeah, the double Warglaives.
Yeah.
Well, he already had a crafted weapon, so one of the Warglaives just hit the floor.
Oh, no.
Shaq is coming up with a way to triple wield, don't worry.
If anyone can, it would be him.
Yeah.
It'd be him.
Well, not really sure.
I think it's
yeah. We got to let them eat.
Yeah.
But we're going to go to a RaiderIO recap next and see what's been happening over the past couple of days. Obviously, there's been a lot of stuff that's happened over the past couple of days. We saw Echo and Method clearing Fractillus before Liquid, putting Liquid in that third place slot, which is something that we've talked about a little bit, that it has been a problem in the past. Historically, Liquid has an issue after getting passed up by Echo, but in Liberation of Undermine, we actually saw them.
Yeah, it was the first time that the curse was broken and Liquid were able to win after falling behind. So that's something we're hoping will happen again here as we are progressing. Saladar currently in second, but that first place, not potentially too far away. Hopefully something we can get in the next couple of hours. There are no guilds at 5 of 8 or 4 of 8. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. 69 guilds now, 3 of 8. Forge Weaver is absolutely brutally difficult for those guilds, something that very few of them I think will get at this reset. Soul Hunters is a question mark. I think that one will probably fall fairly quickly for the guilds that reach it. But of course, the time to do that this reset is very much running out. Only maybe ID, FSY, some of the Chinese guilds, maybe my guilds could do this.
You could answer that question.
I don't think so, though.
I think gear makes Soul Hunters much easier.
Yeah.
Araz, not a chance. That is a mechanics check. Maybe
the gear helps a lot. Like you kill the ads faster. You can commit to the boss more easily. You kill the collectors and get out of the intermission faster. Like gear is going to help.
But
it's just the starting point is so hard that even though it gets easier with gear, it's still hard after gear, right? Like it is still a hard fight. It reminds me of like an end boss in that way. So yeah, that boss is something else. Thanks to RaiderIO for that recap. They've got a lot of great tools that you can see if you want to compare how different guilds are doing, based on pull count, based on time spent in the raid, all of those different graphs. This is the best part of the raid for it because now we're at that spot. These last 2 bosses, 3 guilds now working on them simultaneously-ish, although different parts of the world, so different sleep times, different wake times, but still, you get to see all of that progress, different guilds slingshotting into the lead and bearing the brunt of that progression, trailblazing responsibility now.
Well, with that, we're going to be going to a break, but before we go, we have to thank our partners and our sponsors as well. Of course, Coinbase, our presenting partner, Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and of course, our charity partner for this event, the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Once again, thank you guys for donating all this money for a great cause. We're going to go get some lunch. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Stupid. How much do you pay for rent in LA?
I don't pay rent. I'm a professional World of Warcraft player. I live with my parents.
Oh. Can we see your place?
I can show you where I game. So this is my setup. Nothing too crazy, but it does have my Alienware 2725 Q monitor.
Nice. Liking the vibe.
Yeah, and then here I have my manifestation station. It's where I like to envision myself winning the race to the world first.
Totally get that. What's that?
Oh, that's nothing. That's just my Alienware shrine.
Hey, what's up? Why'd you want to meet all the way up here?
Do you ever think about your future? How people might remember you?
What are you talking about?
You never know what tomorrow brings. What if I told you there's a way to see?
Why would I need new glasses?
Just put them on.
I don't see anything different. They're just regular glasses. Huh, that's weird. It's almost like I'm
seeing the future.
Whoa.
Yo, brah, can you toss my frisbee back?
Ever since humans first walked the Earth, they've searched for one thing. Civilizations advanced, yet suffering continued.
There seems to be a strange curve in the lower vertebrae. I'll call this the lumbar. We must give it support.
But doctor, I'm seeing spots.
We mastered silicon chips and cathode ray tubes, but comfort was still offline.
There really should be a chair made for gaming, with cushions and maybe wheels.
Until we got it right.
Man, I wonder what my ancestors went through before this.
Elevate your space with Blacklyte.
Hey, psst. Have you unlocked your blue yet? This is my blue. Sharp, stylish, and ready to win. What's yours look like? Quests are easy, like watching our matches or just repping Team Liquid online. Rack up points and flex your grind. I'm keeping an eye on the leaderboards. I'm watching you. Join my blue today. See you there.
Hey guys, we're looking at the new Race World First Apparel collection. Let's get started. Shadow Tee, new design. We have the Alliance jacket, blue and clean. Had the Void hoodie, super warm. Had the Horde jacket, new style. We have the Sylvanas Sherpa, very soft. Had the new race jersey, has Dementius on it. We have the Derp hoodie, great for raiding. We have the Void tee, new print. We have the mouse pad, slides real smooth. And finally, we have the Derp tee. If you guys want to grab any of this, you can at tl.gg/RWF.
Yeah, we had about 60 cats a couple of weeks ago.
Wow.
And we've had some pretty good luck with adoptions. So
Yeah,
our
I
numbers
figured.
have come down a little bit, so that's good. But we needed to continue. Needed to continue because we still have plenty. But yeah, we saw at least some of them get good homes. So.
Are there any adult cats, or is this the
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
okay.
we have a few. You know, it's a time of year, the kitten season. You know, the spring into summer. You know, we get it every year. We know it's coming. You know, it's just the way the cycle works.
Are they
you know.
siblings if they're together? Or
Typically, we keep litters together. Yeah, so they probably came in as a litter, and we try to keep the litters together until they're big enough, and you know, then we'll separate, or they'll get adopted, hopefully. They're all pretty sweet.
Yeah.
They're pretty friendly.
rodents? Rodents?
Not right now.
Fresh out of rodents?
Fresh out. Yeah, fresh out. Like I said, we had the
We're live on
tarantula
broadcast
was-
now.
Oh yeah.
The tarantula was here. The tarantula got
Oh, yeah.
Do that again, eh?
Huh?
Do that again.
I want attention and I don't want to leave in. I'm just surrounded by...
We're live on broadcast for lunch break.
Huh?
We're live on broadcast now.
Oh, hello broadcast. Hi. We're live from the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. Tilda.gg/adopt because all these kitties need homes.
Like, right, Maggie?
All of our viewers that have donated are watching now. Do you want to like say anything? Not to put the pressure on you.
Thank you. The first thing is thank you so much for donating and for helping to support the shelter. As Julian said, all the animals here need homes. The ones that are here waiting for adoption, they need medical care, they need food, they need supplies. So everything that gets donated and all the money gets used to care for them while they're here. So again, thank you so much. And if anyone needs a great dog or cat, please come to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. And again, thank you for thinking of us, and thank you for any donation. We appreciate everything.
Yes.
Yes, greatly.
Oh, you got me. You got me. You're playful. Very cute. We're in the cat room right now.
She just wants to play. I know, sweetheart. You just want to play. Come out. I know.
You're a yapper.
You kick him out right now.
Cute. Should we show them the dogs again since the mainstream's live?
Their patio that they usually get to go play on is now occupied by a rooster.
Oh, okay. The patio is now home to a rooster.
So they get to go out and stretch their legs.
Gotcha.
Except for the fact that the roosters are there.
Yeah, that's the rooster and the chicken.
The rooster and the little chicken are living on their patio. Yeah. Do you want to go inside? Or are they going to be too loud? Except for the video, it gets really loud.
We can turn this down.
Okay. So do you want to go through the inside and see?
Not near the fan, they can't really hear us that good.
Okay.
We go outside and like explain that all.
Okay.
That's why we had a good push the last couple of weekends. Yeah, was just the help of the foundation covering the fees. So we just Another one would probably just came.
Tripod, hey?
Haven't seen that dog before.
Yeah, me neither.
Haven't seen that dog before.
I have. You seen? I
Haven't seen that
did.
dog before. Just came in. I thought it was your dog. That's right.
Yeah. No, it's cute. So as we were saying, no adoption fees right now. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. We can help. We can help. I think she's looking like the one that just came in and they don't even know anything about you because the dog just came.
Oh, you like the dog, Nicole? Yeah. You thinking about a new friend?
Yeah.
Come back and visit.
I will.
Come back and visit. Well, yeah, you can spend some time, just you and the dog.
No, I would love to.
Absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
Whenever you want, come back and
Thank
visit.
you so
We'll set you
much.
up. We'll find you. It has to be the right fit.
It does.
It has to be the right fit. But if it is, then we'll find you a good friend. So.
Yeah, forever friend.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You look good.
No, they're all great. Oh, thank you so much.
Of course.
you.
Thank you guys.
This is great.
When is the event over?
Well, we don't really know. Probably a week at least. So you guys, if you guys want to come visit and bring a dog.
So I think that was scheduled, I think, for tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Perfect. Okay. We can bring your mystery or.
I actually told her I thought that was a good choice.
I think so,
Because
too.
again, his demeanor,
Yeah.
how calm he is, how that he, coming inside a building and people he doesn't know, I think he would and also want to get him home. So maybe getting him some visibility, and maybe somebody at your place will say, hey, he's the right guy.
Yeah.
But I believe she set that up for tomorrow.
Oh, perfect.
So,
Okay, cool.
But the actual event is another week.
Yeah, probably less than that, but yeah. That's pretty
And then we have other dogs at the
so.
facility too. Yeah, sorry, it's like right here.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, we have other dogs at the our office as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that's another thing that he gets along with other dogs.
Oh, perfect.
So
Okay,
that's
cool.
good too. He gets along with other dogs. So.
And we have a cat there as well.
How is he with cats? Do we know?
I would imagine being super calm. He's pretty chill with everything.
He's
but
pretty
we can
chill, and I
try it
know
out.
he's okay with kids and babies, and he's been around. Like yesterday, I took him to the Clover Park event.
Yeah.
And a little 2-year-old boy came walking up to him, and he was super gentle with the little boy. So I'm saying, I know with little kids, older kids, adults, obviously, other animals, cats, I can't say for sure because I said we haven't shown him a cat. But but we know for sure with other dogs, as in certainly people, he's fine.
Okay.
So, but like I say, if there's, if he doesn't like particularly, if we see he's not really liking the cat, then obviously we'll just keep him closer on the leash.
Awesome.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you for the tour. We'll see you guys
Absolutely.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you.
Oh, I know. It's on my partner now.
I expect a return visit.
Maybe bring the other one then also.
Right?
Yes.
For Nicole.
Absolutely.
Bye guys.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a good day. That's nice. I'm so sweaty. I'll take my camera back. Thanks, Shane, for filming. You gonna take your furry photo? That was fun and really sad. Also, all those animals need homes. Tilda.gg/adopts. Go adopts. You should film this part, honestly.
Is this still on the broadcast?
Yes.
We are back from that lunch break. Raiders have acquired their food buff. Us casters have acquired our food buff. Back to watch another solid hour and a half, 2 hours of progression here on Nexus King once they start polling the boss here. And hopefully we can see some good Phase 3 progression here. That's what we're really looking to try to dial in. Get through that intermission clean with all 20 Raiders alive. Start making some good prog to see whether or not this boss might be killable today.
Yeah, the difficulty of this fight comes from a couple of different vectors. You have, I think phase 1 looks really mechanically like there's quite a lot of dodging that you're needing to set up at the same time as getting every single person in the raid inside those 3 conkers that you're planning to soak over the phase. If even one person misses one soak, it's kind of a catastrophe. They're going to get mind controlled, so that's difficult. But sort of like Nexus Princess Kaiveza, some of the difficulty of this fight is just that there is a very hard-hitting dot that is going out, and that is doing a lot of damage. Reminds me of Queensbane on Nexus Princess Kaiveza, the dot where if you looked at the fight, you didn't see that was why the fight was so hard, but if you look at the raid frames, you can see there's people in jeopardy for a long time.
Well, we were talking about giveaways a lot before lunch, and we've got yet another one here for you guys, just handing them out like candy. Got some codes to give away thanks to Blizzard, and of course we have this great wheel that production has set us up with. Whatever Dratnos spins the wheel and lands
spinning
on.
it? I thought I was going to spin it.
Did you want to come over?
You can come over. You
can come around back.
You're kind of far. Okay, yeah, go for it.
Well, either way, regardless, whatever they land on, we'll be giving away 2 of those in chat. If you want to enter, it'll be hashtag Let's Go Liquid in the chat. Once again, hashtag Let's Go Liquid. What are we landing on? What do we get? What are we giving away 2 of?
It's going to be
Wings of Wisdom.
I love wings.
Those being given away. Do you know what those are, Dratnos? I have no idea what those are.
I think it's like a pack, a transmog pack or something.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Once again, hashtag Let's Go Liquid in the chat. Make sure your DMs are open on Twitch. Keep your eye on. Keep it open for that because I think we've actually had a lot of giveaway winners that just don't answer their DMs. And how are we supposed to give you?
You got to re-roll it, and
they
they DM you a day later, and it's like, oh, I'm so sorry, but we had to re-roll it, and you feel bad. It makes me feel bad. Just check your DMs, open them up.
We've had some interesting re-rolls. Like, for instance, yesterday, nobody claimed their codes, so they just said the first person to send me their parses on that has 2 gray parses gets the code.
Oh, Kalamazoo, that was your chance.
Yeah, I should listen. And someone did. Someone claimed it instantly. So make sure you guys have your DMs open. Getting that giveaway. Thanks to Blizzard once again for those codes.
Yeah, I've seen Tunnels with one of those new packs yesterday as well, so maybe that was where that came from. It's,
he doesn't rate. He's on the bench.
Oh, yeah, no parses, so that's tough, yeah.
No parses is better than...
Well. We didn't really think about that one too much because it's kind of easy to gray parse if you just die on pull. But could you have known about that in advance for the giveaway, though? That's a tough one.
Yeah, if you ever see me die on pull, I'm setting up to win a future giveaway with those criteria, now that I know it can happen.
Okay. We finally just had a ready check go out. So
all right.
The Raiders are finally getting ready to pull this boss in just a moment here, trying to reloading his UI. Do we think there's potentially any strat changes that we're going to see out of them here, or are we just trying to get more of the same with more consistency?
I think it's consistency is the thing you want to see. They're moving where they have Bloodlust being used in that split platform phase 2, trying to get through that Titan and see that phase 3 is where we really want to be. There's some questions still about the fight in general. Is phase 3 the same in Rage as Heroic? How does it look? I mean, what is the boss even pushing at threshold-wise? It reminds me a lot of Sarkareth, actually, where when you pull the boss, it's 0 to 100. Everything's going crazy. Phase 2, with those laser beams, it looks visually insane, but it's all sort of like pre-planned and telegraphed. You can tell what's happening. It's not that...
Right, you can... that one looks easy, right? Like, P2 looks pretty easy.
You know what's going to happen every time.
Just stand in the right spot, and there's 2 different patterns that you can have, and you know how to deal with each of them. Pretty easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Less deaths in phase 1, clean phase 2 pushes, and hopefully see phase 3 with the next few pulls.
I think this is going to be one of those classic progression lusts as well, where that moves deeper and deeper into the fight, or whenever a couple people die, you use that to try and still progress on that pull. I am a little curious about how the damage allocation is going to work into that burn phase on Voidwing, because on paper it makes sense to hit into that damage amplification on Voidwing. There's a little bit of a cringe timing in the fight. There's like 430 is when that burn's happening, so you don't get second pots if you're going to use your lust there. Yeah.
It's tight. A lot of like 1 to 1.5 minute classes, if you can stack those, are very good. They're Demonology Warlocks, Arcane Mages you mentioned earlier as well, Zyro.
Yeah.
Can be really good having CDs for those platforms. And then again, when the boss converges and you have that damage amp on the Void.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there's no way to delay that damage amp, right? Everything is on a timer from the start of the fight.
Yeah, I think, you could get to the middle later from the platforms. I don't know what happens if you kill the Titans and then AFK for the main ads on the side platforms for a little while.
The boss is channeling something, right?
Okay, so maybe you have to do it by then as well, because I know you can kill the Titan first by a little bit, but maybe not by... Maybe you can't spend infinite time on those side platforms to fix it.
I don't know if you can delay like 30 more seconds.
Yeah, because that's how long you'd need for if you wanted pots with lust there.
Interesting. Well, there's definitely going to be a lot of optimization they'll have to go for, but like we were talking about, we just want consistency first. And one of the things that I was curious about as well is they've been progressing this fight very different to how they were progressing Fractillus, right? Fractillus, they were very slow and methodical. They made a ton of comp swaps, like every other pull for the first 20 pulls, and then they kind of decided on something at that point. Didn't end up working out for them. They swapped something completely different today after seeing Echo and Method down the boss. But if I'm not mistaken, we've had the same 20 people in the raid since pull 1 here.
Right, they haven't made any over lunch swaps as far as we can see, which is a very common feature of a fight like this. This fight, though, they had been able to see Echo and then Method actually pulling this boss before they got here, so they were able to maybe identify what comp they wanted right from the start and what strategy they were going to employ, at least for the first bit of the fight, which is a nice advantage that they were able to pick up this time. Usually that advantage goes the other way. Of course, the downside that comes with it is that means you're behind, so they have to do a little bit of catching up here. The composition is definitely interesting, though, because we saw these sort of monochrome comps on some of the mid and early bosses, where it's like we're bringing 5 Evokers, 4 Warlocks, 4 Mages, you know, those kinds of numbers on some classes. This time around, looking at the raid frames, it's a rainbow. We've got, you know, 1 of pretty much everything, 2 of some of the best classes and specs. There actually has been 1 change that it looks like we're doing post-lunch. They were playing 3 Arcane Mages, and now I see they only have 2 of them in.
Is that an Evoker swap? It might.
Might be, yeah. We have
not sure.
3, so 2 Prez, 1 Dev in right now.
Sevi swapped from a Shaman to Evoker as well.
Okay. And then we have the 3 Warlocks in now. I think they were only on 2, so we've converted a mage into the 3rd Warlock, so a little bit of adjustments. I guess we were a little wrong earlier to say that they were on the exact same comp, but the same general idea with a few little tweaks. And it does look like pulls are indeed about to be underway. 10-second pull timer. That's a fast pull timer as well. That's aggro. Usually we see 15, but 10. We're ready to get right going with this. Starting over by that blue world marker, where we're going to be doing that first tank soak. Never mind, we're not pulling on this. All good.
False alarm, false alarm.
Yep. Panic, relax. That was just that was a wake-up pull timer.
Do we have updated raid comp after the Fractillus loot? I believe Fired Up was the receiver of some nice upgrades on that boss. He got both the dagger and the Void Core from that boss.
And then there was some Dreadful Tear. I don't know where that went.
THD.
THD, all right. And then I think 1 less relevant item did drop there. And yeah, it's not only the 4 pieces of loot that Fractillus dropped, but the vaults were upgraded. Fractillus, of course, the 6th boss, so now everybody who's been in for all the bosses, which is actually not a lot of characters, because they've been doing so many swaps, especially even the tanks and the healers have been playing different characters on different bosses. So some people like THD who've been in on everything, Fired Up as well, do now have that full vault. It would be great to kill Saladar and upgrade that vault with the Saladar loot, but we can see a little bit what the raid eye level is. It's jumped up now to 704.4. At the top of the pack is still Sang on that Evoker.
707.
Joined by Go to Eisenberg, the 707 Druid of the Claw Feral Druid that has been in since Fractillus. We saw Echo using that earlier in the raid with Liquid and I think Method as well, maybe, swapping into that more recently. And then we also have Fired Up there on I'm on the GCD. 707.
THD lock also with the tier piece hopping up to 707 too. I believe also THD. We were talking to THD a little bit over the lunch break. He sent Gilded Crests on both tier helmet and tier chest since they're already
pretty safe places, right?
Yeah, highest upgrades, highest amount of stat that you gain for the upgrade, so that makes sense. And he's still going to have his crest next week.
Exactly.
If he wants to craft a staff, if he doesn't get lucky from his vault.
Yeah, and he'll have 2 sparks next week, but at most he only needs 1 enchanted Gilded Crest next week, because even if he wants to craft 2 items, that second one can easily be done with the enchanted Runed Crest without much of a loss, even without any loss in a lot of cases for a lot of these characters. So a lot of good places for those Gilded Crests to go. The tanks here at 705 and 702. Split the G there is Scott's Warrior. I believe that's like the only character he's been using, whereas Yips is playing that Brewmaster. He's swapped around between Brewmaster, DK, Paladin even for summer progression. So he's sort of the flex tank that is ready to swap as needed.
He's in a weird situation where like his Blood DK has 3 kills, his Blood DK has either 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah, I think it's 3 and 3 maybe between the two, which is a little bit suboptimal, but you know, they didn't know what it was going to look like later this tier. It definitely seems like the thought process is Brewmaster is generally better, but we want that Blood Decay as an option for, I think, Mythic Dimensius. I feel like Dimensius is a fight that rewards Death Grips and DKs, but maybe that Frost DK, something that stocks has been decreasing since the start of this raid, right? Going into this tier, a lot of people were thinking, oh, 3 DKs, you know, 2 DKs, and on a lot of these fights, we've seen them shaving DKs down to just 0 or 1 on some of these fights.
I mean, they were exceptionally strong, but they got hit with a handful of nerfs, I think, back-to-back weeks before the tier actually launched. So, I mean, that AMZ is good, Rip is good, but at the same time, there's been a lot of varying damage profiles you've won at this raid tier on certain fights. Some with mixed profiles, some with just more like Nexus King, where you have like more of a general kind of feel, but wanting those 1-minute classes for that damage amp is also pretty important too.
Well, as this is our first pull back from the break, why don't we talk through a little bit of the mechanics of this phase and talk about what's been causing them issues for the past 20 pulls.
Yeah, so we're going to see sort of this repeating pattern. This is about to be the start of the next repeating pattern. So we're going to have these waves coming from those dragons at the edge, and then a tank combo. It includes Conquers and Vanquishes, rather. That also can sometimes vanish people if they get hit by it. The Vanquish is just a tank thing that's a big cone, gets aimed to the side, and one tank soaks it. The Conquer needs to be soaked by the raid, though. You start the fight with 3 stacks of Oathbound, and there are 3 tank combos in the phase, and each time you get hit by a Conquer, you lose 1 stack of Oathbound. If you haven't lost all of them by the second phase, you do get mind controlled, so you need to be in 1 Conquer per tank combo. What they've done here is they've identified that there will always be a Conquer as either the first or third, or sometimes both, but I think you'll at least have one of those in that tank combo, always in position 1 or 3 in the cast sequence. So the call is, we are always going to soak it if it's the first one, right? If there's a Conquer in position 1, we're soaking that Conquer as a raid. Otherwise, we're soaking the one in position 3 as a raid, regardless of what because the other casts can move around as well. So there are a lot of different configurations, but all of them are either soak a Conquer in position 1 or soak a Conquer in position 3. The 2 Vanquishes will be aimed off to the side, and the other Conquer will also be solo soaked by the other tank, which is a 200 million total damage, so not an insignificant amount, but the tanks do have the tools to live that. And it's pretty nasty because you need to soak that while you are dodging those lasers as well, and there's a lot of raid damage coming out too, so we're seeing things like Anti-Magic Zone, Spirit Link used to sort of mitigate that. That's sort of the key part of what's going on in P1. The rest of it is just claws that do a lot of damage that need to go out, dots on people that do a lot of damage and need to get healed through or defensived. And there is a mythic mechanic as well where when you clear your Oathbound stacks, the boss will from time to time, sort of after all of those sequences but before the next tank combo, cause each missing stack to try to reapply to you in the form of an image that charges at you. And you need to look at the image, otherwise you will get your stack back, which will mean you're going to get MC'd, which is a disaster.
Yeah, if you've done the Nexus Princess question mark boss this tier, it's very similar to that intermission mechanic where you have to look at the images and make them charge to you. If you're not looking directly at it, or if you're like strafing when it goes off, you're going to get that stack reapplied to you, and you're going to get mind controlled as we go into the intermission phase, which is not ideal on this encounter. Looks like we're waiting for Yips to get res, maybe having a little conversation before we get into the tier. So what are the tools that the tanks actually have to use to live through that solo smash?
Yeah, so it's a lot of damage. It's like 100 million physical and then 90 million shadow. The shadow is what gets split among the people that are soaking it. So that normally is what the raid is taking, is a large shadow hit that's soaked among them. The tank is always taking all of the physical damage themselves. 100 million physical does get reduced a lot by tank armor and stuff, but we're looking at effects like a big shield from the Celestial Brew. Yips will have for every single one of those, and then things like dampen, maybe diffuse for the magic part, maybe a fort brew is up for some of them, but also externals, time dilation, very strong against that, basically negating half that damage because you don't care about the dot afterwards, you can live that. Yeah, externals, and then tank cooldowns.
Okay.
That's pretty much it, and then armor. Make it happen.
So it's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, it has caused deaths, but when the cooldowns are pressed on it, it's totally fine, yeah. Would have been something nice for ZenMed, but that's unfortunately, I think, gone now from the game, this patch.
It's kind of hard to tell when looking at the encounter what is picking off individual players. There are some more obvious ones, like we just saw in that pull.
Sometimes it's the laser.
They had the first Conquer with a close laser spawn right on top of them, and we saw fired up blink out of it, but not everyone else has a blink. So they lost like 5 or 6 people to that. That's pretty much worst case scenario when the close laser is on top of you with that Conquer. But that dot damage is scary. Similar to Nexus Princess Kaiveza, I'm pretty sure the way it works is it's 2 mil dot ticks every 1 second for 8 seconds, and then the final dot tick overlaps with an explosion at the end, just like it did on Kaiveza. So it's another like 7 mil explosion at the end. You're taking like a health bar and a half over the course of 8 seconds, just like Kaiveza was. That's a nasty amount of damage to deal with when there's also claws going off, when you have to soak the Conquers, when you could get hit with a stray beam accidentally. There's a lot of damage going out here.
And so when it comes to Conquerors in Phase 1, let's say you miss one of your Oath stacks. Like you actually clear it, but a ghost goes through you and you get your stack back. You're able to soak a later one correct, but you're going to have a weird sequence of damage taken.
If you soak a later Conquer without an immune, you're dead. So if you're a mage or something, it's okay.
Right.
You can ice block in one later. Not okay, but it's at least salvageable. If you're anybody else, it seems like there's basically no recovering missing a stack on this one.
Yeah, there's only 3 combos in this phase, right?
So you can soak the second Conquer in a combo with an immune or something, but yeah, doing it without that, you're taking 50 million shadow damage. That's quite a lot to try and survive.
Because the vulnerability.
It's actually more than that, yeah. So you're taking 250 million shadow damage.
Yeah, so
that's quite a lot. I mean, if more people have to do it, you could try something, but it's one of those things where you're talking about a lot of coordination to try and recover something that should never happen.
But we know what's going to happen with the Conquerors. It's always 1 or 3 in the soak.
Right.
So
here's 3.
Right.
And this one everybody should be in except for Yips.
Okay.
And actually THD does go down there.
Yeah, he got stunned by one of those. I think it was the Vanquish actually that stunned him, right? That's what stuns you.
Arg. Yeah, that comes with a little knockback as well. And then I think because he died with stacks, he got MC'd. Is how this fight works. As long as you have those stacks of Oathbound, any death except for jumping off is going to lead to you getting mind controlled.
You can res him, but he's guaranteed to get mind controlled on the intermission phase now because he didn't get rid of that stack.
Right, because you can't clear because the.
Well, it looks like maybe he got res without any stacks. I can see him there on the frame.
Oh yeah,
so
maybe.
This is maybe a little bit more friendly than some versions of this mechanic where, yeah, it looks like dying and getting res, you actually have them all cleared. So here comes Conquer number 3, or ability number 3, Conquer number 2 of the set. That one is going to be the raid set. Again, the Conquer in position either 1 or 3 will always be the one that they soak.
Second set of blaze lines coming out here, and you can see they're trying to do these mechanics in different sections of the.
Right.
They'll use 3 major sections. Once they're done with the blaze lines, we go to the final section of the room. You can see great POV of Shakib dealing with that ghost mechanic where he has to look at them as they dash through your character to make sure he doesn't regain any of those Oathbound stacks. And we're into the 3rd section, and this is the tough one. Remember, if it's in position 1, the raid soaks it. They got through the Conquer with everyone dodging the.
Oh, and a turtle as well, looking like Malarkus is going to be able to clear his stack there with that second hit.
Clean. And we're through the 3rd Vanquish set.
Yeah, let's see if anybody gets MC'd here. We do have to look at our oaths, avoid them haunting us.
Very good.
Shaq has done that successfully. Looks like the rest of the raid has a couple of people still with stacks. Let's see. Yep, there we can see a couple of MC'd people. Do need to get killed off before this phase starts here. Yeah, that's a lot of hostile characters.
But 17 players alive into the intermission. This is the most we've ever had.
Some of those alive people are MC'd. And yeah, the rest of the raid is going to be in some trouble here as those people are using their abilities in the wrong way. They're helping Saladar instead of helping the raid. Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see any sizable progress there. I think what may have happened is people may have regained their stacks from that last set of spirits that are trying to reinfect them with those stacks. It is 3 that you have to look at the end there, and that is a lot of spinning your camera around, noticing where all of them are spawning. Got to do some Kaiveza to practice that.
Keeping it moving along with the giveaways here. We're nonstop with these. We got them coming all over the place for you guys. So we've got Philips Hue giving away some starter kits. 10 winners will receive Philips Hue starter kits. If you want to enter the giveaway for that, it's teal.gg/Hue in the chat. US only. Comes with 2 smart bulbs and a switch for that as well. So make sure you guys sign up for that. If you love the way our broadcast has been looking, we got lights all over the set. We've got them back in the caster room.
Yeah.
Providing great mood lighting.
Yeah, you were
using
your light last night, I saw. Actually.
I was, yeah.
It's very nice.
It's very nice. I got it behind my monitor.
Ambiance, yeah, exactly.
Give me some nice, ambiance
Yeah.
is a good term for it.
Yeah, it's good to aim one of those lights at the wall and sort of get it bouncing off the wall, giving everything a nice
I have
nice
mine
glow.
pointed directly at Tettles in the brightest light imaginable.
Yeah, that's good. That's good tech as well.
Did you download the app and start setting it up as well?
I haven't, but Aya did.
Aya did, yeah.
Very cool, yes. I was hoping to blind him in his progression, but he just sits on the bench all the time. So, that
is the name of his podcast.
That's right.
It's true. A little bit of foresight from Tettles here. Not too bad.
Yeah, they're sort of like the, you see all the world markers we have around the Saladar room here? All those different colors, you can put wherever you want, be whatever color you want. It's basically like in-game Philips Hue lights. That's how they work, right? You just put them anywhere you want, pick them any color you want, change them around. You use it in your room if you want to indicate, if you want to set up a plan for the morning, go to square marker first, brush my teeth.
Yes.
Go to circle marker, get the coffee out of the coffee machine or whatever morning people do. I don't know, I'm not one of them. But if you wanted a morning routine, you could use much the same strategy as we're using on Saladar there with your Philips Hue lights.
Yeah, no, you really aren't a morning person. I had to think about it for a little bit.
Yeah.
On MDI show days, he'll show up. He'll show up to our call time.
It's 8 a.m.
with a blanket over his entire body. He'll do his sound check and be like, "All right, I'm going back to bed."
That's right.
For 2 hours.
You know, I do have a shift tomorrow morning. If you'd like to.
Oh.
I think he's busy that day.
I am unfortunately busy forever on that time slot. I did a morning one I think yesterday. I was
oh yeah.
Thanks to Monster Energy, it was possible.
Oh yeah.
Morning shifts are fun, but it's great because Jack and I typically have them after their morning show, and they're already wired.
Yeah.
Just fully ready to go. They've been talking for an hour. I'm like,
us late night people are kind of.
Please, yes. This is like midnight sleep for me right now.
Dude, it's great. If you're on a shift with Jack and I in the morning, you can get some micro sleeps in.
Oh, while they're going. Yeah.
Yeah. Catch up.
Are you a subscriber to that sleep theory where you can just take like 6 15-minute naps throughout the day and that's all the sleep you need?
That's a good theory.
THD, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, it works great for him.
Dude, every time THD is always like last person to leave of the Raiders, first person back in the morning, doing an extra key or something or a delve. High passion gamer. I always remember after Nyalotha, they got the world first. Everybody's celebrating THD. Island Expeditions right away.
He was
get in there. Got to get that neck level up.
Same thing happened after Eternal Palace. We didn't win that race. We got second, but then we went out to get drinks at a pub since we were in the UK.
That's what one does.
And he's like, "Nah, I gotta farm pearls for my alts."
Yeah,
that was a good tier. Benthic gear was underrated.
Ugh, I hated Benthic gear.
I didn't like farming the pearls for it. I liked the concept.
I didn't like the just RNG of like, okay, open this box 100 times till it procs avoidance or a socket or whatever.
That's fair. You didn't have 20 alts to just feed pearls to your main?
No, not at the time.
What about my alts gear?
Those were back in the expansions where alts were a little bit less fun, right? Because it felt like any time you spent on your alt, you could have been getting AP on your main.
That too.
Those expansions. Now I love the way the Warband philosophy works, where it's like, hey, go do stuff on your alts, right? Like you have a limited list of things that you're going to want to do on your main, and once that's done, Warband away.
Would you be open to AP coming back, but with the Warband system, so it's account-wide?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think that I feel like if Blizzard did it again, they would do it like Renowned Track style, where there's like a weekly cap that increases per week, and you get to that cap, and then you don't earn any more.
You know, people always say when it comes to the Race to World First, they're not a huge fan of the massive amount of splits that you have to do. Old AP would fix that problem. You can't really farm AP on all your characters.
Yeah, but you just have a bunch of 0 AP characters that still do the splits for you. Get you that. You'd have all the gear and the AP on your main. I guess you'd go back to old style splits of predetermined mains, and then hope you get lucky.
Then it would just be super RNG. It's like, did your main get lucky or not?
Yeah, it reminds me like Sepulcher, right when JPC was missing his 4-piece for forever.
That was so sad.
Poor JPC wasn't allowed inside the facility, out in the snow, out in the cold, and not Boston, as Jet has told us. It is Foxborough. That's not in Boston.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
No.
It's like a sub-city within a city. All right.
It's like 45 minutes outside of Boston, man.
Same thing.
Okay, so we've made a composition swap here. Zasevi is back on that Resto Shaman now after a pull or two on Prez Evoker. Otherwise, things, we've also got Boomy in on Windwalker, which I think was not in for a while.
Yeah, I think he was a swap right before lunch. Man, already on the first overlap, 3 deaths.
That looks like just laser deaths.
Yeah, it did.
Those lasers look pretty nasty.
So much worse.
This is going to be very much a tank privilege fight, right? Where like, okay, yeah, you have to survive that 200 million hit, but also you can survive these lasers, and everybody else is dying to them.
I wonder if they are trying to do any sort of baiting with the lasers.
Maybe that's the trick that would make this easier.
That was, you do have to move quite a bit, and it's not perfect, right? Because if you move from one position to another position, if a laser beam is along that same vector, it's still going to hit you.
Yeah.
But you can dodge all of the other ones that were crossing over the line that you made with your movement. So it should make it quite a bit easier if they know about that and are trying to do it.
I mean, at a certain point, you do just have to dodge them.
Yeah. Get good.
Yeah. Sometimes no counterplay to that. And this might be another one of those fights where it might, a lot of progress might happen, and then I wouldn't be surprised if pulling this thing after like 10 p.m., the deteriorating, sleepiness debuff will start to cause those P1 lasers to become a problem again.
Yeah,
they just got to push back the monster line. Really?
Well, you don't do that on Monday. On Monday, you're getting to bed early and you're waking up and popping 7Ms for Tuesday morning reset.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because as we know, EU has another day before their reset. And we are basically at an equilibrium as far as like boss progress is concerned. Echo's gotten to the final phase, but the boss is incredibly high. I don't feel like, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here. I don't feel like this boss dying today is incredibly likely for US.
I think,
us.
yeah, I mean, I think Echo and Method are going to have that well-known European extra day advantage on this. So.
Right, which, I mean, can definitely come into play. It'll unlock Saladar loot in their vaults, but at the same time, they're also a day behind on reset. And as far as reclear is concerned, I think gear does make most of these bosses a good bit easier, including Nexus King. If Echo and Method are at a point where they're like, Tuesday night for them, not reset yet, where they just can't meet the DPS check, we're already recleared back with more gear. We get a craft, we get second guildie crest as well. We're looking at a substantial eye level increase this week with crafting in the first vault coming in also, so it could be pretty interesting to see where that goes.
Exactly, yeah. Echo have earned a nice lead by doing so well on Fractillus and Soul Hunters, but that lead might be moot if, like you said, they just end up, if this boss is not killable with this week's gear, which we don't know yet exactly if that is the case, but yeah, that is an important variable. On the other hand, if they are able to get it and Liquid aren't, then it is a nice improvement to your vaults, because not only are you adding Saladar to your vaults, not only are some people going to get an extra slot in their vaults as well, you're also upgrading all of the other loot that would be in your vault from myth 3 out of 6 to myth 4 out of 6. So you're effectively generating 15 extra Gilded Crests for every player that would take one of those items out of their vault. Obviously, if you're taking something out of the M+ row, it doesn't matter. But still, that is a sizable chunk of value that you can get. So if one guild kills this boss and the others don't, they will have a gear advantage as a result. Not insurmountable one.
I feel like the gear advantage is the smallest of that, right? The information gain for being able to pull the is going in the next.
Oh, that's huge, actually.
Though. I don't know if this boss is
That's the question.
Reset, right? Yeah. But yes, Zyra is very correct. If they can pull Dementius off stream and get numbers, see things change in Mythic that aren't in the journal, that is a massive.
Even just like, if a guild can identify like, hey, I do want a Blood DK on this fight, versus hey, I don't care about having a Blood DK on this fight, that would be very valuable information for how you gear in both splits next week, which, bad news, there are going to be some splits on Tuesday and Wednesday next week, but also whether you're going to give them reclear gear, right? Who you're bringing to Mythic Plexus Sentinel, a boss that can be killed with any tank comp you want. You're going to play the ones, you'll play the comp that you want to play on Dimensius for the easy bosses.
I don't know, if we didn't have a Blood DK last time, I might have died, actually.
That's true.
Hold on a minute, we're talking about easy bosses.
Hopefully this time around, second time will be a little bit less close on the Plexus Sentinel.
Yeah, so to clarify, we're not calling it an advantage. It could be a disadvantage.
What do you mean? It's the well-known extra day. They get to play the extra day of the first reset.
Yeah, that's actually true.
That's an EU advantage.
Very true and real.
Yeah.
Got it.
You're baiting them so hard right now.
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to bait anybody. I was looking down there fighting.
Where's the soundbite of Brandon's going, the old gaslight technique? Oh, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, those phase 2 beams, they do look visually, incredible. They're very, very cool, but they are telegraphed, just to clarify. So the first set is always going to be in the same pattern. Set 2 and 3 alternate based on the safe spots in the room. It's either going to be safe in the center or safe on the outside for 2, and then the opposite is safe in 3. We believe they're always gating set 2 to 3 regardless, into the center or back out to the side, but they do look visually very, very cool.
Yeah, outside of the initial wow factor of the laser beams, they're pretty easy to deal with from what we can see. We're assuming the second set of lasers that you get after going to the platforms is probably similar. It might be a different pattern.
I think it is the same,
but
yeah.
It's probably very likely
to repeat.
The thing that we're having the most issue with right now is just individual personal responsibility deaths.
Yeah.
Right? Dying to laser beams, not having a personal up if you get hit with a dot. That dot trucks. Again, I was talking about that 2 million damage per tick for 8 seconds, and then a big 5 mil hit at the end. So it's doing 25 million damage. These players, the Clothies, have 13 or 14 million HP, so that's double their health bar that they have to deal with over the course of 8 seconds. So it's a lot of damage. In addition to everything else coming out, of course, anyone that fails their ghost mechanic is just MC'd and dies on the intermission. So every single player in the raid has to make sure they do that properly. There's a ton of personal responsibility in the first 2 minutes of this encounter.
I want to take a quick look at the world markers we have here. Look at how there's sort of 3 triangles of these world markers, but unfortunately we only have 8 world markers, so that purple and star, we don't have a corresponding third part of the triangle over there. I assume those are phase 3 world markers. I believe Echo were replacing world markers during P3 to indicate where stuff goes. That seems like a responsibility that I hope there's a way to do this fight without having to do that. There's been some fights where you replace world markers, like Ansarek, where you just you needed more than 8 for doing that fight. And if this fight is another one of those, I am not going to be happy.
Do we just break out the old smoke bombs? Let's go around.
Maybe you could use the ping and just ping, but even that doesn't really. The permanent world markers are really valuable if you have precise placement locations for some of these. So
it sounds like a Boomy job. He's
yeah,
really good at that.
Boomy, Yips, somebody like that that's just forced to be the marker dropper. Often somebody whose job, it's helpful for the rest of the raid. Very cringe to be that person.
Have you ever been that person, Kalamazi?
No. I am a no.
I did it once.
Kalamazi is not only does Kalamazi not place markers, he doesn't look at them. He's a warlock. He doesn't. It doesn't matter.
He is the marker.
Yeah, he just
very true.
Yeah, just dark pact. Doesn't matter. Don't have to do any of those things.
Yeah, exactly.
I did markers for Odin spreads.
Ah,
that boss.
I do remember that boss.
I thought Odin was a horrendous boss. I didn't like it
great boss.
I didn't like it at all. Everyone feels the way. I didn't like it at all.
I liked it.
Guarm was good. I didn't.
I liked
Helya.
I liked Helya. That raid was 3 bangers. I don't know what to tell you.
Yes, 3 great fights. Odin might have been a little too easy, but still, it was a good intro fight for the raid.
I didn't like Halls of Valor. It was too yellow. I didn't like it.
That's fair.
Only the first.
I didn't like it.
The area, okay.
Yeah, you just aesthetically you didn't like.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you went into the underworld right away.
Yeah.
Did you ever get the Deathless achievement?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, the Chosen.
It's a good
I don't wear it, though. I'm certainly not a chosen one. I don't wear a title anymore, actually. Do you wear a title? Zyro?
Yeah.
I just use whatever the most recent Mythic Plus title is.
Yeah, the hero. I wonder if those have gone out yet for last season.
They usually take a few weeks.
They usually do take a few
They got to ban
weeks.
half the player base, actually.
What was the last one? Enterprising Hero?
Yeah, Enterprising's the one that's coming out.
That might be a skip.
Yeah, I've got Dreaming Hero. That one's nice. I think I have Awakened Hero.
I like Shrouded Hero.
Shrouded Hero's good. I have that one, yeah.
What about, like,
Thundering
Hall of Fame ones, like Gahoon?
Oh yeah, I like Fameslayer the Harbinger.
That's a good one too, yeah.
That's Unat. That's the most exclusive one because not 100 guilds filled up the Alliance Hall of Fame that tier. So a lot fewer characters have access to that title. A little bit of a silly tier. I like Contract Killer, the new Kaiveza one.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a great one.
I don't own that one.
Do you guys have Undying or Immortal?
No.
No, I didn't play back then.
Oh. You did the Dreadnoughts, right? Didn't you?
I didn't. I played I played later in Wrath. I didn't really play much of 3.0.
The one that I would love to have if I had played back then, I want Death's Demise.
That's a good one.
From?
Cool title.
That's Yogg, right?
Yogg server first.
Oh, okay.
Back when there were server first titles, right? And then there were the like challenge mode rank 1 titles as well.
Wait, it was Yogg server first? Death's Demise?
Death's Demise.
Yeah. I think it was like server first Yogg Zero Light.
I think Zero Light.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I have that one, but I didn't know that.
Oh.
Must have been a dead server.
Handout server first titles to anyone's
But
nowadays,
hey,
I guess.
No one knows.
What can you
Do you guys have any server first achievements? I have a couple of the 15s from like, I think BFA and Shadowlands.
I have the original Legion.
Keystone Master?
Keystone Master.
Ah, that's nice, yeah.
On Illidan, no less. Classic one.
That's very cool. I do wish they kept around like server first achievements, even for like leveling and stuff.
Yeah, they were nice.
Yeah.
Extra goals for people.
Even like, server first, illustrious master first aid. I think that's cool.
Yeah, it was unique, right?
Yeah.
Now it's just like, I just level and get there when I get there. But
all right, we've already had, people dropping super low. Yeah, watch those raid frames. You can just see the size of that dot on everybody is intimidating whenever it overlaps with any other mechanic. Here you're going to see, those claws coming out, lining up with the dot as well. Time Spiral getting some good utility as they move to the second area of the fight. The Broken Oath returns. 4 dogs it, no problem.
Yeah,
it's nasty.
Yeah, we did make it through here. We did see Nick go down earlier. We actually committed a res to him, but you can see he has no actual debuff on him. So whenever somebody dies his phase, it does clear all 3 stacks of the Oathsworn debuff, I believe, correct?
Yeah, that's nice. A friendly way to do that compared to the it persisting through death, which I would have guessed
well,
they
you
would
wouldn't
do.
be able to live through at that point, though, right?
Yeah.
It would just basically reset your stacks, and you wouldn't be able to take 3 Conquerors anymore. So that's a nice little change there for sure. We do have second set coming out here. We should be able to get through that pretty easily, and we should have one more set of Conquer Vanquish combos left here. The question is, can we make it through with all 20 alive? No battle res available if somebody does go down here.
Not only that, but did everyone complete their ghost minigame? We can see
Right
Nick
here.
doing it right here. 1 ghost into 2 ghosts into the 3rd. So he has done it properly. Does anyone still have a buff remaining? We have to do one more set of this combination. That should have been everyone soaking the Conquer. We got double Vanquish into the final Conquer, which is just going to be on the tank. Have to dodge laser beams. We do have an APT, it looks like, or was that just a battle res used on Malarkus there? So they had APT earlier on, battle res here.
Gotcha.
Oh, we're down a tank, unfortunately.
Tank, which means the intermission is not going to be doable. But still, let's see. Did everyone make it through removing their buffs? So we lost a couple more people, unfortunately, there.
Down a healer, a tank, and a DPS, one each from the Trinity. Does look like we don't have any MCs at least coming out this time, as those circles do come out. Everybody needing to get safe away from those, either right under the boss or already on the edge there. The ping comes down to indicate, yep, star marker is where we're going to be hanging out as a raid. Scott is going to aim this frontal, although, yeah, oh, it does. It looks like they've managed to cancel the breath on the boss there by having a taunt from another player, which is important, actually. You want to do that if your tank is dead, because otherwise you're going to be taking double damage from it, and it's going to blow up your raid. But they're going to have to do it again here, and I don't know if they're going to want to sacrifice another DPS to try and make progress here. I don't know if progress is even possible. Oh, actually, yeah, we're not even going to get a tank breath here, so that's nice. We're going over to the sides. We will when we get back, I guess, and we don't have Yip still, so brutal.
So you can see based on the timing that we were talking about before, as you start the intermission, Nexus King starts to seal the Forge cast. You can see in the top right there. And presumably, if he finishes that cast, you've wiped. So you can kill the Mana Titans on both platforms before their self-destruct cast goes off. But if you haven't killed everything else and can't pour it back down, I'm assuming him finishing that cast will also wipe you.
Yeah, I am curious if you can delay a bit, though, if you beat both the Titans on this platform. Similar to like Raziath, I guess, in a sense, with her cast in that intermission. If you can delay for 10-ish seconds, you might be able to get another set of minute and a half CDs in that boss burn, though.
Yeah, you might want to exactly milk that Seal the Forge cast until a second or two before it does finish. It looks like, okay, yeah, there's a shield icon I see on that thing in the middle, that purple shield. Maybe that's what you clear by dashing through it with enough of those side dashes. Maybe you do need all four, as it looks like at least one went through, but that shield is still present on the ad. So yeah, that is a mythic mechanic on those side platforms, needing to dash the ads through the mini bosses that are there. But once again, we're just kind of in a waiting room here, waiting to get to that intermission with 20 players alive. 21 pulls in now. And we're really hoping that Phase 1 can get cleaned up sometime soon.
It's tough, man.
I feel like we're right on the cusp of seeing all 20 make it through. And like, it might, I mean, we're not as close or as far off Phase 3 as it seems.
Right. I feel like if you get past P1 with 20 people alive, the next minute and a half are kind of free. Like, going to those side platforms is not that different than Heroic. The mechanic doesn't see, like, you've got a lot of time to do the dash through, which is the mythic mechanic, and then the rest of the stuff there is all just dodges. And then getting back and doing another copy of P2 also seems kind of free if you have everybody alive. And then you get to do the Voidwing Burn, which is similar to Heroic, just slightly faster cadence there, and of course, more raid healing to do, but that's not the kind of thing that I expect them to run into too much difficulty. So I do think we are just kind of a clean P1 away from making good progress on this fight. A very important variable is we need to just not just get there once. We need P1 to become consistently clean so that we can reliably make progress later in the fight. If it's just 1 out of every 5 pulls that we can get out of P1 with 20 people alive, this boss is not going to die this year.
Yeah, consistency is difficult, especially with the fight that we've been comparing this to, right? If it's anything like Princess Kaiveza, which it seems to be, that's very clearly one of the hardest personal responsibility fights of all time. And we're seeing every single time those dots come out, those 4 players are fighting for their life just to stay alive, especially if the dot overlaps with one of those first Conquer soaks. They might have to just decide that we can't actually soak that first Conquer sometimes if there are dots out, because those overlaps are causing deaths to random players almost every pull.
Dude, is this comp the most unique specs we've seen in a Race to World's first comp? We have 2 duplicate specs, I believe, among everybody here. We have 3 Destrolocks, 2 Arcane Mages, and then I think everything else is a singleton spec, where we've got, 2 different flavors of Evoker, 2 different flavors of Shaman, 2 different flavors of Druid and Monk as well, and then 1 of a lot of the other classes rounding out the comp. Very, very beautiful raid frames here.
Yeah, normally Draenei likes to stack them so that they're like similar colors together, but he hasn't really been able to do that this time.
Yeah, it's tough because they want to split the raid frames as well, such that groups, the groups that are on the sides will be all the same, right? So I think groups 1 and 2 here are one side, and groups 3 and 4 are the other, which means you can't do the tanks in the same group, the healers in the same group, like you usually would want to.
Yeah. I wonder how much of the progression spot they're in right now, as well as is just still seeing what classes are good on this fight. Because, we talked about how good Arcane's cooldown timings should be on this fight. The fact that you can pop them at the start of the platform and still have them up during the damage amp right afterwards is pretty important. But like, I'm looking at things in this fight that I don't know if they'll do particularly well. Like, Shadow Priest seems kind of like a little bit of a question mark. Obviously, it gives a PI to somebody like probably Sang, who's really well geared on that Evoker. But like, the cooldown timings for them aren't particularly enticing. It's a pretty movement-heavy fight, which is usually pretty bad for Shadow.
Yeah.
But they will be really good on the damage amp.
I'm actually a little surprised we're playing Triple Destruction Warlock here, too. Like,
I'm not at all.
I mean, I feel like the timing, you're basically making the choice of having CDs for the intermission or the damage amp. You're not getting both, and we're all playing Diabolist here also, so you're not getting... Demonology can do both, and we saw a lot of Demonology play on Heroic as well. Plus, it's arguably more mobile when it comes to like relevant damage and things. I wouldn't be surprised to see a swap to it if you do see that Voidwing burn, and we're like, hey, we need more damage here, at least on one of the Warlocks. But there is a lot of cleave as well, so possibilities of both are still certainly there.
The thing with Diabolist Destruction and Demo is that their damage profile is very flat compared to other classes, right? They're not nearly as bursty, so they're not as cooldown reliant. So they can actually just make the decision to use the Infernal on either the intermission or the boss, depending on when they need to use them for enrage purposes of the fight. And it won't really feel that bad for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the chance of playing Affliction on this fight, which has the highest burst, but we are getting nerfed tomorrow by 50%.
no.
Yeah.
It's just disgusting behavior. I don't know why.
Poor Warlocks.
Well, you know, I have to enact Plan C on reset.
Then you'll
but for
only
now,
have 2 specs in the top 5.
Oh. Well, we might still be top 5 regardless after that nerf. We'll see how things go on reset, but regardless, we are indeed back into another pull here. See that Conquer Vanquish set coming out here. It looks like we made it through for the most part without anybody going down there. Yep, we still have 1 battle res available. All the players in the raid having 2 stacks of that Oathsworn debuff left here as well. Dropping these slash effects and moving further along the room for that next set of Conquer Vanquish, which is coming momentarily.
Yeah, there you can see Scott aiming his camera at that image, avoiding getting the stack reapplied to him of that Oathsworn. Now another set of Conquers. First one is going to be on Scott. He's going to try and dodge around the laser and let the rest of the rage do it as well, but they do need to get into that Conquer fairly quickly. Hopefully we got enough of those soaked. Then he's taking the second Vanquish, and that third Conquer, or fourth Conquer rather, going over on Yips. Always pretty much in this order. Kind of a nasty tank spot though, as it is a lot of taunts in a short period of time, plus a lot of damage, plus a lot of positioning the boss that you need to contend with.
And it really seems like this fight is similar in difficulty to Kaiveza in that there's really not any time, any downtime.
Right.
There's always something happening. The addition of these ghosts to the encounter on the mythic difficulty that you have to deal with turns what could be downtime into something you actually have to really pay attention to. You can't just zone out and do your rotation here a little bit. We do have our first death of the encounter, unfortunately, on Smacked. Second one onto Hopeful there. Battle Res went out onto Smacked. It would make sense to bring the healer back up. So we're just going to be down a mage for the rest of this pull. Unfortunately, losing a Warlock here to this overlap.
We're going to lose a couple more people here to this debuff, unfortunately, as well. We have to lose Jernaka and Fire It Up, unfortunately.
Dots with no healer alive is just rough.
We might be able to see further in the phase 2 here.
Maybe.
Though. We're dead. 1 battle res available still. We do have Lust as that progression tool coming out of this phase. But first, we're going to see those laser overlaps coming in here, which we know the first one's stagnant or the same every time.
Right.
2 and 3 are the ones going to be random, but pretty much it's a simple dodge in, dodge out, and you're going to be on that platform phase.
Here comes that laser, blasting through Yips here, and sort of like Razageth, this will explode onto the raid based on the damage to Yips. So you can see Ironbark there used on Yips to reduce the damage on him, and therefore on the raid. Some of those lasers are going to cut players, though, as they weren't quite in that safe spot. As we now do get to the middle of the room for the second safe spot here. It is a small safe spot, but it isn't the same every time.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty similar. Oh, what were those deaths to on the second laser? Because I think most of them were in the safe spot.
I think there was just some people that weren't quite in the safe spot and were getting cut by those lasers.
Maybe they were too close to the center of the room.
Yeah, or maybe people were brought low by the explosion from Yips there. Although it seemed like he had a lot of defensives on there, so that damage shouldn't have been too nasty. Here comes that mythic dash through these middle bosses, the middle mini boss. Going to clear that shield off of it. Unfortunately, now everybody is dead except for our 2 brave tanks. And they're going to do their best to keep this going a little while longer, but really no meaningful progression will be visible at this point. So Scott, I think, is going to stop trying very soon here. Yep. Away we go.
It's even the same icon for when you get targeted by the massacre here too.
Yeah, exactly the same, and the same graphic as the Kaiveza encounter, both in Narrowbar Palace and in Season 3 Delves. Gotta say, Kaiveza, I liked the Underpin more than I liked Zekvir. I love Kaiveza as a Delve nemesis. It's Really, really nice thing this tier.
It was actually really exciting. Normally in like the first intro week to the tier, there's not a lot going on before they unlock the raid, but it was really fun to watch a whole bunch of different content creators attempting that.
Yeah.
Princess Kai'Vez, a question mark delve encounter. Lots of very clippable moments, like Tettles jumping out of his window.
Yeah, exactly. I was only I was glad to see him eventually overcome that encounter. Yeah, you know, after what, 200 pulls or something.
I just gave up watching it.
Crazy pull count. I mean, when you factor in, that's like almost as many pulls as we're at in the Race to World First combined right now. I guess Race to World First now is a little bit more than that, but not that many more.
How many pulls do you think this boss is going to take, actually?
I feel
it's a hard question to ask.
The question, like, it's going to be one of those bosses where it's interesting because it's going over the reset and the pull counter. You know, if it was all phase 1 gear or week 1 gear versus all week 2 gear, I think would be quite different. Not because any of the phases really are a gear check. It's mostly the overall damage check might be. Because you look about it, like phase 1, I guess it gets easier with more stamina. I guess it's going to get easier if you Vantis Rune it, which I don't think these guilds ever will, because this week, obviously, they've already spent Vantis Runes. Next week, everybody's going to want to hold those for Dimensius.
Right.
But for a lot of guilds, when they reach this, that Vantis Rune is going to help out a lot with the survivability in P1. The P2 side adds as well, you know, damage will help kill them, but it doesn't seem like that check is too tight. So it's really just a question of, is the overall fight damage check something where if you try and do it week 1, you need 200 pulls of optimization, whereas if you try and do it week 2, you can get it in 30, that kind of thing? Or is it a fight that's not about optimizing the damage check and more about perfectly executing the mechanics and then the boss will die?
We have a good idea of where the Enrage actually is based off of testing, and also what we've seen on.
It's heroic. It's the same as heroic from testing, which, you know, Soul Hunters threw a bit of a wrench into that, right? Where the Enrage came a minute and a half earlier than we would have guessed it was gonna. But yeah, if it's like heroic, then the last phase features 3 sets of those stars spawning, 6 total sets of those Star Killer lines. And then the Enrage begins with the encroaching walls from the outside.
Smolderon style.
Yeah, Smolderon style. Now, there have been bosses in the past, I talked about this a little bit before, but bosses like Rygalon and Mugsy, where the Mythic Enrage has a longer cast time than the Heroic Enrage. So we could look out to see if something like that might be true here. Or it could be a boss like Soul Hunters, where they move the Enrage a couple minutes earlier because they're like, you know what? You're a Mythic Raider, deal with it.
Yeah, you got a little too much gear from the Tezavesh hard mode. Yeah, we need to make this a little harder.
I mean, we've seen them do tuning, like be pretty on top of tuning this tier, though.
Yeah.
Nerfing Soul Hunters before they even reached the 7% threshold, which would have been a kill at that point. Even when it came to the Echo on Forge Weaver, a whopping 40% nerf to that. They haven't really been, they've been more on top of it. Right?
Yeah.
Which, now we're not saying this boss needs a nerfing. We have no idea.
I think there's no way they would nerf this reset at this point, because it is the Monday, right? Like, at this point, you just wait for the reset and then decide if you need to do anything to it.
Yeah. We haven't really, I don't think either guild's seen like a really, like, phase 2.
None of the, this isn't like Forge Weaver where you're looking at the Echoes and you're like, this is crazy, we have to do a stupid 3-tank strat, you know, this is stupid, right? Like, we're looking at it and it's like, no, it's hard, but it seems like it is a fair hard, at least for now. You know, call me in a couple hundred pulls and maybe my tune will change on that.
Question was, how many pulls do you think it's going to take? What did you guys predict for this boss?
I was in the 200s, I think.
I was also in the 200s.
Yeah.
In there?
So, I mean, it's deceptive because, like, we saw Echo hit phase 3, which is essentially the last phase of the fight, on pull 17, but there is so much damage to make up. I think it really will be in the Zoth phase where, okay, that's the end of the fight, but, oh, we have 200 pulls of finding damage and optimizing everything to get the actual, everything you need to make this boss die.
Yeah, you can see the last phase very early on this encounter if you get everyone through an intermission. But yeah, the damage check is going to be difficult. I mean, you can look at this boss. It has only a couple billion less health than Fractillus, but it's also going to heal for whatever HP the dragon has left after you do damage to it and probably commit your lust to it. So we know the Enrage is around the 8-minute mark if it's the same as it is on Heroic. And you have to add in this boss's HP to like whatever half the dragon is because it takes a double damage in. That's a lot of HP to chew through.
Yeah, especially when you have a limited time frame in that third phase and you're dropping these rotating orbs and those Star Killer swings are coming out so often. There's just insane raid damage in phase 3 as well. Plus, I mean, it's going to be a fight where you find little micro optimizations the more you pull it. We saw it on Fractillus, saw it on Araz. Damage comes up naturally over the course of progression, but there's a lot of little things you can find in this fight, with the Void Wing being down a bit in phase 2, both times for that push, and yeah, the big damage amp as well.
Yeah, I think the main point here is that this is just going to be a very difficult fight, and the numbers, both damage-wise and healing-wise, are going to be insane. You can see it even 25 pulls in, which we were starting to see like sub 20% pulls on Fractillus. We're still having spot player deaths to whether it's dots or laser beams all over the place here, but we do have 17 players alive this time around, heading into the intermission phase. Let's see if we can get them all through the laser beam phase. Of course, first beams coming out here. These are static, easy to dodge. Second set of beams can either be a center dodge or an edge dodge. It's going to be center first this time. Then we need to quickly get to the edge right afterwards. Gatewaying out to get to safety. Need to be close to the edge in the dead center of those beams, and all 17 players are through. So this is the first time we're really going to see them go for a player split here on the intermission.
I think we're going to hit Lust as well so that we can make up for these 3 players being dead. All of them DPS players, but Bloodlust might almost make up for it, especially on the side that is only down 1 person, which is this side. Although, unfortunately, if you look at the raid frames, this is a very common feature of making it to one of these phases. We have Dranako, Splat, and Zenni, I think, all on the wrong sides here, which is the sort of thing that we'll correct later. But the nice news is at least we're still on an 8-9 split of players. Hopefully that Lust is going to let us get through this, even though we have not the exact correct amount of people on each platform.
Keep an eye on those Manaforge Titans on the right side of Boomy's frames there in the 3rd and 4th slot. Those need to die before their energy bar reaches 100. Right now it's at 85%. So they need to do a ton of damage to this mob in the next like 10 seconds, or it's going to start casting self-destruct here very shortly. You can see that cast bar has started. And unfortunately, without all their players alive in the right damage allocation, that Titan is not going to go down.
Bang!
And it's going to kill everyone on this side. How did the other side do? Theirs exploded too.
Yeah, it was only at like 2% or something though, so they were really close on one side. Other side, not nearly as close. That's going to be something where having all 20 players alive and quickly getting to the correct sides is vital. But I wouldn't be thinking like, oh man, we're toast. There was still 40% left on that. Like, no, they'll be able to do a lot more damage as well. That's one of those phases where you just got to see it a couple times and things will get a lot better.
That right side was missing a key player there. Hopeful being dead.
Yeah.
That Arcane Mage is going to do a ton of funnel damage, even though they got nerfed a little bit. Resonance took like a 20% hit this tier. Arcane's still one of the best funnel classes in the game. Will easily do a ton of damage to that ad and help make up that difference. The other side lost 2 people, and they almost got it dead because they still had the Arcane Mage over there.
That's right, yeah, the Arcane Mage really vital for that Arcane Surge. Free damage on the Manaforge Titan with that funnel, and also does a bunch of damage to the nearby targets too, and then once that Titan's dead, you can finish off the mini-boss very easily with those execute barrages too. So yeah, Arcane looking great here. They were playing 3 for a while, but they have shaved down to just 2. Maybe a decision they'll reverse at some point if they realize that Arcane Mage is just vital for getting through those side platforms. Either way, a 3-minute break timer on the board, an iconic image for our break time randomizer this time.
We proc to Cody.
Yeah.
I love interacting with Cody on Twitter. He's a funny dude. Let's get a replay of that last pull as we go to the intermission here with the fired up POV, popping the Bloodlust initially on pull. You can see the cooldowns. He has the Arcane Surge available right away going to this platform. We're going to be blowing up this Manaforge Titan.
Yeah, Orb, Arcane Blast, Missiles. Cancel the missiles with a couple ticks left. Blast, Blast, Barrage, Missiles, Blast, Blast. Barrage, it looks like.
They really are just a missile blast spot.
Yeah, this is nice.
It's a pretty easy spec to play, and then of course you get a ton of barrages once that Arcane Soul procs after the fact as well.
Yeah, there you can see that icon just above his character there, meaning it is Arcane Soul time, where we can instead just go like barrage, missiles, right? Good times. Or barrage, missiles.
Wow, do you actually ignore Late Drinker during Arcane Soul too? I didn't know that. I haven't really been focusing too much on Mage this tier.
Yeah, you can see over on the damage meters as well that this sequence has propelled Fired Up into that 2nd place on the meters. So yeah, Mage Enjoyer's eating good on this fight. You can see that Kaiveza mechanic with the 4 ads dashing through the middle there. Everybody making sure to only get hit by one of the dashes if they are the target though, by baiting behind the opposite ad. It's a lot of movement to do that, so that might be some of the cause of the inefficiency here in damage. 5 seconds left on the cast with 12% on the Titan, and by the end of the cast over on this side, that Titan is down to 5% when it explodes.
That's surprising. I mean, they had 3 DPS dead there. That was with Bloodlust committed to both sides there also.
This side was 1 DPS down. The other side that we had the POV of during the pull was 2 DPS down, and there's like 30.
Yeah, it was way higher. Now,
but they didn't have their Arcane Mage.
Right, and to be fair, a reset of gear makes that much easier.
So what classes in the game have a similar, not as good, but similar funnel profile. Obviously, Havoc Demon Hunter I think is the more clear one. How is Assassination Rogue right now?
Assassination or Subtlety both can do some funnel. We can see actually on the damage meters there, that Subtlety Rogue damage very high. Now, they also do good AoE. They do less funnel than they used to. They still do get some there. And yeah, Havoc Demon Hunter, if they're playing Aldrachi Reaver, the hero talent tree, which you can play either one, but Aldrachi, I think, is definitely the one on a fight like this. You get that Wounded Quarry damage funnel where all the physical damage you deal, a portion of it is replicated to the target with your Reaver's mark on it. Very powerful source of funnel. Feral Druid gets a little bit as well with those Apex Predator ferocious bites. That was toned down a little bit from Dragonflight Season 1, where you used to get a lot of funnel out of them. Now it's sort of normalized such that you do get more procs on more targets, but not as many more. Each additional target beyond the first is giving you fewer and fewer extra bites onto the main target there. But yeah, a lot of funnel from all of these classes actually that have little bits and pieces. None of it is going to rival that Arcane Mage.
I wonder if we're going to have to refactor our group here a little bit.
Maybe.
It looks like they have 3 of those big funnel classes, 4 if you include the Feral Druid, in that second group, which is, I'm assuming that's how they have it split up, 1 and 2 and 3.
Yeah, I think it is 1, 2, 3, 4.
In the top group, they only have the Mage really for funnel. Nothing else really kind of matches that level of the other funnel classes there. Unless they're popping cooldown specifically for that phase.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, single target is also good, right? Like, single target or funnel are both effective answers in that area. So people like Lip, who probably has an empowered rune weapon and a Breath of Syndragosa there, will be going a long way towards killing that side platform too.
Yeah, but of course the main thing is just got to get back there.
You just got to get back there.
GBT.
At a certain point, you just have to dodge.
And again,
it's just that simple, right, Trevor?
Yeah, personal responsibility here is the main name of the game. Got to dodge laser beams, got to make sure you have personal up for these claws, got to make sure you can pop something or call for an external if you get one of those dots as well, especially if it goes into the next Conquer combo. Of course, have to make sure you don't accidentally regain one of those stacks as well, because you'll just get mind control going into the intermission.
Yep, see them moving a bit further across the room here, dodging those first slashes they dropped already. We did lose Zevi already, committed a res. I believe this second Vanquish Conquer set, it's either this or the third one coming up is going to be where they commit that APT. Probably the third here. We see Link coming down for this first Conquer soak here. That last Vanquish coming out as well. Everybody on the raid at this point should have 1 stack of Oathbound left. Zevi has 0 because they died, they were res. That does indeed clear that Oathbound debuff. We're going to drop these slash mechanics on the ground here. 2 sets come out, and we're then going to move on to this diamond marker, getting our last Vanquish Conquer overlap, which we'll see how it starts right now, momentarily after our Ghost soaks come out. We sure to soak both these unless it resets your Oathbound stacks. Yep, we should have the first coming out here. So this is the first Conquer soaks. We should see APT committed here momentarily, I think. Yep, right there being committed in case somebody goes down. We do not lose anybody. Going to have double Vanquish into this last Conquer, which we are not going to soak. We look like everybody.
Everyone's clear.
Yip's not clear.
This is going to clear right now.
Yeah,
the last
he's
one.
the solo tank on the last Conquer.
Everyone has cleared. Now everyone needs to make sure they get all 3 of their ghosts done perfectly here. Let's see if anybody regains a stack. Unfortunately, Shay has regained a stack.
Exile as well, it looks like maybe. Here comes that Invoke the Oath. Yeah, both of those people are unfortunately joining Team Saladar.
But still,
they will have to get killed off.
Can they die on the APT? It's still active, though.
Maybe, but I think they'll be hostile targets, so I don't think they will count. Yeah, it looks like that APT not being consumed by them. No B-Res available here, so we're down 2 people, both of whom are on the same side. So they'll probably have to use the Lust and swap somebody else onto that side in order to make this possible. That's the sort of thing that Max can be looking at and making the call on while this second phase is happening. A little bit of a respite. They do need to get to the middle of the room now, and actually it looks like some of them are gatewaying to the middle, and then they'll just have to run out for the second part. Alter Time getting some great value from Fired Up here.
There's a lot of time to run out there.
Yeah, that one looks, again, it looks scary. I think it'll be pretty easy for these players. And now heading to our side platforms. This one, again, it looks like we've got a slightly different configuration of people than I was expecting with the way the groups are set up. As you can see, it's not just groups 2 and 3 they're here, but we've got a sort of mix of people, a couple people from each of the groups.
Yeah, we only have 8 people on this side with both mages going to the other side. We can see Hopeful and Fired Up on the same side. This Titan should get trucked.
Yeah, we've got 2 Arcane Mages there. That thing is getting sent to the Shadow Realm. The problem is, if you look at the raid frames here, there's a Manaforge Titan at 75% health over on the other platform.
Oh, yeah, the balance does seem a little bit off here. We are committing less in this phase as well.
A little bit.
Yeah.
We're going to destroy this Titan here with a lot of funnel classes. But the question is, can we kill the other Manaforge Titan? Either one going off with that self-destruct means disaster for both sides here, unfortunately.
Well, it only kills the other side, I'm pretty sure.
Let's see.
So
Let's see what happens here.
P3, that self-destruct starting to cast here.
I think it explodes both sides.
I think
what happens if you leave that
Let's find out. Well, we're going to find out.
Maybe. Yeah, coming back into the middle and then bang.
Yeah.
Taken out midair is hopeful. And yeah, they do they do make you go to both sides. Because yeah, otherwise you would just ignore one side, right? If the self-destruct could cast freely on the one side.
Nah, it's chill. They're good to go.
Yeah, not to worry though. Again, a good pull, some progress, at least that we're seeing there. And it seemed like the beginning of the end was just when the two players got mind-controlled, failing to re-soak all 3 of the spirits at the end of that phase. That's the sort of thing I think where you just need to see it a couple of times and then be ready for it. Always be primed for that to happen. Good news is it looks like with that pull, Liquid have reclaimed spot number 2 on our leaderboard, inching just ahead of Method, who are asleep. Will we be able to catch up to Echo while they're asleep is the question. Here's another replay, though, of that side platform. This is the
other side.
The poverty side.
Yeah.
This is the no mages.
No mages, no damage, just pure despair over on Nick's side. He's doing his best to heal. You can see those charges do go through the middle ad. That is the mechanic done properly. The problem on this side is that we just don't have any damage for that Manaforge Titan. Missing an Arcane Surge over here is a big deal. That is a huge chunk of the damage. Not to mention the fact that our Sub-Rogue being dead would be another one of the big damage dealers on these ads, and our Feral Druid being dead as well.
Do you think just seeing this particular overlap of the fight, needing to have that funnel damage for this Manaforge Titan into also having cooldowns for the damage amp might make you want to think about maybe adding a couple more mages?
I mean, they had 3 mages in at the start of Progress, and then they swapped one out. So I think obviously they think that they want this comp instead. But yeah, it might be the sort of thing where you struggle with this. And another thing that might happen, you might make the call, okay, we're not killing this today. Therefore, let's play a comp that progs us through the fight rather than does boss damage. And then tomorrow, whenever we get back to this next reset, we will have the extra gear to make up for that.
Sure. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting point. We saw them swap out that Arcane Mage for that 3rd Warlock. I'm just not a fan of Warlock's damage profile. If you're looking for damage on that intermission, I mean, you can roll your eyes, but
we need to get some buffs. We need to get some buffs in here right now.
No, well, I mean, listen, buffs are one thing. But I feel like you're running really flat in that burn. Like you either have Titan damage or you have Voidwing damage. Comparatively to Arcane Mage, though, I think it's a lot more preferable
all the time. You just don't have burst damage. You have good damage all the time.
Yeah, but it's still a profile you want, though, correct? I mean, Arcane Mage is going to be able to burst that ad down and burst the Voidwing at 2 important points in time.
I would agree if the damage amp was shorter. 30-second damage amp, you don't have your cooldowns active the entire damage amp as an Arcane Mage. You do have a long Arcane Soul, so you get a little bit more out of it than you normally would. But I don't think Warlock is a bad choice here at all.
I don't think it's bad.
You know what? Okay, there is a worse choice you can make.
What's
not
that?
being subscribed to the stream
during
a boss
there we
kill.
go.
The last thing you want to do is get hit by an ad right as they're about to kill the boss. And the best way to miss those ads is check and see if you have your Twitch Prime available on the subscribe button right below the stream. You should have a button to click. It'll say use Twitch Prime. If you have that available, toss it our way. You'll miss out on ads for the next 30 days, and I'm sure the race will be done within those 30 days.
Yeah,
it might
likely. Historically,
that's pretty good value.
Yeah, get the whole race, the whole rest of the race, ad-free with your Twitch Prime. Do recommend indeed. We are into another pull here, pull number 26, as we have Nick on that Preservation Evoker. Looks like a spec that he's been pretty happy on this tier.
Yeah, sort of one of the sleepers this tier. I don't think... I was talking to Jack making my tier list, and he mentioned that he was actually looking at maybe having Holy Priest in the raid. We haven't really seen...
No, we've seen like no Healing Priest this entire tier.
And only like 1 to 2 Shadow Priests max as well, even with that complementing like Devastation's profile so well. I assume we'd see 2 Shadows on most fights, but it hasn't really been the case.
We have to think in the back of their minds throughout all of Progress, the main question they're thinking to themselves, what comp are we thinking is going to be the play for the final boss?
Yeah.
What is the Dimensius comp, and how often can we get that comp in the raid for these bosses? You can see their kind of markings of what they're thinking for the last boss already. They've been trying to play 2 Ellie whenever they can. They've been trying to play at least 2 Locke whenever they can. So that probably makes you think, that's probably in their mind for Dimensius. But we still don't really know. Like, for instance, tank comp could be a number of different things. That's the main indicator of the blood decay. I
thought the blood decay was for Dimensius. Yeah, I still think that spec looks great for that fight, but I am very curious to see what they do, of course, when we get there. That's one of the big benefits of killing Saladar today, is not just the gear, it's getting to pull Dimensius before making your week 2 gearing decisions rather than after. That would be extremely, extremely potent if Liquid can get this boss killed today. If they don't kill it today, it's not a big deal. We were talking to THD earlier, he was saying, look, it's not a big deal if we don't kill this boss today, but they would really like to. There would be a lot of advantages if they could.
There's a lot of questions you can ask yourself from like bigger picture standpoint as well, and I tried to ask Max about this last night, but I think this is more of an analyst question, where let's say you have a choice to make today, right? They've only sent like 4 crafting upgrades, right? They only have 4 embellished weapons on their entire raid. Some of them already have mythic weapons that so they won't need to craft. But a question that you could think to yourself is, do you want to craft on, would it be worth it to craft one-handers on your entire raid today if you could guarantee a boss kill and get info on Dimensius, but you wouldn't be able to be efficient with your crest next week? Because all of your casters really want to craft staffs next week.
Yeah.
Is the info gain from pulling Dimensius this week
I don't think
more
so.
important than the efficient staff crafts? Because that's something Echo could do tomorrow if they think the boss is killable.
Yeah, I don't think... it feels so bad to hold a craft for all of Reset 1 except for the last 12 hours and then still send it on the inefficient thing that's not what you want for week 2. I think at this point, if you haven't crafted, you are committed to the week 2 craft.
Yeah, I think it's a question that Echo and Method face more, so if they do see later phase 3 tomorrow, they might have the damage. I just being honest, like I don't think any of the 3 guilds, if they were in the spot Liquid is now with Reset being this close, would be able to kill this boss.
You're also giving up a ton, right? Because you have your vault coming tomorrow as well if you're North America, Wednesday for your Europe, of course. In which you would really like to see if you get a mythic weapon in your vault before crafting. If you craft on Monday right beforehand and then you get a mythic weapon, you're going to feel
terrible,
pretty silly. Especially if there's no other takeable items and you end up having to take a socket. That would be the worst too. So yeah, it's just a theoretical question. It's kind of fun to pick their brains about, you know, just the bigger picture questions like that over the course of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very important because we are getting our second spark.
So
we're through the intermission.
Yes, we are. We are back on the main phase now, having done the side platforms. Lust was committed to make this happen, so we're not going to have it for the burn, but you can see the assist pings coming down to say, hey, this is going to be the safe spot. What they did. Okay, so Zyro, your question of what happens if we let one of the side platforms go and we just come back, that's what they did there.
Boom. I was going to say, I didn't think so through fully, but...
we went all to one platform. We killed the ad there. We got back. We started P2. And, you know, it's sort of like when you've not done your homework, right? And it's just hanging over your head and you know you're going to have a problem when you go to school the next morning. That was what happened there. That other Manaforge Titan on the other side, they were like, yeah, it's okay. I'm having fun here on the main platform. And then bang.
Let's hold on. Let's take a look at the damage meters, though. Kalamazi, I thought Destro Warlock was supposed to be bad at this fight.
Yeah, well, it's a little skewed, okay? It's a little skewed. What? You wait till that damage amp comes up and then talk to me, Zyro, okay? Don't try and... Yeah, what is that disparity between number 1 and everybody else?
But the other one's at number 7 because he's not getting Autumn, so Fired Up's getting like 3 more.
Well, you know what? Autumn, Power Infusion, are all part of the game. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, Zyro. That's what I always say.
This is a fairly substantial mage sandwich that we've constructed, though, with our damage meters right now. We've got the top bun with Fired Up there. And yeah, some lettuce, a little bit of purple ketchup.
Flavors of lettuce, right? You got got the iceberg.
Maybe a pickle. Maybe Sang is the pickle and Boomy's the lettuce.
No,
he's the cucumber.
The cuke, yeah. And then we've got the you guys remember the recolored ketchup that
oh my god,
that Heinz launched back in the dude, that was vile, yeah, but it was iconic. Yeah, the purple ketchup.
They had purple. They had purple and blue.
Yeah,
and green, I think, too.
Absolutely forbidden flavors.
I think Sang would be butter lettuce, actually.
Butter lettuce.
Yeah, it's very unique. He's a unique individual. Butter lettuce is the superior lettuce for hamburgers, also, just to clarify.
Okay.
So iceberg is like disgusting.
I think we probably have learned from that there's not much we can learn by just all going to one side and killing the ad there.
Right.
You're really not going to see a dramatic part of the fight after that. So really we need, I would say, 18 plus players alive. And if it's fewer than 20, we're hitting Lust. But even with 18 and Lust, it's looked sketchy. I think that it's really, we're approaching the point of the day where all 20 people have to get out of P1 for us to make any meaningful progress from here on.
Yeah, I believe they had 4 or 5 dead going into that intermission, so it sort of makes sense. They say, hey, everybody go inside, see if we can gather.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, but I think we gathered the information of nothing really happens.
Yeah.
You have to kill both, getting back into that second phase 2. But good news, we're back into phase 1 here. We're going to have that Vanquish Conquer set coming out here. The whole raid is going to be clearing on this next Conquer you can see indicated by THD's weak orb with that green box around that Conquer set. Making sure to dodge that orb going through the middle of the raid there. We unfortunately do lose Impact here as well as Trinity. 1 res available. Oh, Nick going down as well. Probably just spell disaster for us here.
Yeah,
2 healers being dead.
2 healers dead.
No APT available. Yep, this is going to be a quick jump.
Yeah, it's a jump off for sure.
You talked about your favorite type of lettuce. You said butter lettuce?
That's good. Let's get back to the important stuff.
Are you lettuce above the patty or below the patty?
Okay, so everyone's going to be like, you're really weird. It sounds terrible. But I learned this from Shroud. Toppings on the bottom of your hamburger is far superior to on the top.
Okay.
You can actually taste the toppings, but you get the whole hamburger taste as well. Everything below the patty is way better.
I, too, like to take my food advice from an FPS streamer.
I'm just saying, I heard it, and I tried it, and I was like, wow, this is like a different experience completely. Plus, yeah, it sort of locks the moisture out from the bottom bun, so you're not getting a soggy bottom bun.
Ooh, this is some effective rage bait for chat. People are calling that a recipe for a soggy bun, it looks like.
Just flip it upside down, man.
Yeah, flip the burger upside down. You also get the top of the bun.
I can't eat the bun regardless. I eat just lettuce burgers now. Or I ordered some food about an hour and a half ago. It's getting very cold off the side now. It's sitting in a bowl. That is just hamburger patties and
just
fries.
hamburger patties and fries?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Might have gone bad by now, but that's okay.
Not a fan of the sausage and peppers for lunch today?
Well, I was going to eat it, but THD was like, it's too spicy for me.
Oh, that's
right.
Yeah.
So we ordered hamburgers, and, you know.
Warlocks helping each other out. You gotta love it.
Now, there was, amidst the burger discussion, a question in chat that I think might be worth answering, which is why are there some soaks with only 1 person in it? Which, yeah, definitely is not how Blizzard wanted us to do that Conquer Vanquish combo, but it's how we've been doing it on normal, heroic, and now mythic. The basic idea is, yeah, it does a huge hit of damage to the tank, and it's also split among the player's hit. And you do want to clear your oath stacks, so every tank combo you are going to want to get in 1 Conquer. Blizzard wanted us to do presumably 10 and 10 in each of the Conquers, but it turns out that does a lot of damage to everybody, and it's hard for a raid CD to cover both of those, especially if you're forced to move during it. What's easier is to just commit more raid CDs and have all 20 people in 1, and then it's a lot less lethal damage, and you only have to be in 1 location. But that does mean that then you have 19 people in 1, and then the other tank solos the other Conquer in each set, which is a large hit on them. They have to take all the damage that would be split among the raid, plus the big physical tank component of that hit by themselves. But if they can do that, it means that it is a lot easier for everybody else to set up that mechanic. So that's why we're doing it this way.
That was my biggest question looking at the strategy is this something that they intended for the mechanic where you can just have one person solo it? And they do have tools that they've used in the past to force you to have players inside. They can make it just have some requirement of must have 5 more players or it just blows up your raid. They've done that with certain mechanics.
True.
They've purposefully not added that.
So yeah, maybe this is how it's supposed to look. I think it does like stun you if there's too few people in it or something, but not for a very long time. Here comes that next soak, yeah, out to the side. And then that Vanquish. And then another Vanquish. Again, both of those just being aimed away from the raid. A little bit harder to do than on Heroic, as it is a wider cone. We have lost Shaq now, and it actually looks like the jump-off call has been made here, yep.
Yeah,
although Fired Up having some difficulty jumping off. I don't think he's going to be able to. Yep, he's going to get MC'd
instead. Well, it's funny. The dragons on the side, if you get too close to them, they'll
melee
you and bump you back.
That's so funny.
Exactly.
So you can't get too close to the edges of the platform. I'm kind of like keeping an eye on that to see if anyone accidentally gets swiped by one of those dragons that spawns there. Funny to see that take out Fired Up there. We have an interesting comment in the chat that says, Tettles put Boomy in Dobby tier. Why is it in the raid? And they could be referring to a couple different people. There is a druid in the raid, but that's not an owl. That's a cat.
Yeah,
that is a furry
But there's
cat.
also someone named Boomy in the raid.
Yeah.
That's a Windwalker monk.
That's right.
So there is no Boomkin in the raid.
Don't worry.
To be clear. Don't worry. Tettles was right. He actually wasn't sandbagging.
Well, you know, yeah. So Tettles told me yesterday, when we were talking later on at night, I'm doing keys, he has this large dart board on his door. He just throws a dart every tier. Wherever it lands is where he puts the boomkin rank. And usually it's all filled with
It's all C tier and D tier on the
Bullseye
dartboard.
is S tier, and he's not very good at darts, so that's what he told me. It's typically daubing. But, you know, we accept things.
Meanwhile, we have 3 Warlocks in the top 5 on the longest pull, and Kalamazu's sitting here like, it's just the damage profile's just not good for this fight.
I think it's fine. I just think there are better options. I don't know.
Better option? Well, if you were going to drop something, I doubt it would be Warlock. It would be something else.
Yes, I think you could. I mean, what would you even cut at this point? Or like for a third, probably for another mage, I would assume, correct? Like arcane mage.
I think another mage is.
The mages are nice, although the problem is if you need 2 mages for a side platform to be clean, you need another mage. Or then to get 2 on each side.
We were talking about how maybe like have.
Yeah, you could overload some other stuff instead. Yeah.
Make up for one. Yeah.
Definitely possible.
Maybe trimming that Pharaoh Druid for another arcane mage could be a possibility, but
what you could get as well, another Havoc Demon Hunter. 2 of them would let you have Chaos Brand on both sides.
Do we have a second Havoc option?
That's a good question.
Who would that even be?
Yeah, in the past has been players like Boomy DH, right? That I don't think is geared this tier. Atlas, who's not in right now, but I think is on a geared DK.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Could we have a second Havoc? It doesn't look like it's that bad.
I mean, it doesn't, and the thing is, Reset is looming. If they did deem it worthy or worthwhile of having a second DH in this fight, it might be okay, we're going to gear that up in splits tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not as many splits tomorrow, to clarify. Much less than we saw this week, but there's a Mythic Reclear, maybe a handful of heroic splits, maybe gearing a character.
He doesn't know.
Maybe the Evade Spotlight needs to be called.
Yeah.
Could be.
There is a time every tier where we think about adding Evade in for a boss. This could be the one. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? I don't think those side platforms are actually going to end up being the hard part, but if they are, getting that extra Chaos Brand on both sides is probably better than anything else you could do.
Yeah, a lot of questions about what could be used to make the comp a little bit better, but at the same time, from what we've seen so far, we're not in, like, kill the boss mode. We're in information gather, get more consistent at the fight, and swapping players right now would just cut back on the consistency you've been gaining.
That's true, yeah, although if it's something you think you're going to want to do later, it's better to do it sooner rather than later.
That's also true.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the consistency that you need just lies in Phase 1, which you're going to get full experience from just basically off the bat if you swap somebody in. It's not like you're getting late in the Phase 3 and learning Star Killer swing positioning. You're just still learning how to do Conquer, Vanquish overlaps, which has been a pretty big point of is contention is the word. I mean, we need consistency coming out of Phase 1, and we're not really at that point yet, but we're getting better. But I was assuming we'd see a relatively decently clean Phase 3 push at this point. So we got a few minutes left here. Maybe this is the pull.
This could be. We've only got 1 player dead. No B-Res available. The Oak being invoked now. That's just a lot of damage. Yeah, we have Yips. Oh, Yips being MC'd without B-Res is, I think, going to mean that we can't really do anything meaningful here.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, and we've also got a Feral Druid now joining the other team. This is going to be a jump off. Question is now or later. Maybe we practice these beam lines. That Dimension Breath. Ooh, doing a lot of damage to Scott, which means it's going to do a lot of damage to the rest of the raid too in a sec. Bang!
Good way to cause a cold wipe there, though.
Yep, don't mind if we do. The way that tank mechanic works is that the boss will rip one of them, and then that person will take increased damage from the Dimension Breath that's coming up, so you want to swap. But with only 1 tank alive, they weren't able to do that. That Dimension Breath, similar to Razaget's, where it explodes on the raid based on the unmitigated damage dealt to the tank. So defensives being used by the tank is important, and of course, it's vital that the tank does not have that vulnerability from the rip first.
Yeah, a little unfortunate. But again, I mean, goes back to what we've been talking about pretty much this entire shift. Everything in P1 is just such a huge personal responsibility play. You need to make sure you have something up for the dot should you get chosen by it. You need to make sure you don't die to those slams. You need to make sure you aren't getting hit by beams. You need to make sure you get your oath binds done properly, or you'll just get mind controlled and, you know, join the Nexus King himself and trying to kill your raid group members. You can't let any of those things happen, and all 20 of the players have to get it done in order for you to even see a clean intermission and maybe see a clean P3. We still haven't seen them able to kill both Manaforge Titans, even committing lust to that intermission phase yet.
Yeah, and we've seen them get relatively close. One side was 4%, the side was about 34 with 2 DPS dead, but you know that they're not going to have that bloodlust committed to that intermission on a kill. they're going to have that. I mean, where do you commit that lust, actually? Is that
It's a damage up. It has to be.
damage it?
I think so, yeah.
There's so much movement in phase 3. It probably is just the Royal Voidwing Saladar damage amp coming out of that intermission. Once you get past the second set of lasers and frontals and everything, yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is really doable with the current gear level we have at this point, but with reset looming, you want to get as far as you can still and see as much as you can mechanically, timers-wise, everything else, and gather as much info for reset.
In a perfect world, you'll have seen the entire fight. You'll have seen the Enrage by tonight, even if you're just limping there, just so you can get timers and see how difficult it's going to be. But like just looking at the numbers that we have available to us right now, they have the boss at 65% going into the intermission. They'll get a little bit of free damage on the boss before it starts that Return the King cast, starting to take all of the health from the dragon.
Yeah.
Can they even kill the dragon on this difficulty with the damage up? Do they have enough damage to do that? If they don't, the boss is going to heal even more and might start P3 at like 75% HP, which means they're going to have to do, what, 15 billion damage in 3.5 minutes?
You're basically killing the boss twice. It's not going to happen.
Just about.
Yeah. There is nowhere near the amount of damage I think available that they're going to need to kill this boss before reset. I could be wrong, and Liquid has been able to find little incremental bits of gain across the last few fights, being Forward Weaver, being Soul Hunters, being Fractillus, across more poles. Damage goes up naturally, but if you're looking at a 40% threshold you need to find, that's a bit more excessive and something that usually only gear solves.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just too early to tell what the actual number check is going to look like because we just haven't really had any pulls that have made it any meaningful way through the fight with everything actually being clean. But we will have to see. I mean, there's just not that many hours left in the day as part of the problem as well. We're nearing 4 p.m. The raid typically ends at midnight, and they won't want to go too much later than that unless they're very close to a kill because you want to wake up early and hit that reset tomorrow fully fresh.
This could be a great candidate for actually going to bed early tonight if they're making any meaningful progress.
Exactly. Farm a little bit of extra sleep.
Nice little 11 in time tonight,
could be.
Perhaps.
We are going to unfortunately not be seeing progress during this second phase. We'll do another practice round of the beams, I think, but past that, I don't know what we're going to accomplish on the side platforms down so many players.
And it looks like the beams are, for the most part, figured out. There shouldn't be any deaths to these at this
It's a little annoying when we have these claws right in the middle of the room, as that is part of our safe spot there. Don't want to stand in that if we can avoid it.
Yeah,
and then we're gatewaying out. And yeah, into that safe spot once again. Looks like everybody's been able to live that. And then looks like we are going to run to our sides and still practice these side platforms.
Yeah,
setting our focus.
Split-wise here. I don't believe I see either mage.
It looks like this time around, we do have all of groups 1 and 2 here, plus a bonus THD from group 3.
Yeah, we do see less being committed here. Also that Kai'Veza mechanic coming out here currently. Sang does.
Looks like there's actually a slight difference in how they were how Sang at least was handling that Shadow Guard Reaper. Rather than running all the way through to the other side, he was just right in front of it, aiming it at the mini boss. If you set it up like that, if everybody executes it perfectly like that, you would be able to group all 4 of them immediately under the boss rather than waiting for them to finish their movement. I don't think it's that big a deal though, because those ads don't seem to be super important. So I think it's probably fine to do it either way.
So, in the meantime, in between polls here, let's talk about what we expect to see tomorrow, because it is reset day, and there might be some first-time viewers that have never seen a Race to World First 4. What does that entail? What do they get access to? What do they get to do for extra gear?
Yeah, so reset day is a big one this time around. We've got an extra spark coming. We got, of course, that extra cap of 90 new gilded crests. We can get our great vaults, which contain a lot of really good items, and it'll be even better if we can kill Saladar. And the mythic reset and heroic resets all reset. So we can go in and re-clear Mythic, and we can rerun splits. If there's any items anybody wants from Heroic, we will go and target farm those. For every single character that wants it, we will have a separate split for it.
Well, we can sit here and talk about what the Raiders have been doing all day, but it is time for us to go. I'd love to hear what they have to say, so we're going to throw to a Monster Energy listen in, and we'll be right back with a fresh set of casters.
Yeah, it was fine. And then you just...
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to go behind, I guess, because I was going to get knocked into next if I stayed there. Like, maybe I should go forward instead.
Maybe we didn't... did we do a boss movement in between blazes? 1 second.
Don't I get knocked in, like, directly into yours there? Because I'm getting knocked backwards away from the boss.
What? There's no knocks?
Double clawed. No, they did get clawed into each other there.
Yeah, like I would get clawed into yours. Like, maybe I should go in front of the boss there instead.
I
But like at the end of yours.
Because you only get clawed like the first quarter of your blaze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like where the animation is. It's like where the animation
just ran along your line, like past Nick's line, right?
That would have been fine.
Oh, completely wrong sides.
There was something else that was really
go back,
weird.
Go back. It's that next to the blaze lines that was.
Well,
insane.
we didn't. I don't know. I could be making shit up here, but I thought we didn't move the boss. Oh, we did a little move. It can't move
Can you
any more
watch
than
my
that. though.
POV on the second conqueror?
You probably died because I was dead.
No, I didn't die. I just didn't get hit. I don't know how. But maybe like I'm doing something wrong here.
You didn't get hit by this?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you're just on the edge,
I think
right?
it's because you ran out of it.
On the
Am I? Look at pause it.
I mean,
Like right there. Like you're out of it now.
Bro, Loki, if this was a line on the brass, you would get hit. Line on the brass, get hit. Conqueror on Nexus King, don't get hit.
On your first Vanquish, Scott, is it possible to? I think sometimes you favor stepping to your right a little bit. On if you get Vanquish first,
direct to the
just like directly back, so I can pre-position a little bit to the left. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Can you look at the blaze I died to?
I can, but while I'm doing that, can everyone in the raid go to the phase 3 thread and react with what you want? Yeah, but I will do that. Your blaze line, when was it?
120.
It was the one Nick was like talking about. It was the very next.
Just feel this.
It's just too clumped. Like we're.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know if it can move during it, but like I just like if we're doing these blazes here, the next blazes should be like here.
I think Toad is to go.
It's like they
more to the edge
start.
here, right?
They start here.
Or maybe not. Oh, never mind.
Yo, Lip, you seeing this?
It's like blaze
Heavy.
1 happens, and blazes happen right here. Sorry, it's like always super long rewind on this, but okay, blazes are happening now, and as the blaze happens, the boss instantly runs to the next spot, and then the new spot, and then it runs again. Just like moving as fast as you can right away, just so like the where the melee are is just naturally more spread. Also, I wonder, what do you think the reason is for their range to be so far in front of where we're going?
Definitely way better.
You know what I'm saying? Like the
launch
only
crossbow.
people back here are melee, right? And I guess they have some range over here,
Easier
but
to dodge maybe.
But they stay there for the blaze spawns, though. Like they're
being
so.
spread for the blazes initially is good.
So do we want to have the ranged bait blaze in front of the melee? Like generally speaking, well that's.
Can you play it out? Like, continue playing.
Like, what do they do here? Just stand still. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, like around the edge, not like.
Oh, yeah, I don't think being
like
everywhere is good, but
direction.
like being like out towards the edge is good.
Like a big old U.
So you would be doing blazes here. It's like, and then what, this?
Are we married to the idea of like continuing to bring the boss towards the range? Could we like stay where it is and pull the boss away, and the range like just bait both their blazes over there, so they're spread away from the melee, and melee are baiting on their.
So what is that? Oh, so like.
So it's like half split, like range are baiting on their own and melee are baiting on the boss, and then we move the boss, and range can just like stay by their spot, and they're on their own.
The entire raid is
range. The blazes are going on the range, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's just true.
Like how we've been doing blazes recently has been a lot more consistent, at least.
Yeah, I think some people baiting in front and then just putting it on the edge is good. Like they're doing that pick in that video. More space for everyone.
Yeah, doing it, Tom.
Five, 4, 3, 2.
That dog is hyped for this pull.
Oh, that was Shaq.
Didn't hear it.
Dog I hear is me. Wait.
Yeah.
Yep, you're a dog.
Hey, First, we didn't get it. We're delaying. Watch beams. We are moving through the boss in 3, 2, 1, now. Conquer here. Watch for other beams.
Keep boss on me, Scott.
Yep.
Alright, positions for blazes. Get on the edge range if you want to. Blaze now. You guys are already very spread. You're chilling. Nice. That was way better. Spirit 1 spawning right now. Tank combo coming. If it's Conquer, we move through to the right. It is not. It's a delay. Watch the second Vanquish. We're moving through in 3, 2, 1, go. This is extremely piss. Nice. Watch the beams. Watch the beams. Watch the beams. Respecting. Respecting. Blaze positions now. Blaze positions now. Blaze positions now. Okay.
4, 3.
Spirit 1 spawning now. Spirit 2 spawning. And we're getting tank combo. If it's Conquer, we run through to the right. It is. Run through to the right. Okay, we're dodging 2 Vanquishes now. Just dodge beams. 1 more Vanquish.
5, 4.
First Spirit is spawning in 3, 2, 1. Second Spirit. Third Spirit. Okay, personal, if you have one. We're live. Nice.
Alright guys, I was muted.
Yeah, you're muted.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, now.
Spark me on the breast.
Make sure you're on the line of star. I don't see a star. There should... Oh, it's the left of star. Left of star. Do not get hit by a beam here. Okay. Watch breath. After this, we're going in or out. We are going in. Gating in 3, 2, 1, go. All the way to the edge. Respect. Respect. And go to your sides. Go to your sides.
That's like insane risky.
We're following the kick order, right? Ours is broken. Fired up just kicked, and it's asking him to go again.
I didn't kick.
Yeah, well, I'll kick in.
Oh,
Was I assigned to the first?
It says 1 on there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's change that for next time.
Let's make sure that just res someone if we lose someone here.
Let's not lose someone.
Beams coming. Okay. That other side needs help. Healers help on the Mana Titan. Our side, bring the boss to star again. Bring the boss to star so the other team can come close.
You get yours, got your taunting for the...
Yeah.
Make sure you guys are safe. The boss is in the same spot as before. It's actually on Diamond this time, right?
Yeah.
Diamond is safe. Diamond is safe. Make sure the boss's frontal gets angled correctly. Watch the boss's frontal. Watch the boss's frontal. Don't be in front. Don't be in front. Don't be in front. What's happening? It's on the entire... Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay, get ready here. Could be either. We're going out. Oh,
I'll tank it.
And we're going in. Gate. All the way to the middle. All the way to the middle. All the way to the middle.
Spread out to your relative side from the
res mark. Yeah. Spread out to relative sides here. You need to get like an even spread.
At the end of this, everyone gets a blaze.
Yeah, Zevi tied. Mac, can you like get spatialed or something here?
Don't have that talented.
W. In the last 5 seconds of this, you're gonna get a blaze. For now, probably just like have range be really far back too, and just spread out from each other. You don't want to be near another. Health pot, Hellstone personal. Blazes are happening in 3, 2, 1. Now, be careful. Doesn't leave anything on the ground. Just don't die.
Does damage.
Definitely need a special.
Yeah, I'm gonna go special for that.
Yeah, I had to cancel my shrink.
These ones go to the outside.
It'll be good for both of us.
Yeah, I'll make it for short.
Okay, well now we need to talk about P3 stuff.
Wait, you just made it no speed. That was chill.
Okay, that was actually so slow.
Oh, we're about to blow the fuck up right now.
Yeah.
Boom.
God, I think you should always rally the end. Like,
dude.
It's not,
isn't it? That was 5 minutes in.
Maybe it wasn't. I think it was. Let me check. I was looking to rally the end, but I think it might have came up.
Okay,
I'm not gonna hit like anyone with my rally.
I don't think spreading is good in that phase.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you want to be on the same side.
It came up 0.1 second after all the blaze lands did damage.
All right,
I could rally later.
You could stay on safe side then spread towards the very end.
I could rally like earlier and. Oh, what do you want me to rally right now? Like the entry to P2, up to the like intermission.
Yeah, I mean.
Or do you want me to rally one of the conkers?
I mean, it seemed like we were fine on the conquer, like, so maybe it's better to have it going in. But I mean, we also live with 10% health there, so.
Yeah.
We were really spread out. We've kind of fucked up.
Yo, Shaq, when's the big hit go off in P1?
It's like at the very end of P1.
You know what timer that is?
No, it's right as I comment though, so you can go off that.
I can get the first kit, Bubba. I'm just like advocating right when I land.
Oh.
But I don't think I have to make it that tight. I can get it if you want.
Are you kicking before the Evo or after?
Before.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Yeah, I just had mages on the first kick because it's a ranged kick, but
if we kick before, we're gonna kick it like really early, if that matters.
Yeah, it would be like an insta kick.
Should we just have tanks to get the first kick on
just
each?
Not the first.
Yeah, anything but the first is.
If you don't want an insta kick, if an insta, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World. First, shout out to our sponsor, Coinbase, Alienware, Philips Hue, Blacklyte, Monster Energy, Zenni, RaiderIO, Wowhead, and Warcraft Logs. And of course, we are still raising money for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. There's another dog crawling across the floor here. Teal.gg/donate if you'd like to support some animals. And we just visited them also. I just got back.
How was that? Yeah.
It was really nice. It was obviously quite sad because there's a lot of animals that need their forever homes, but they take really good care of them there. And boy, am I always tempted to bring one home, which I heard you are as well, Dash.
That German Shepherd.
Oh, he was a
my
sweetie.
goodness. I literally, at the moment he popped up on camera and he grabbed his rope, I turned to cams and I was like, see, I was like, this is why I couldn't have gone with Io, because I would have walked out with that dog and I just don't have the space. I really, if I had the space, I would be getting her a brother or a sister.
Yeah.
And that would have been the one. Oh no.
Really sweet about that dog.
Okay.
Well, they put him next to the little Chihuahua because he was very, he was kind of a nice dog and it wasn't going to like make the Chihuahua nervous.
Aww.
So they were next to each other.
Oh, he's a sweetheart too.
Yeah. Chihuahua, yeah.
Well, even more reason for y'all to help us reach our donation goals, right? Even if we can't necessarily house these puppies for forever or the kitties, we can at least help the Santa Monica Animal Shelter support them and make sure that they're well taken care of.
Yeah, so, if your name is Dash or you are watching from home, teal.gg/adopt, and you can check out all the available animals, as well as teal.gg/donate if you'd like to continue donating to raise some money. But we are currently still progging, of course, on Saladar. Jack, have we learned anything since we were last sitting here? Catch me up.
There's been a lot of progress.
Yes.
And a lot of adjustments to just how you kind of swing from one position to another. A lot of different times on this encounter. It's kind of reminiscent of what we call like Final Fantasy type fights or Silken Core type fights, where it's an organized dance of the entire raid shifting from one position to another to avoid a lot of the different one-shots that are going out throughout the raid.
Yep.
We got to see some really good adjustments for what I guess we would call Phase 2, since the fight's like Phase 2, 2 intermissions, one for ads, then one for like the King's Hunger, where he consumes the Voidwing, and then they finally transition into Phase 3, like we just saw, and those Void Stars and controlling where they're headed in their orbits is a massive part of the phase, and that's a huge sticking point for them. It probably will be for a while. So keep in mind, the boss HP isn't going to be the whole story in the fight, since it heals over time, and the fight progress is going to be what we're using for our Coinbase leaderboards.
Yeah, so a little bit misleading. Don't just look at the actual health percentage to kind of gauge where the other guilds are. That being said, we are still technically behind, but we're third currently behind Method and Echo. But if you're new to the race, don't worry. This is kind of par for the course. This is exactly what tends to happen with 2 guilds, not usually 3. So it's very exciting right now. We're all kind of slingshotting around each other right now.
With Liquid's new best, I believe we've overtaken Method in their best
yeah,
progress.
We did just now do that.
Yep, the pull we just had.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, see, this is what's happening. Do we know if Echo and Method are done for the day? Surely they are.
Yes,
Okay.
they are in bed.
It's like middle of the night for those guys.
Yep, they are in bed.
Yeah.
Fast asleep.
Fast asleep. Well, Dash, what are your predictions for this boss? You were doing this to us yesterday, so I'm going to throw it around to you.
Okay, well, my prediction, and I don't want to make anybody angry with this one, but this boss is not dying before reset.
What?
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 What? No, yeah.
You mean?
And honestly, I think that's a good thing. Because if it was within killable range before reset, well, then obviously it would be smashed come tomorrow. But I do think we still have plenty of room to make progress, right? And I think that's really really what it comes down to. In terms of predictions for like poll count and stuff, like I can't even remember what I said on the overall graphic, and maybe we could take a look at that at some point. But I feel like this is well into triple digits probably for a kill.
I think so, but I don't think it's gonna be quite as high as I had it. I think I was having it around like 200 or something along those lines. But with how much longer that they've taken to talk and like work their way through each of the different phases, I have a feeling that we're going to be in like the low hundreds in terms of poll count. But it's also going to be a lot of time spent, kind of like what we have right now, where we're just talking through that new best poll. Mine was 288. I think it's a lot more likely we're going to be in like the 100 and change.
I mean, I went 230, but I'm with you. I think I would revise down a little bit, but we're going to spend a lot of time on this boss. Is the main thing. I was 1 off of Fractillus, by the way.
Oh, wow.
I mean, we're all pulling numbers out of thin air if we're being honest, but
educated guess, and you were just that
that good.
Yeah, first time around. But yeah, here are all the predictions as well as the ones for Dimensius. Our predictions for those.
Yeah, those are some big numbers.
Yeah, and a lot of the challenge with these poll count predictions is how much are there going to be extra mistakes or issues in like phase 1 in particular for the last 2 boss fights. We saw in like Nerebar Palace with Queen Anzarek, tons of wipes and tons of progression just to get out of phase 1 for the very first time. We even saw in like Tindril, crazy amount of progression to be made in phase 1 just to be able to get out of it, and it was like a bunch of 1 and 2 minute wipes tops, and it just racked up massive poll counts. So it doesn't always tell you the full story in terms of how much progression time that you're really going to be spending on these fights.
It's a really good point. That poll count too, it's not always an indicator of like overall fight difficulty. It could be indicative of which phase is difficult, right? And where you kind of hit those obstacles of progression. You're thinking of a fight like Razagath, where it's like, okay, you're just wiping all the time in phase 1, so the poll counts just shoot up when one person makes a mistake. But I mean, Razagath was a difficult fight, so maybe that's not the best example. But in general, you can't always just look at a poll count number and say, yep, most difficult fight in the history of World of Warcraft because it took the most polls to kill. I'd actually be very curious what some of the raiders would rank as most difficult fights, and then bring up the poll counts alongside that ranking and see where everything lands.
In terms of the difficulty of what we thought we were going to face, Jack, versus what we're seeing now, how do you feel like it's comparing so far?
I think some encounters were very interesting in terms of how they made them more difficult, like Forge Weaver Araz, by increasing the movement speed of those arcane manifestations. It drastically increased the difficulty of the fight. We already knew that we had to take them through that Void Tear and make sure they removed that damage down that they had applied to them, but by increasing the movement speed and by massively increasing their health, it's a lot more damage contribution required to go kill those off. They even had a nerf for the Arcane Echoes because it was so difficult to be able to kill those. When it comes to, like, I think Fractillus and Soul Hunters in particular, there's only so much you can do to like tune up the damage of the fight until you start kind of getting into one-shot ranges, and that's probably the biggest area I've noticed from this raid, is that they're trying on many encounters, I think Nexus King and Fractillus in particular, to make sure that damage is deadly without it just one-shotting you outright. A lot of other raids have ramped up a lot of negative heal absorbs. We saw it everywhere in Liberation of Undermine. It's here on Soul Hunters, and we've had it here and there for a couple mechanics on like Forge Weaver or Raz, but it's not as widespread. And as a result, there's only so much they can do to tune up regular damage on its own. So a lot of areas like Fractillus, it was just survive combo circles that you would have onto each other. When it comes into this fight, there's a lot of damage that is more focused on like mitigation. Final Fantasy is kind of notorious for a lot of fights where you have to have a couple different stacked modifiers for like damage downs, either absorb effects and things like that, and you just survive the hit and then you're fine. We've seen a few different moments with that, especially like Invoke the Oath before they go into their first phase 2. It's just one big hit and then that threat goes away, and the rest of the beginning of phase 2 is dodging beams and positioning yourself properly, and it's a hard pass-fail mechanic. At those points in time, it's a lot more difficult to sort of ratchet up the difficulty to any higher level. It's either you move in this position and you're successful, or you're not. And a lot of their conversation, and that's what's been happening since we got on, is they've just been talking for like 15, 20 straight minutes, is how do they adjust that positioning throughout each of the phases. Then they're going into the intermission phase. That's like a math problem of how much damage do we need to attribute to kill off the Titan before it explodes. Okay, you go into the next round of the phase 2, and this is where you're getting yourself ready for like the King's Hunger. How much damage can we do to the boss and to the Voidwing especially, so that we can then transition into phase 3. That's going to be an area that'll be really difficult later on to properly optimize. There might even be a little like regression as they adjust some cooldowns, maybe off some of the ads to get a little bit more boss damage, but that's a problem for much later on. Right now, they got to worry about just getting a little further into phase 3 and adjusting how they're going to strategize around those Void Stars, and then just live a little bit further.
Yeah, which is, you know, the way you put it seems pretty straightforward, but as we can see, definitely not quite as easy as it may look on paper.
Yeah, now earlier you mentioned the fact that we're kind of at that point of the race where the guilds start flip-flopping, you know, based on their bedtimes and whatnot. I will admit I didn't get to see any of Echo's polls on King Saladar. I don't know if either of you did, but I'm kind of curious, is this the kind of boss that lends itself to like ingenuity, creativity, and differing strats, or is it the kind of boss that, okay, Echo has begun to lay the groundwork or kind of a floor plan, and now it's, you know, okay, we're going to follow that up into the point where we match them and then we kind of build on it, or do we go our own way?
I think right now, when they're looking at how they want to adjust the Void Stars, that's the majority of where both guilds are at right now, is where's the positioning the Void Stars, where are you placing them, and then when you're using the Star Killer swings, it doesn't destroy those Void Stars anymore, it repositions them. And so they're both around this point. If you check on our Coinbase leaderboard, it'll have like the boss progress instead of the boss percentage health. This is really a good indicator of where they're at in the encounter, since most of the all the phase transitions are really just timer based. There are some, if you have like insane amounts of gear and you crazy over gear it, that's something for like 4 months from now.
Right.
Probably not going to be impacting anything here. All of this is going to be on where are we spawning the stars, how are we positioning them, and how are we redirecting them. And I think that's an area for both guilds to really figure out right now. And the advantage, I think, right now is a little bit in Echo's favor, where Liquid has to figure this out. They have the rest of the day. We have another, what is it, 6 or 8 hours or so of raid day. They're going to be working on figuring out. Echo's going to be able to wake up, and Method as well. As you can see, they're right there on our Coinbase leaderboard. They're going to start figuring out what Liquid was doing to get further progress. They're going to leapfrog ahead, but at the same time, Tuesday is going to be when Liquid is doing their reclears. They can take that knowledge, and having a clean reclear is going to be insanely important, and then they can start leapfrogging ahead a little bit after that as well.
Yeah, going to look to have all of those upgrades coming in as soon as we do hit the reset. Obviously, that will help them a ton in the re-clear, and I would expect them to move quite rapidly through a number of the fights back up to this one.
Yeah, and the only real threat or concern I would have is if the boss is killable in this reset. I don't think that it is, but I think there's always that outside chance, as we're still learning so much about the encounter. Right now, I think you're going to be able to get through most of the mechanics of the encounter, and then we'll be missing a pretty substantial amount of damage if this is tuned the way I hope that it is. Requiring re-clear, requiring full set of crafts, all your gilded crest spent, everything.
Because in essence, once we get to that final phase, we just only have so much space on the platform for stars to be spawning. And since we can't despawn them, right, that is effectively the enrage, I guess.
Yeah, and that's probably what a lot of the analysts are working on right now, is how can they reliably position those stars, redirect those stars, make sure none of it collides, and of course make it possible for the raid to dodge in and out of the various spike fields that they're producing at the same time. There is going to be that sort of lingering problem down the line of how do we optimize all of our damage perfectly so we can actually kill off the fight. Like I said, that doesn't really come until they've gotten their strategy down to perfection. And so what you'll see in a lot of different cases, you might even see, you know, melee running outside and losing a lot of uptime just to make sure that they're going to be in the proper position as mechanics go out, not worrying about like optimizing their damage before they split off for some of the ads. Things like that always come into play to just make sure that they get the next phase done perfectly and are alive in it. Then the damage optimization comes later. And that's what we saw to like Queen Anzarek, for example. They got very, very deep into the very end of the mechanics on that fight. And I think they went from like 15% health on the boss to 0.
Yeah.
And there wasn't any extra time on the encounter. They just found that damage in each of the phases progressing forward.
It is really incredible, these guilds' ability to find damage when it feels like there is no more damage to be found. Where have they been throwing? I imagine the Lust we know comes in the damage amp phase on the Dragon and the Cleave onto the boss in the end point, right? When we're in the position for a kill. But where have they been using it so far?
We've seen some of the Lusts on pull early, and then they've quickly been able to move it to that King's Hunger. That's around the damage optimization phase. I believe that's where it was last time I checked. We'll see if they've made any other adjustments since then. That's ideally what you want to do. Optimize your damage onto that Dragon, because then the Dragon is going to heal the Nexus King Saladar, and then you get started with the phase 3.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times it's used just kind of as a band-aid early on in progression, right? Like, oh, we maybe lost somebody, but we want to get through this phase to see more, so just send the Lust.
And that's what I thought we were going to be doing a little bit if the ad phase was more challenging, but it seems like it's not a huge wall the way we've seen it out of like ad phases on Razageth, where it's just dozens and dozens of pulls trying to find the damage and even the healing to some extent to make sure you survive those. It hasn't been to that same level, and I think a lot of the challenge here is some of the randomness with the incoming damage, especially at this point in time when you have all of the cutter beams dousing the entire raid. They even were using immunities right there so that one of the tanks was solo soaking that Conquest. That was happening during all of the cutter beams. And then there's only a couple cutter beams left, and it's much easier to have the entire raid soak the next wave. This is pretty beneficial since your debuffs are going to fall off before the next round of Conquest, before the final wave of clears that you have. Makes it a lot easier to do it, and it also gives you a little bit more breathing room. So what I would expect to see at this point is, again, half of the raid. Actually, they should be able to get the entire raid going into it, and then just have the tank solo this last one. This is helpful because you can see the cutter beams are coming in, and they're getting a little bit closer and about to cut through the raid, and that's just the solo tank one right there. They make sure that they survive it, and then the raid doesn't have to worry, and they can just focus on dodging.
Feels like they've been handling the spirits really well in terms of you know, keeping those oath stacks off once they do get popped off.
Yeah, they're in a really nice phase of the fight. In PTR, they had it basically right as you were removing your stacks of the Oath, but it's since changed so that it's happening after. Basically, it's just going to happen before the next wave of Conquest and Vanquishes come around. So it's kind of in like a nothing period, and the silhouettes, to be able to see them, are these big beams of light coming down. Now here's where I was talking about where it's more of like a Final Fantasy dance. You're going to have everybody stacked in the same position. Now they're going to be running off to the edges of the room, and then that Warlock Gateway is going to come into play as they get into the middle of the room to dodge the final round of beams. This is going to be very straightforward. They have the same positioning, pull in and pull out, and here is going to be the beginning of that ad phase. Now 2 DPS are down, but we didn't see as brutal of a damage check as I was kind of initially expecting. Oh, we do have the Bloodlust coming into it. I haven't seen some of the recent pulls, but this could very well be because we had damage dealers down and they want to make sure that they meet that check. Ideally, I think they want to make sure that they're hitting it onto that King's Hunger, which is going to come out afterwards. The big thing here is these Reapers and the amount of, the area denial coming out into the space is really brutal. And we've, of course, got those Nexus beams that we had seen on heroic difficulty already. So positioning is huge in this area, and they have to be able to kill off this Titan. As you can see, that energy bar is getting into the 70s right here on Sang's POV. If it reaches 100%, they have a pretty slow cast for that self-destruct, but it will wipe out the entire party if it goes off.
Yeah, so committing the loss just to get through this and make sure we get back to the main platform and see the next phase, get more experience. as we dive in. That's the second of the Manaforge Titans to be killed, so everybody goes ahead and takes the gateway back to the center platform. Group 1 was already there.
Yeah, and this kind of starts again the phase 2, whenever the boss is standing on, or is mounted up onto the Voidwing. This is another of the positioning as they get everybody back in together to deal with another round of laser beams. That same sort of positioning is coming into play, and they need to be able to push the boss before they're going into that King's Hunger type setup. As you can see, the intermission is going to be coming up right after this is over. They take that Warlock Gateway, and so it's the same sort of pattern. Well, sorry, the pattern will change here and there. At some points, they have to go into the middle of the room first. Other times, they're waiting on the edge of the room first. Here is where they ideally would have their Lust. Damage amp going up onto the Voidwing. They want to do as much damage as they can, get as much damage in before the boss is going to heal based off of the health remaining for the Voidwing, and then we push into phase 3.
Yeah, huge damage amp here. This is where they would want to commit the Lust when it comes to optimizing damage, but just for a point of clarity on those cutter beams that you're talking about, the order that they come out, inside out or outside in, that can be random, but the positioning on either is always the same, right? So if you know it's going outside in, you know you need to stand directly pixel stacked in the center, and if it's going inside out, they've got a marker denoting where they should stand on the outer side of the ring.
Right, that's what I've seen so far.
Okay.
Yeah. And so they always have the same starting position, and I think that's where they have to look at where the secondary round of beams is going out. Here we got our first round of Void Stars coming out, and just like on the Nexus Princess Kai'Veza fight, they are dragging all the players in. A cool thing though is that there's a bit of forgiveness when the Void Stars first spawn, and so they have a second where they're almost dragged into it, and then they're able to have the stars sort of oscillate off to the side, orbit off to the side, and then they're able to get out of it as a result. Here you can see they're in that inner ring. Since there's about 3 rings that are totally making up the room, here's that Star Killer swing coming out, and this is going to change the direction of those Void Stars. There's a little bit of forgiveness that you have as those 2 Void Stars are almost fully touching each other, but since there's also that delay that's going out, it's really important to make sure you have a little bit of breathing room for that positioning, because as you can see, they switch positions, they switch their orbits very, very quickly, and they're also still going to be having to deal with any of those spikes that are coming out. Here we have the 3rd round coming out for the Void Stars, and one of them unfortunately got dropped in the inside ring. Now the bright side is that it has a good polarity and it's orbiting with the other ones in the ring, but this is also a ticking time bomb because they have to use the Star Killer swings to change the positioning of only 3 of those, so it eventually is going to crash into that Void Star and fully wipe them, no matter how many people are still left remaining right here.
So at this point, they'd have to try and hit the outer ring ones, which obviously they're not going to be able to do.
Ba-boom.
And as they crash into each other, we see there the entire raid will wipe.
Maybe in some fever dream, they might be able to hit only the outside ones, but the inner ring is so tight that they just, like one of them on the inner ring is just going to block the line of sight to the outer rings.
Yeah, you'd be basically relying on luck of positioning for the 3 on the outer ring to be exposed within the window that's open in that situation.
And that was a huge pull. That was another 2% further onto the encounter via our fight progress. We're not worrying specifically about just the overall health just yet, but just how far into the fight that they're going to get, and then we'll be able to see. And then it'll matter a lot more as to what percentage that they're really ending up at. But they have to go through this final phase an incredibly long time. And the big thing that they are going to be watching for is using those Star Killer swings to change the direction of the orbits on the inner ring stars. And then using the gaps in that inner ring, they're then going to run out new waves of stars. Again, if you touch any of those Void Stars, however, you are going to instantly die, and that's what caused the 4th star to appear in the inner ring. Was one of the players didn't get around those Void Stars in the inner ring to drop it in an outer ring. They instead ran through that Void Star, they died, placed a new Void Star in that position, and then that wiped the raid at the end.
Now, I know that they didn't use the Lust, or had used it on the ad platforms.
Technically 49%, so we're in the lead.
Oh.
Somehow, some way, Liquid has clawed their way back into the lead. It was because everybody dropping those Twitch Primes, of course, that they got no ad-free viewing. It was Max's speech to the underdog Kings, the Big Green, the Comeback Kids, the Mighty Ducks, the Little Giants,
the Breaker of
Sandlot.
Chains.
There we go. I think I got all the sports movies done.
Nice.
Yes. Make sure you drop those Twitch Prime subs. USA.
Woo. Oh my gosh. It's like a messed up game of pool at the end there.
don't hit the 8 ball. Don't, exactly. You gotta make sure you hit every other one before you hit the 8 ball. Let's go.
Fun though to watch.
Was Airbud an underdog?
Yeah, they said that dog couldn't play ball.
That's true. The team was an underdog, and then Airbud showed up. Okay.
Their team was so bad they got a dog to play, and it played better than them.
Exactly.
No.
It's the most nonsensical movie, but it's great.
It really is. Miles, inches, cups.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's right. America. Can we appreciate the whole you thought mechanic on this boss? You know, I love it. Yeah, with his health, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know, again, the point I was going to make is that I know they committed lust on the platforms as opposed to during the damage amp portion, which is where they would want it ultimately. But the boss went back up to 100% health there. Like, that's a straight up you thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boss real strong.
Yeah.
Sure is.
I think I'm really curious to see a full, clean Bloodlust on the King's Hunger phase and see how low that the boss will actually get entering that phase. We're quite a while away from that, and I think that's more sort of proof positive that we're very likely to be going in to another reset before this boss actually goes down. But if you can also nail this strategy down, then you're getting a wealth of practice on these mechanics and understanding what it is that you need to do. And it also is going to put some ridiculous pressure on a reclear. Now, I was really hoping for my own guild's sake, because we're about to kill Lumathar tonight.
Let's go.
At twitch.tv/automaticjack, that we would be able to have some Forge Weaver nerfs coming up next week so that my guild and probably the 50 other guilds that are sitting at Forge Weaver would be able to kill it.
Right.
Do you not think
announcement yet?
Do you not think item levels alone will be effective enough to get guilds like yours kind of over the line against Forge Weaver?
Guilds like mine, not so much. Guilds like honestly, Fat Shark, yes. Hot Pot Hero and many in the top 20, probably.
Gotcha.
Now, one of the big things that comes to mind is the importance of the reclear in these long races. When it came to Nerebar Palace, the reclears really made or break Echo's progression. And they really struggled with the Nexus Princess and Silken Court reclears. Method super struggled with their first Silken Court kill. They went through like 18-hour agony, basically, in a raid night just to be able to kill it for the very
crazy
first time.
For that.
Yeah, monstrous experience. I really hope this doesn't happen, but I could see a world where they don't have too heavy of a nerf for Forge Weaver of Raz, and that kind of spices it up for the reclear value for the guilds coming up. But I very much hope that there's at least some ad nerfs for Forge Weaver on the reclear. Other bosses, I mean, Soul Hunters and Fractillus, I think are both going to be challenging for reclears, but shouldn't take an enormous amount of time.
Please, Blizzard, nerf the boss so my guild can
Yeah, I'm not them.
I have a really important question before we get into this next poll.
All right, hit us.
Who sat here before me?
That's a good question.
Who was the host of this line?
Was it Zyro?
Was it Zyro?
Well, it was Dratno, Zyro,
There is a...
Cal.
But I think I remember Zyro doing the intro, so that would imply that he was sitting there. It was Zyro.
There's a piece of candy on a napkin over here that somebody spit out and left. And I'm going to take it that was Zyro.
Well, now I feel bad for putting Zyro on blast.
What kind of candy?
It's like those mint things that are circular.
Oh, just the little white, the mint thing? He was just, wanted some fresh breath. Yeah, don't touch it.
It's over there.
Okay. But it smells fine.
Just a little, you think of it as an air freshener.
Yeah, very important question. Very important question.
Just a localized air freshener over there.
Okay, all right. That's, sure. We can go with that. Also, in the meantime, another shout out to till.gg/bluerwf if you'd like to have a chance to win 1 of 10 signed Race to World First jerseys from some of the guild members, or want some chances at some teal merch coupons. You can go to, like I said, till.gg/bluerwf. All you have to do is create an account, join the event, and complete the first quest to enter. Till.gg/myblue as well. Make sure you make your own My Blue.
So you're fine with Raiders sharing signed jerseys, but not with Zyro sharing mints?
Yeah.
Curious.
Those are very
Sharing
different.
is caring, after all.
Those are very... do you want to put it in your mouth?
I think he heard it was your birthday and wanted to leave you a gift.
Someone randomly picked up a mint and it disappeared.
You two are both disgusting.
Looking a gift horse in the mouth over here, are we? Huh?
I'm not leaving my half-eaten candy.
By the way, chat, if you haven't wished I a happy birthday, now would be a great time to do so.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was able to get away with it because it's her birthday today.
I have my birthday flowers here.
True.
Yeah. I found
They're
I found
beautiful.
a vase for it. A vase. Thank you.
A vase.
Shout out Elbrith in the chat. Very nice. I didn't cut them short enough. They're kind of floppy.
Same.
I think you're supposed to.
No, but see, this is good because now you can trim them again.
Oh, can I?
Yeah,
Does
in
that
a
keep
few
them alive
days.
longer?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, really?
You kind of trim them again, another ½ inch or an inch. Make sure you're cutting diagonally.
Look at you knowing about
on the
flowers.
stems.
Diagonally. Okay. How do you know this information?
You know, I like a flower
Yeah.
every once in a while.
Good flower.
This guy's got Riz.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at these guys.
I like arranging flowers, actually.
Do you?
It's a lot of fun.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I also do. I just like looking at them. I didn't arrange them very nicely, but I'll keep those tips in mind for the next time. But
Next time, Elb's got to work with Dash to arrange the flowers for you.
yeah, I should have asked you this morning. It was all me. I didn't do a very good job. Thanks for all the birthday wishes, chat. Really appreciate it.
Thank
very
you.
nice. It's been a good
chat.
birthday so far. 3rd year working in for Race to World First stuff.
Wait,
in a
what's
row
that?
On my birthday. This is 3rd year in a row.
3rd year.
Well, the
Let's
first 2 were
go.
shoots for with the Race to World First, so I'm going to count that. But yeah, I would like a thank you from Team Liquid for my dedication to the race and the fans.
Can we get like a little plaque or a
3rd in a row.
or a cool like embossed photo or something like that of you gremlining it up with some like, boba or something?
Please no. I don't know how. I don't know where that. I've seen that photo before. It was not supposed to see the public eyes.
You ever seen that Jeff Bezos photo where he's watching his rocket go in the air and he's like monitoring the situation and stuff?
Are you saying I look like that?
No, I'm.
Oh.
Let me finish the story and then you can think.
Sorry.
Looking mighty Bezos.
Okay.
Man, just always jumping it.
You're right.
I was gonna say that somebody took a picture of me like that last race, and I was like monitoring the situation, and I don't even
Oh.
remember when it was.
Who took that photo?
I don't know.
Where'd that
See
photo
what happens
go?
when you listen to the rest of the story?
Yeah, sorry. I did jump the gun a little bit there. I apologize.
Hey, you know how the sky's blue, but are you sure?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I get a little excited. You just talk too slow, Jack. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
You gotta
the,
keep
yeah,
up.
that's the
You gotta
problem.
keep up. All right. Speaking of keeping up here, 34, pull number 34 here on Saladar, Mythic Progression.
I think TikTok has ruined your story.
Oh, it's ruined my
Or your story.
entire brain, Jack. It's really bad.
Get to the point.
It's so bad. No, I need like IRL like cuts, like just cut out. Like I don't need to hear, like just get to the point. You ever talk to those people that just like they'll tell like the most unnecessary details in a story? Not saying you were doing that, but I cannot stand.
Admittedly, I do that sometimes.
Oh gosh.
Sometimes
That's
I've been
worst.
accused of being rightfully accused of being long-winded
Yeah.
occasionally.
I've been known to do this to people, and for those of you that can't see me,
Yeah.
Just making the pasta sound.
I'm
Pasta
making like the
motion.
hurry up motion. Yeah, it's
Like, move it along.
get to the
Move
point.
it along.
I don't have that. I have the patience of a goldfish.
Yeah, how's your
That's
book
not the
reading
phrase,
coming
but-
along?
My what?
Your book reading.
I haven't had any time since B.
That tracks.
Well, and I'm serious because normally I would doom scroll at night, and I replaced reading with doom scroll. I sort of tried, but I haven't had time for either. So it's really not my
Well,
fault.
that's probably still good though. Feels like you're moving in a healthier direction with no doom scroll.
I don't know about that.
At the very
man.
least.
Oh. Either way, here we are. Best poll, 49.57%. Is it safe to say we at least have phase 1 down?
Well, we're not out of phase 1 yet,
Well,
okay? We have
like
one
from
more.
a general consensus.
We have one more round.
Yeah.
And I'm fired.
Oh no.
And I jinxed.
That was my
And-
first caster curse of the race. I
Yeah,
apologize.
you're forgiven because they had a B-res, so it's all good. But also, when you die, you get mind controlled, right? First.
Yeah, when you die, you get mind controlled, and also if you don't. Okay, thank you. Also, if you don't drop your Invoke the Oath stacks, and there they are. If you don't drop all your stacks, then you also die. And we have 4 members of the raid, 5 members of the raid,
Who are
not oath breakers,
working for the enemy.
Now they join the other team.
Yep.
Tragically.
Ooh.
So,
Double
Aya,
agents.
how does it feel to curse the entire? How does it feel to curse the entire raid
Sorry, Nick.
on your birthday, no less?
I apologize. That's my one.
That's right, you get one, yeah.
Can't keep
But only because it's your birthday.
Ah, thank you. Okay, so no more. I'm like.
I think
I'm
Tettles had
moving it
like
off.
3 with my cast with him.
Oh, that's pretty. That's a lot.
He was
That's
rolling.
a lot.
That's why we're trying to like do a little off topic in the first phase, so that way we can kind of get through that and then make sure that we're going to be fine. But a quick recap, the little TLDR is that the circles that are going out in the raid need to be soaked And when you have to dodge the cutter beams, a lot of times they cut through those circles at the same time you're trying to soak them. So what they're doing, instead of having 2 different groups soak, have one group soak one group soak the other, they're having the entire raid soak one of them, while the tanks are soloing another with immunities, massive defensives, the works. And that makes it a lot easier to avoid those cutter beams because they're not completely absent, but you might have to dodge just like one of them instead of 3 converging on your position at the exact same time. It's a nice adjustment to the strategy that helps make it more consistent, but also there's some insane danger because sometimes you're making business decisions of whether or not you're running into that circle or you're dodging around a cutter beam.
Business decisions?
Yeah, in football, they call it a business decision where you put your head down and you can make the tackle even though it might hurt you. Or if you kind of like let them, like do a little arm tackle or something like that. You know?
Jack's a football guy, we've learned this tier.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
you were making some football references earlier today, too.
Yeah, I learned that Jay Cutler's not only a football player, but also a legendary bodybuilder.
There you go.
I did not think the name Jay Cutler was that common. That they would be a famous football player and an amazing bodybuilder. But I also like to go and do a fantasy league with my guild.
Zyro's popping in the chat.
Well, let me let you finish that in a sec. But Zyro, all caps. Okay, but listen, isn't it reasonable to put the mint on a napkin because we were coming back to broadcast and I didn't have time to eat it. Leaving it there is bad. I'm sorry. LOL. I'll give you that. You know, you got to spit it out.
I don't know.
Because you're starting, but you left it here, bro.
A truly goated host would have just swallowed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a mint.
Spit it out.
Swallow it. You know?
Yeah. Man.
Would have entertained the idea of choking to death in favor of.
I'm a baby host. You're doing great, Tyrone.
No, you crushed it, my dude.
I couldn't do what you do.
Funny thing is, there's the delay that just. I mean, we talked about that 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Well, I imagine somebody DM'd him.
Somebody DM'd him exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I was getting with the story.
Oh. Jesus Christ.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
There's a theme.
Man.
There's a theme here.
Man, I can't get anywhere. I can't do any setup. I just spoiling everything.
I'm so sorry.
Man.
See, that's the opposite of the overshare, right? Is the active listener who's like finishing the story for you.
Is that what that?
You and I are 2 sides of the same coin. And then Jack is the edge of the coin, trying to balance between the 2 sides right now.
I just yin and yang.
So sorry. I'm really. I'm like the gun jumper strikes again, says chat. I'm sorry. Also.
Story sniped.
Oh, you're right. I've done that too, like several times this tier as well. I don't know when the other times were, but I'm like, oh, that's where he was going with that.
Yeah. It's the classic. Oh, this is your story. This is my story.
Well,
it works out because I usually I'll make references and they just go over her head. And so like lately this tier it's like race number 6. It's finally worked. So
you're just making better references.
Maybe you're like learning the references. I don't know.
Or I'm just pretending I understand the references. You shall never know.
Angling for.
You got that to think about.
That's true.
Angling for what's that?
What? Forget it.
Okay.
I want to talk about the boss.
Sure.
Do we know if the beams somewhat random in terms of their movement, or are they targeting, like when they are cast on, whatever, from the ether and traveling across the platform, are they targeting the position of a player?
I don't think they're like locking on to you or anything.
Okay.
But they just have such good coverage for the raid.
Right.
That it's a lot easier to have them boss on the edge of the room and then just keep moving along the edge of the room to kind of make it easier.
Gotcha. And it's actually, so it's 2.
Oh, they are baited. Okay, interesting.
They are?
By what?
They are baited.
Like some like, loose positioning, but they're not like heat-seeking.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're homing, right? Like, but they maybe target an initial position. So like, this beam targets this player. And then by the time it gets, across the platform, maybe we have repositioned a bit. That would make sense because that's ultimately what makes it very, very messy here in the initial phase. We do have Hopeful going down.
No res available, unfortunately. I wonder if... Well, we have some time
Yips also died and got my MC'd. Okay, yeah. Yep. Man, this is tough. It's not an easy phase 1.
It's not, and the amount of pressure on the tanks when they're soloing those conquests is absurdly high, and so their survivability makes all the difference in the world. Just making it easier and more consistent for phase 1
Yeah.
And I think what you're going to see, especially tomorrow, what I would watch for is like Liquid tomorrow is going to be doing splits. It's going to be the weekly reset, Super Loot Tuesday. But Method and Echo are going to be able to get additional time in on Nexus King Saladar, and watching their phase 1 consistency, there's even really good graphs on Warcraft logs where you can start watching the encounter duration and how far they get on fights. That consistency element is going to make a huge difference in whoever kills this boss fight first. I think we're still really far away of having the damage, and so I would not be shocked at all if the difference between killing this boss and not killing it is another reset of gear. And at the same time, it's also going to be on who's going to be cleaner in phase 1.
Why did 2 people stay main platform?
Maybe
because they're clearly not calling the wipe. They're still going. Oh, okay. Maybe because I'm just trying to figure out why we would have kept.
Sometimes they make like no calls in raid, and it's not like a everyone wipe it up. It's just they just kind of are keep on they'll be talking like they know it's a wipe and they'll be talking about stuff.
Gotcha.
And so people will just kind of like be dancing around. Some people might do the fight. Some people may not do the fight.
Yeah. They're already talking about what they're changing, but may as well run through our rotations and just have some fun while we're having that discussion. Question on the tank soaks or the soaks in general. Do we feel like it is mandatory or necessary that we do 1 massive group soak and 1 immune soak as opposed to can you not split half and half?
You can, but what happens is the beams are coming down from the sky at specific moments, and it's harder to soak them as a half of the raid. Sometimes it varies. So you have 2 Vanquishes and 2 Conquests, and so they're always changing up the orders. And so sometimes it's safer to have everybody soak the first Conquest. Sometimes it's safer for everybody to soak the second Conquest. But usually the theme of it is that you have to dodge 1 round of beams while a Conquest is going out. And so if you can avoid soaking at that period and instead have the entire raid soak at the other period where there's less beams, you might just have to dodge 1 beam and then you'll be fine.
Gotcha.
Lots to figure out still. Yes. Very exciting. I want to back up a little bit, though, because you were mentioning that reset. For those that are maybe new to the race, can we kind of talk about what benefits we're going to get from that reset? We're not nearing the end of the day. It's 5 p.m. local time, so they've only got so much more time before they can tinker with this boss before we do go into a reset and start making getting some of those gear upgrades from re-clearing.
So weekly reset is going to bring vault rewards, and so they're going to have 6 vault options for a huge portion of the raid. Or 6 bosses means they have 3 mythic raid boss options at their disposal. Additionally, they're going to have a spark week. So every week you either are getting every week you're getting a half spark. So every 2 weeks you're getting a full spark to craft a new piece of gear. So this coming week is going to be another full spark. They'll have 2 sparks to utilize. And the following week would be like a catalyst charge. Next big thing coming up is going to be the reclear. There's a ton of value on reclear, both for heroic splits and for mythic splits. A lot of the gear drops off like Araz, for example, Fractillus, and Soul Hunters were actually pretty bad drops, relatively speaking. Some of the ones that are guaranteed is re-killing Soul Hunters is going to drop 3 more rounds of boots.
2, because it's 20 man.
Oh, sorry, 2. That's a good point. 3 would be dropping off heroic at 30 man.
Yeah.
And so those are going to be the most amped up Reshi buffs that you can get, amplifying your Reshi effects by 50%. So a lot of options that you have there. And a lot of them have not sent crafts, and a lot of them have not sent gilded or at least full rounds of gilded. So I wouldn't be surprised if all of those start coming into play. I think a lot of upgrades got sent for Fractillus, but I'm not sure if they sent everything.
Yeah, so essentially 4 avenues of upgrades there, right? Which is the vault, the reclear, the crafts, and more crests.
Lots of options. Hey, Cal, how's it going?
Kalamazi's entertaining the pups.
Yeah, we have a
helping entertain the pups.
Kalamazi's been just out of frame here, wrestling with Cora and Azula, our dogs, and at the same time stood back up and bonked himself into that Blacklyte chair. You okay? Good. Yeah, he's good.
You want to rebuild a Jenga tower? You want to build it back up again?
He looks okay.
How was lunch? You feeling good? Surprised you're on your feet after lunch.
Well, that's probably good. You got to get moving.
Thought it'd be like nap time.
Yeah, move around.
Blood flowing. Yeah. Blood flowing, he says.
So what are we thinking? We thinking like an average of 5 item levels coming in by the time we get back to this boss? Like they're 706-ish right now? What is this? I'm in the rear view mirror of...
You're on the dash cam.
Oh my gosh. Has anyone ever made that reference to you on the cast?
No.
Wow, these guys are the first.
Look at them.
That's funny. Somebody put
Hey guys, where would you like to go?
Are we there yet?
Yeah, you guys are in the driver's seat. Take me to Dementius, please. All right, on the way.
Usually the dash cam shows what's right in front of the
That's
car.
true. That's true.
Yeah, uh-oh. Yeah. Ah! You're in the headlights. You're in the headlights.
Wow.
Watch out, Dash.
Okay, here we go. Pull number 36. Significantly less time between that one. Kind of going right back into it, comparatively so.
Yeah, not too long of a yap sesh.
Not like a chain pull just yet, but
yeah, they tended to Aya that kind of conversation and just kind of skip through it and go to the pull.
What was that laugh? Do they get?
It's like my little XDD laugh.
Yeah.
XD. Also, I did see a question.
Okay.
Maybe this, this is probably, it's a good question for people that I think are brand new to the race. Somebody was asking, do the races watch each other and take each other's strats?
They would never. That
they
sounds
would
like cheating.
Never do that. No, that's a huge part of the race now. All three guilds actually utilize the fact that they are streaming to their advantage sometimes. You see guilds go dark at the end of the night. I would expect, Echo probably too on those first kills of Dementius or Method or Liquid, whoever gets there first. And that's definitely a huge part of the race.
It is. And we saw that come into impact on Fractillus with the strategy around one tanking, around how they were breaking mythic walls. Echo getting that kill very quickly off of their really strong strategy. And very quickly soon afterwards, Liquid starts adopting it. And it's just a big part of the race. And that's going to be a big part of this boss as well, because they're trying to work on their positioning for the Void Stars, and any guild that might be finding some kind of premonition of how they adjust phase 1, of how you can better optimize your positioning, how you can better optimize things like Conquer, is going to really pay a lot of dividends for them, because this is a huge area where we're going to see deaths almost every single pull, and the guild that can get this down to near perfection every single time is going to just be able to make massive, massive swaths of progress. Because right now, the boss is basically full HP going into phase 3 after it heals, and there's a really, really long period of time that you have to be fighting that boss, and you don't want that.
Nope. Looks like we're wiping it up here. Got a couple of early deaths, so we're just going to GG go next. 62.48% though. Not too bad. Definitely not near a progress kill, but either way, cooking along here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Phase 1 health really lies to you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Makes you, exactly. Makes you think you're so much closer than you actually are. I am curious what the health number, and we'll just have to wait until we see it, but what the health number of the boss will be post-heal on the kill. Like, what is the target health number? Because I can't imagine it's actually a full heal and then you kill him from 100 to 0 in phase 3. That feels impossible.
Yeah, I have a conspiracy theory that I don't know if it's true or not. I haven't been able to laser lock focus on it, but a lot of times they have not been able to properly attribute lust to their, or they have not been able to properly put lust onto their King's Hunger to see how low that they could get the boss.
Right.
In fact, I'd love to see their best pull that we had recently just to get a better idea as to my conspiracy theory, and it's that if they know that they're not going to get lust onto it, they may not be using or setting up a lot of cooldowns that they would want to use later in phase 3 and say, okay, well, we know the boss is going to be almost full HP anyway. Let's just hold our cooldowns, accept that, and then start popping our damage cooldowns right as we start phase 3. And that way we can kind of just see how low we can get it as a result. If we know that if we used our cooldowns, we still don't get it low enough that the boss doesn't heal to full or almost full HP. So I'm curious if that's going to be the case or not. But once they do have Bloodlust and once they can properly assign it there, then it's going to be a huge issue. It'll be a huge point of the break points. What level of health do they have entering that phase, and then how low can they get it from there?
Yeah.
All right, well, we did just see a break timer go out. We've got it on our other screen here, so you're not missing anything. Don't worry. So in the meantime, we're going to take a look at some transmogs as well as some pet pictures. Teal.gg/donate if you'd like to send in yours and raise money for a good cause as well. Here is that first one. Send in a link along with $35, and we can take a look at yours. Here are some.
It's a cat.
It's a cat.
Look at this girl.
From Small Mountain.
Wow, Small Mountain.
Small Mountain.
Yeah, no name, but
that is
very cute.
I'm a huge cat.
Oh.
It's Tettles.
Okay.
Two very different sides of the personality there.
Yes.
The peaceful sleep and then the full exposure.
Kalamazoo after lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
Kalamazoo waking up in the morning.
Leaning back in the Blacklyte.
Oh, man. All right. Thank you so much for your submission.
What?
Oh, my God.
Okay.
The racing
This guy's
setup.
got money, dude.
I like how it looks like a room that's fully dedicated to just that setup.
That's what I like.
Right. There's
not one other thing in this room.
You don't need anything else.
That everything is computer.
Oh my God.
Oh my God! I hate that quote is relevant here, but it is.
Everything's computer. He's got what looks like the racing setup.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Hold on. Go back. Go back.
Hold on.
Oh,
Wait, is this part of the same submission?
One of my favorite games.
Oh, it is.
I wish I just invested a stupid amount of money into a setup for was the Star Wars Squadrons game, and getting the what is it, like the thruster, and there's like the handbrake basically that you have for it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember like the joystick basically that you could have to like pilot it properly. Never ended up getting that. I wonder if he had a setup specifically for that.
This is
even has a Stream Deck on the far right
exactly.
side.
Wow.
So PJ's Banan, maybe even a streamer at that, but that's an 11 out of 10.
I agree.
100%.
That's great.
This guy probably uses the
He's got
setup.
the Elgato face cam too.
This guy probably used the setup to play that truck driver simulator.
Oh, yeah. I hope so.
I hope so.
Certainly hope so. Thank
And
you
maybe
so much.
some Microsoft Flight Simulator too. I got to wonder.
Yeah.
Hopefully putting them all to use, but for sure 11 out of 10.
Definitely. Thank you for your submission. Pet was submitted as well. It's a dog. I don't know if this is the same person anymore.
By
but I love
Anonymous.
this dog. Very cute.
That is.
We had It's a Dog, we had It's a Cat.
Please pet me.
So cute. Those you can't. Yeah, you better please give some pats for us.
Doing that thing where they smack his lips like.
Yeah, the eyes.
You know?
The eyes.
Yes, so cute. It's a dog.
Adorbs.
Thank you so much for your submission. Let's see the next puppy. Or transmog. I'm not sure. We'll find out.
We don't even know it's around the corner.
What?
Serena Williams, the DMV dog. Amazing.
Serena Williams.
Look at this oh my gosh. The little bow tie thing. The little reef around her neck.
So
oh
happy she got to meet Santa.
Wow. She looks kind of nervous.
I mean, wouldn't you be?
I certainly was when I first met Santa.
Yeah, wondering if she's on the naughty or nice list, you know?
Well, all dogs go to heaven, you know.
I do know that.
They're all on the nice
But
list.
that doesn't mean they're all nice. They could be naughty, but we do know that they all go to heaven.
True. Well, thank you so much. Very, very sweet pup. If you'd like to send in your transmog or your battle station or a picture of your pet, teal.gg/donate, $35 along with a link, and we will feature it on the broadcast. And if you're just now tuning in, you're not missing any action. They're just hanging out. Do see a ready check going out, though, for this poll here on Saladar. And in the meantime, here we got another transmog. We've got Kev, High Mountain Tauren, Frost DK.
Yo, what's up, Kev?
What do we make of this?
What's up, Kev?
I don't know, Kev.
Okay.
No, I really like it.
I like it a lot, but call me crazy. The High Mountain Tauren horns are kind of not working for me.
So I thought the same thing until I saw the back piece.
Oh, okay.
So you turn that sucker around. I think that the stakes for the hammers and the Frostmourne on the back really work with it.
Bringing in some of those earthy tones.
They really do. They really do. Must be a pain to sit down, though, in any sort of chair with a back.
True, yeah.
Yeah, that's
although,
can't be easy.
Although with that kind of armor and that keister, I'm pretty sure he would break most chairs.
I'll give it a 7.5.
From the Guild Whiskey Totem Foxtrot.
That's amazing.
That's a great guild name, too.
That's fantastic.
I got to give this a 9.5. This is fantastic.
Okay.
9.5, okay.
I'm going to go 8. I think it's solid.
Nice.
I think it's solid.
Very good.
Maybe Taurens just don't feel Death Knighty to me. I don't know if that's what it is, too.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
They fought.
I feel like lore
they're of the earth, you know?
Right?
But not today.
Yeah, I feel like they're really widening like the races that can be certain classes. There's like, I feel like there's like almost no restrictions anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
You do?
Yeah, of course.
But the lore, Jack the Class Fantasy.
Yeah, but I think over time, as you kind of integrate more cultures and everything like that, you get a lot more options, and people can kind of learn from each other, and it'd be for the best, you know?
There you go.
Okay.
It's the evolution of Azeroth.
That's right.
I think we should share all hairstyles.
True.
In that
See?
regard.
Well, that's the thing. That's how you share cultures, okay?
Right. Yeah.
You know?
I want space buns on my belt, please.
Yep, I need pixie cuts on all my characters.
Yep, that too. You can be bald on like every character.
Nope,
Yeah.
no, I'm good. I'm not even trying to be bald IRL.
Yeah.
That's fair. Valid.
Speaking of which, you got to give me a shopping list, Ash, when all this is over. See what you got going on. Okay.
There's the thing is, it's basically nothing.
Oh my gosh! Are
And
you
I
like,
hate to disappoint people.
Are you
I
like
know,
bored
but
where you just don't wash your hair for like 6 months?
Not 6 months, but I actually I wash my hair infrequently.
Okay.
Infrequently.
I'm just now learning about all this kind of stuff because I was like growing up. They're like, oh well, like if your body is stinky, your hair is probably stinky. So go wash everything.
I think
that's not a good idea.
Honestly, I think the biggest thing you can do is find a stylist that you like, you trust, and that you're comfortable asking these questions to, because people, they know hair, right? And talk to them about, and they see all types of hair. So they're going to be the people who can probably best push you in the direction of what's good for your hair. Because yours and mine are different. They're not exactly going to react to the same products in the same way. But I definitely think overwashing, in most cases, is one of the things that gets people, for that exact reason. You grow up kind of going, oh yeah, I got to do everything all the time. And it's like, actually, you're robbing yourself of so many of the natural oils that are good for your hair.
The sebum.
Yeah, it's also easier to style hair that has a little bit of like product buildup. Like when you have freshly washed hair, it gets a lot harder to style.
Yep. Who do you think has the best hair on the guild?
Ooh, well now we got to flip through every camera so I can make a judgment.
Probably Fired Up.
Fired Up?
Yeah.
Well, okay.
I Fired Up.
You got a nice haircut last year. Last year.
Got the curtains.
Riku. You know what? Actually, that's true. Riku does have nice hair.
Oh, do we have a Riku cam?
We have a Riku photo. I don't believe we have a Riku cam.
Probably say Fired Up. He's man. Hang on, I lost it. I gotta remember the reference I was about to make.
Oh no.
Hang on.
Oh, should we wait or?
Max has good hair.
Come back to me.
And he's also he's yeah, he's got a great beard actually. He's also, and he's wearing a hat at the moment, but he's had multiple. Oh yeah. I thought you were just telling me I needed to drink another monster.
No.
Like
no. Thank you.
Max, there's one of the ads we're running. I think it's the Zenni glasses ad, where he's definitely got some poof going on with the hair.
Yeah,
that's true. I was gonna say that Fired Up is like looking like he might be just working on a new single with Mark McGrath.
I don't know. It's over my head.
Yeah,
I
know. Finally, I get one. Sugar Ray.
Somebody says Max is half balding? No way. His hairline is solid. Right?
Yeah, I don't know where that's coming from.
Also, we love a bald king. We don't gotta act like that's a bad thing. But he's not one of them. Hold on, flip to Max. I gotta see this.
He's wearing a hat.
Oh, is he wearing a hat today?
Yeah.
Okay. Dang it!
What is this hat? I actually haven't seen this before.
I don't know. Enhanced.
It's got like a bright blue brim, rather.
He's been wearing band t-shirts 2 days in a row.
4, 3.
Well, now he's got his jersey on.
Now he's got his jersey on.
He's got the sweet TL jersey on today for the last day of the reset.
TL.gg/RWF if you'd like your own TL jersey today. Looks just like Max's. I believe that is a current tier 1, right?
Yes.
So,
it's got dimensions on it.
Yeah, you've been wearing that one.
I've worn it a couple times. I mean,
that's like your favorite shirt.
Giving me a jersey with my name on it.
Yeah, you
gotta wear it.
Yeah.
You know? Man, they did. They set me up though, because obviously you guys have tiers and tiers and tiers worth of apparel and whatnot, and I showed up and I was like, hey, I was just like a word of warning, I only have so much TL gear.
Yeah.
And then within a day or two, my desk was overflowing.
They were like, bet.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, challenge accepted, sir.
That must be nice. We had to build that up over the course of a couple of tiers. When we first came, it wasn't quite the rotation as it is now.
Yeah, it pays to not be a trailblazer. I'm just following the I'm following y'all's footsteps, okay?
We walked so you can run.
Exactly, you're right.
Ooh, Nick's got good hair, I feel like.
That's true.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's a healthy head of hair right there on Lip.
Lip has the best beard, for sure.
Thick.
That's a nice beard. I think so. Do you think, are you supposed to oil? Does the oiling actually help?
Beard oil?
Yeah.
It's pretty
Beard
good.
oil?
It's wise.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Is that just like to make it look nice, or does it help it grow nicely? Like, how does that
I don't know
work?
if it helps it grow necessarily. I would say sometimes beard hair can start to grow in kind of crazy and wild directions. And so beard oil can just help kind of shape and style the beard in a weird way. Also, you should wash your beard with shampoo and conditioner like you wash your hair.
Really?
It is.
That makes sense.
It is hair
It's
after
hair.
all. And I think a lot of people, they like wash their face with soap and then they just do that for the beard and stuff. But then it's like, but then that can dry out the skin below.
Yeah,
and that's
that
part
makes
of where the
sense.
oil can be good too, is not to get too dry.
So it's like a dry conditioner, equivalent
Yeah.
diet.
But yeah, beards grow
dry
in wild
shampoo.
directions.
Dry shampoo,
Actually, if you
yeah.
probably look at mine, my
Yeah.
hairs are probably going in all different directions.
No, not too bad.
And that's where like a little oil and even a brush or comb through that,
yeah, okay.
start to kind of curate it and,
Yeah.
push it in a specific way. Also, find a good barber if you got a beard. Have them do the lines for you so you can learn. Then you can always kind of shave it back and trim it back to where
Follow the
they
same
set it,
line.
but they'll help you figure out where the right lines are to
Yeah.
to give the right shape to your face.
I'm fully listening as if this is advice I can take myself, but it is interesting to learn about this stuff.
You can take it home with you.
Yeah. I'll let the man know. Yeah. Although he takes good care of his beard. This is another fun topic in chat. Yo peeps, random side question: why a lot of people from states are so overhyped and fake polite?
Would you rather they be mean?
It's like a culturally American
Why
thing
is the
that-
assumption that it's fake
Yeah, why-
polite as opposed to just polite?
Yeah, I don't know. We're yappers in this country.
We could be mean.
Yeah, I would contest the fake part of that. I'm sure there are some fake people
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah, we like our niceties here.
Was there a two-parter to the question?
There was, but it was a long story. I'm not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I skipped the
Do you want me
question.
to read the whole story?
Oh,
It's not like it's a bad. Okay, I'll read the whole story.
On brand.
Why a lot of people from states are so overhyped and fake polite. Like one example is last week I was in Paris and an American woman asked me to take pictures of her and her daughter in front of the Eiffel Tower. And when I took few pictures, she even didn't get to look at pictures and she was like, "Oh my God, it's so perfect. You're so amazing. Thank you." And when I asked to do the same, she took pictures of me while I was still moving away from her. Oh, how dare that American woman be so helpful and thankful.
Well,
how horrible. I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
I mean, isn't Paris really well known for having a lot of cafes and really
Yeah.
good wine?
Yeah.
All of those things, yeah.
People really enjoy the day drinking on vacation and having some fun with friends.
Okay.
So, I mean, just
Saying
saying.
she was having a good time?
I think she was probably having a great time, and it may happen that she was enjoying your culture a little bit too much.
Perhaps.
And as long as you're being nice, well, then I think that's okay.
I don't know. I feel like if somebody took pictures of me and did me a favor, I'd be very thankful, and I would make sure to enthusiastically show my thankfulness.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe you're just mean.
Who knows? I don't know. I'm not in this situation. I'm not gonna guess the worst of people. Also, America has 6 different subcultures, and so people from area A might be traditionally nice.
Yeah.
People from area B might not be.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean that's I was gonna say trope, but trope because it's kind of true. Like Southern hospitality
Oh,
is
yeah.
a thing, right?
It sure is. Or the Midwest are nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, people are just warm. I don't know. We're yappers, and we're loud. Sorry.